Good morning. Good
Good
morning, everybody.
morning.
We're here.
Guys, we have day 7. There's no decision on the docket yet, so we're gonna have to wait to see what the judge says from the bench as far as the motion for judgment of acquittal, which you could call it a motion for a directed verdict.
That's what I
She's
call it.
handling another calendar call right now. I have it played up. She hasn't even heard Antonio Brown's case yet. They had to delay it and move to another division. So I think the judge will be late getting to the bench. So we're going to watch some of the arguments from yesterday in the meantime. Good morning to everyone. Bob, you want to read some chats?
Yeah, let's see. We've got Patricia McClellan, Canadian $14. Thank you so much for that incredible generosity. And then we've got a new member, Amy Sester. You know what we do for new members. Family hug. Welcome, welcome,
Aw.
welcome. And then the
Oh, we
amazing
got 5
Sheriff Chuck
more.
is you.
We got
Yeah.
to do ahs 5 times. I'll do one first. Aw.
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 Aw, family hug.
Aw. Thank you for the 5, Sheriff Chuck.
What a guy. What a guy. What a guy.
Yeah, and let's vote. What does everyone think the judge will do with the directed verdict? You know, since we don't actually know yet, we could still guess.
Allie was like deep slumber, popped out for 1 second. She's like, oh, it's like, I have to listen to this motion for directed finding or / directed verdict again. And I was thrilled because I didn't get to hear it in full because I was running around doing the stuff. And it's a pretty strong argument. I saw some people in the chat. I was waiting for Kat to hop on. I was scrolling through, and it seems to be a topic of convo with you guys. Like, what are you guys thinking? What are you guys thinking?
And while you vote, we're gonna play the arguments. They're about 30 minutes total, and I don't know how long Judge Tinkler Mendez's calendar will take, but again, she hasn't even gotten to the Antonio Brown issues, so she might be a little bit here this morning. So let's see what we can do.
Is that on the record? Defense.
Judge, at this time, consistent with our pretrial motion, we move for judgment of acquittal on both counts. I'm trying to decide which to begin with. We know that the culpable negligence standard, even though it might sound like negligence, is actually by law considered the more difficult offense to prove for the state. And you'll see there's an anomaly that culpable negligence is also considered a lesser included offense of recklessness. So we're going to have a lot of complications if we get to the jury instruction phase. But for the moment, if we start with the vessel homicide, which uses the word reckless, the state has to prove more than that there was a crash, because that's res ipsa loquitur maybe for ordinary negligence, but the fact of the elision doesn't prove that this was a crime. And the fact that the object wasn't moving, in this case, a marker, likewise doesn't prove it's a crime. And in the 14 or so cases that we had cited pre-trial, and we have more, and overnight, and we dig every day. You encouraged us, and we've gone outside of Florida. We're going to submit to you additional points of authority. In cases where a woman walking across the street with a baby stroller gets run over, of course, it would be easy enough for the state to say that constitutes recklessness. And yet, on all of those cases that we cited to you, the Court of Appeals said it wasn't enough. And those were cases that the trial judge let it go to the jury convicted, appealed, reversed in 14 cases. So let's look at what are the facts that the state has proven
Powerful
here.
factoid there.
We know the elephant in the courtroom is the state's effort to try to suggest that George Pino was impaired, but there's just no evidence of it. The evidence that they...
Say that again?
That was a powerful factoid Howard put out there for the judge in the 14 cases. I mean, this is a
they all had convictions, and the 13th case didn't care about the previous 12. The 12th case didn't care about the previous 11, although that would presume that those attorneys brought up the case law. Maybe Howard's the first person to bring up the 14 examples or 13,
Yeah.
12, 11 cascading down.
It's
But
powerful. This is a very, very typically, I'm of the mindset, because it's true, that these are typically just denied as a matter of course. This, however, as you know, as it kind of goes along with the case, it's a perplexing case in the sense that we just don't really know what happened here in terms of George Pino and why he either didn't see the marker or he saw it too late and tried to avoid it and then grazed it and then the boat gets upended. But he breaks down this issue with the recklessness and whether or not it kind of it conflates with murder the way that the state is arguing it, because they make it seem as if he saw it and then willfully went towards it anyway, which the state just isn't proven.
which would be
It's
like,
really
haha, to put that into context, it would be like someone hot dogging, someone pulling a stunt. Think of teenagers that are like driving, doing donuts, and the person in the car is like, oh, this is making me uneasy, but they continue to do it anyway, and then an accident happens. That's where
right.
you get to some sense of depravity.
Yep.
Like, it's a joke. I'm going to pull a joke on everybody on the boat and do this for the funsies. That's where you get to depravity, and there's nothing on the record to suggest that. It's not even really a theory of the state's.
Right.
And what I think is interesting is by the time we get to the state, and this is kind of like your first full watching of this, I also feel like if this becomes an issue on appeal, he has, maybe it's not even him, maybe it's Laura Adams of her own willpower. She constrains and explicitly defines the state's theories. And I think that is something that, if there needs to be an appeal, could be helpful on appeal, because now the appellant can say the state explicitly stated on the record that these were their theories of the case. They can't now say that what they were trying was a totally different theory.
Right.
So
Yeah, pay close attention to this. I have a feeling this could get granted. If it's granted, the case is done. We don't have anything to stream today, so
we'll just see the jury's feet walk out.
Right. So pay rapt attention.
What did I do? Breaking things.
2 beers over the course of several hours, in 2.5 hours, or close to 3, and no evidence that the consumption of that quantity of beer
It's so nice
led
watching
to
the
any
chat.
kind of impairment. Every witness who has testified on that question has negated the suggestion of impairment. And we don't need to call out the witnesses, Judge, because they were all in unison on that. But I'm sure I'm going to hear about that from the state. They're going to say, well, maybe it was more than 2 beers. There's no evidence of it. And what we have is no evidence of impairment. So if we can remove impairment, remove the effort to turn this into a BUI case when it's not, what we're left with is the elision itself. The speed is not itself proof of anything. This is not a speeding case because there's no speed limit in the channel. Not then, not now. And the conditions were excellent for boating. I think you heard testimony from law enforcement officers who confirmed that. At least
let me ask you a question, sorry to interrupt. But
please.
Speed, you say there's no speed limit. Okay, so is there a point where speed is reasonable or not reasonable under the totality of the circumstances and operation?
There could be in certain cases, although we know from Lizardo where the guy was driving 80 some odd miles an hour towards the Miccosukee Trail and was in fact violating the speed limit. The court said that wasn't enough. Here we have.
Well, what else was there in Lizardo?
It was speed, and he crashed right into the other car.
Besides speed of the crash, were there any other evidence of any other conduct?
I don't believe in Lizardo. I think that was the gravamen of it. And still, the judge let it go to the jury. Well, let me say, Lizardo was that was the conditional plea. The court rejected the motion to dismiss. Right. And so Lizardo makes clear that even way over speed limit is not enough. And Right, and here we don't even have a violation of a speed limit.
Because there is none.
Exactly.
That's my question, though. What? Would there ever be a speed on the bar that could be considered unreasonable?
There could be. If, for example, the vessel that was being used can't handle the speed, for example. That's one example. This boat, the Robalo, there's no doubt that this boat is built to handle that level of speed. So in that case, there's no suggestion that speed in and of itself put anybody's life in jeopardy. If the elision had not occurred, speed would have put nobody at risk. The speed itself did not create, there was no other boat in the channel. There's no risk of elision. I mean, there's no risk of collision. There's an elision. And so the speed itself did not jeopardize the lives of anybody on that boat. Now, we have the evidence of the law enforcement officers who themselves were operating at that speed. I think one officer said he was traveling between 40 and 45 miles an hour with passengers, the less injured passengers on the bow, seated on the floor of the boat, and thought it was perfectly safe. So you have that evidence to consider in terms of whether George Pino drove in a way that's any more dangerous than the way law enforcement says was not dangerous. This suggestion that having 7 passengers on the front seating, the way the boat is designed, again, no evidence that put them at risk under the conditions that we had. So by way of example, you didn't hear anything about choppy seas, precipitation, conditions were ideal. So this boat was built for this speed, with this number of passengers. So we take alcohol impairment, not proven. Speed, not excessive, not unreasonable for the conditions that happened here. Whether there had been 7 passengers in the bow or just 1 passenger in the bow, the elision.
Also, shout out to Julie here, not just for the Super 2 Defense Diaries, but again, celebrating Scout's birthday.
Yay.
How did birthday go?
It was great. It was great. The
Good to have
game
everyone
didn't go
around.
that well, but it was great to have the fan. It was our rec team, so you know there's a difference between rec and travel. But
Yeah.
it was nice. The big kids came. Our granddaughter came. We had a good family crowd. Then we went and had a nice dinner. So yeah, it was great. It was great.
Good. You have the dinner to make up for the loss.
Yeah, exactly.
Uh.
So yeah, it was fun. We had ice cream afterwards. It was a good wholesome birthday, Kat. Good
I
wholesome.
love it.
Yeah,
I
was
love it.
great.
Spend the time with the people you love.
Indeed. It was excellent.
Oops, sorry.
No, I was just saying.
It's the elision that caused the injuries and the death. It wasn't the number of passengers or the speed. Had the speed been 30 miles an hour and you go into a fixed object, someone could be seriously hurt if not killed. So the speed isn't the issue. The issue, I think, what the state's best case is that the operator, George Pino, didn't see the marker. Because I think everybody agrees, had he seen it, he would not have never intended to hit it, and he would have avoided if he had seen it. And so the question is,
But I don't have any evidence in front of me that, no evidence that Mr. Pino, I don't believe, because I think the state's charges would have been different. Mr. Pino, seeing the marker, drove that boat into the marker.
that was their point in opening statement, that it would have been a murder charge, right? That's their point. So we assume that their theory is he did not see it, because if he had, they'd be charging a much different crime. And so if you assume that he just didn't see it, for whatever reason he was distracted, that doesn't prove culpable negligence, doesn't prove recklessness. That's negligence at best. You didn't see the stop sign. You ran the stop sign. Your defense, why did you run the stop sign? Because I didn't see it, Your Honor. And I ran the stop sign. 99 times out of 100, nobody gets killed when there's a stop sign run. But on the one time that someone is running the stop sign, that's plain view, the driver says he didn't see it, does not result in homicide charges. I didn't see the light. I missed it. Yes, I've been through that intersection 100 times. The light turned red. I was distracted. I went through the intersection. Someone gets killed. That is not culpable negligence. That's not recklessness. It has to be a course of conduct so wanton, so willful, so consciously indifferent to the outcome. There has to be some depravity in the mind of the operator, not just a lapse in missing the stop sign or not yielding in going into an intersection, entering I-95 and not yielding to a car that's coming and an accident happens. Because of course, once contact is made with another object, someone's going to get hurt, but that doesn't turn it into a crime. And whatever your view is about recklessness, Judge, as to culpable negligence, if McCreary, the state of Florida Supreme Court, means something, we're not quite sure what it means, it has to be even, I guess, more depravity of heart in the way that the operator was operating the vessel. So we're struggling to understand what the difference between those two standards are.
As we have been.
As far as manslaughter goes, the more, call it, serious charge. I don't know how the state's going to distinguish between recklessness and culpable negligence, but whatever those tests are, the state's easier argument's it's got to be recklessness. And yet we still don't have anything that the state has offered to explain other than the elision itself. They're defining recklessness as the fact that the elision occurred. But that proves too much. That's just res ipsa loquitur. That's just ordinary negligence. Thank you, Judge.
Powerful argument.
All right, Steve, on the bench evidence.
Right, everybody.
Your standard, your burden.
The standard, Your Honor, is that no rational trier.
And remember, the standard here is light most favorable to the state.
Right.
Fact could find that the state of Florida met the elements of these two offenses beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. Moreover, at this stage in the trial, the court has to give every inference in favor to the state. The state submits, we have submitted competent and substantial evidence that a rational trier of fact could in fact use to find the state has met the elements. Number one, as to vessel homicide, that George Pino operated his vessel in a reckless manner likely to cause the death of or great bodily harm to another person, and two, that his reckless operation of the vessel caused or contributed to the cause of death of Lucy Fernandez. I don't need to instruct the court, obviously, on what the definition of recklessness is.
Any thoughts on that? Her saying she doesn't need to tell the court on the definition of reckless?
I think she exactly needs to tell the court what the state definition
Especially,
is.
you have the defense requesting special instructions, looking at the case law, looking at the statutes, asking for a special crafted instruction to the jury because it's a difficult thing to combine, especially in relation to culpable negligence, and whatever lesser included for the vessel homicide also has its own negligence language. Right. So you've got to have a way. And as you guys know, if you watched this yesterday, she's going to coin the term recklessness plus, which is not a legal term.
No, it's not. She just made it up. See, the problem for the state here is that Howard has 14 cases to back him up as to his propositions that he's arguing. The state has nothing. And it's that very, very slippery slope wherein if we start criminalizing accidents, we're going to be in a world of hurt. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like, people lose their lives in accidents, unfortunately, quite a bit. I think if you look statistically, car accidents are always top of list or around top of list in terms of causes of death, like on an annual basis. So, I mean, are there circumstances in which that is criminal? Well, yeah, but you have to have the facts.
We're going to look at that on lunch. We're going to look at some statistics. Kyle and Cindy both sent over like two different, actually it might be the same study, showing like the rates of vessel incidents in Florida. And it's not like something that's really that rare.
No.
So on lunch, we'll look at that as a big picture, not relevant directly to the facts of this case, but this idea that there's no other reason that an accident would happen. Well, would you give that same application to these all 386, I think, vessel accidents annually last year?
Yeah. In Chicago one, I was talking about this at length yesterday. I don't know that it's bloodthirsty. I get the sense that Adams, over the course of the past couple of years since the accident took place, has really formed a personal relationship above and beyond what any prosecutor ever should with a victim's family, and she's taken upon herself as kind of a personal mission to get this thing done for them, based on that relationship. That's the feeling I get, having no actual proof of that, but just kind of looking at it objectively as an observer. That in the way that she acted, and the biggest indicator of that was obviously when she popped off at George in open court, even though
There's
the
something you
jury
want to
wasn't
say to me
seated.
or
Yeah,
whatever.
it was weird, right? I mean, it had a real. What?
Did you pause it?
Allison's laying in bed over there, like critiquing us, like Statler and Waldorf, the two judges in the Muppets. Like, it was
Allie.
great, it was really fabulous. Yeah, so yes, we
Well,
paused.
what I love is that snap or whatever we want to call it, I think it's someone snapping and can't contain it. Like, and I've dealt with people like that in real life that like cannot stand the idea that something might be going wrong and they have to lash out at whoever is
Yeah.
their target right in the moment. But this is the same prosecutor who multiple times on previous days of the trial was begging the court to constrain emotional expressions from anybody that wasn't the gallery, wasn't herself, wasn't a witness. Pino and the defense table cannot have expressions. His family members can't do anything. Like,
Right.
and then you do this as an officer of the court. And it might be admirable that you care so much about the families that you help. I mean, I think we need that passion because that's what
Right.
might make somebody want to be a prosecutor, but it cannot cross the line of prosecuting by any means necessary, getting a win by any means necessary out of sympathy. Because at the end of the day, sympathy is not something you're supposed to put forth to the jury
There's
for the jury to consider.
And it has no room in a court of law. I always say it. It's a cruel thing to say, but it's true. I mean, emotion in general has no place in a courtroom. That's not what these things are about. It's
And it
facts and evidence
happens, but
all the time. It's a prosecutor's like number one tool. It's their secret weapon, even though they're not supposed to be using it. They use it in ways, and it's like the biggest indicator in terms of what they're trying to do in terms of trying to get the jury to emote is when you're shown pictures of the victims. Like that's why that's always
blown up on a
such
big
battle.
poster board,
Right, and
Vanna
how
Whited every time.
right, and how many you're getting in, that's what is always the battle, because obviously both sides know that, yes, I mean, one photograph to show proof that the person is now deceased, which is an element of every crime involving a death. You have to prove that, but showing anything beyond that, you're slipping into that area of, okay, how much is too much? When does it become more prejudicial than probative? So that's why you're always seeing that battle, because both sides understand that serves really one purpose, and it's not to prove that the person was dead, even though that does satisfy that element. The reality is it's used by the state in order to get the jury to feel a certain way, So yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting.
And Adford Dread here says, I truly believe this gets dismissed. I think the DA believes that too, by how enraged she got by the judge's commentary and openness to defense's argument actually seeming to side with them. And I'm not sure if I would say enraged, but almost like festering. Like she was sitting there when she got up there to make her response argument. It's almost like she curated her argument to just say the opposite of whatever the defense just said. And sometimes legal arguments don't need to be completely adversarial, complete opposite, right? We're debating kind of a nuanced semantic legal definition and distinction between two different standards and what level you have to be at to get to the higher standard. And it's almost like she wanted to counter things in a way of just saying, nah, he wasn't just reckless. He saw that sign and intentionally drove into it, forgetting that takes it to a totally different standard.
Like, she just turned it into a murder.
She wanted to be opposite so bad that she took it too far.
Right. So as she goes through her argument, you guys, I want you to point out where she makes an actual argument to rebut what Howard argued in terms of recklessness. See if you can find it in here, because I couldn't find it. I didn't hear it. Maybe I missed it. Let us know in the chat as we continue to listen to her argue away.
I think as she got to it in part, she became internally inconsistent in her own argument and counter, like as soon as she was touching on like, here's some facts of the case that maybe I could argue go to culpable negligence.
Yeah.
She started throwing in it's like seeing a stop sign and driving right into it.
Yeah. You know, when that happens, Kat, is when you don't have a strong argument. Like, I mean, when you're in that unenviable position, because a lot of times, especially in, you know, if you're arguing a motion or in appellate work, if you realize through doing the research that you don't have a powerful winning argument, I mean, you're kind of left grasping at straws and you're trying to stretch a little bit in order to kind of make that argument. And especially if you've seen that the opposing side does have a winning argument, you still have to go in and argue it. You know, you're never throwing your hands up and saying, okay, we give up, you know, they're right. So you're trying to craft an argument the best you can that's going to sway the judge or the judges, and it's challenging. And that's what's going on with her, because I just thought that Howard's argument was so clear cut and mostly based on the precedent. The fact that there's been, you know, 13, 14 cases overturned, that the judges let it go to jury, they convicted, and all the appellate courts said, sorry, that was an accident.
Yeah.
You know, it didn't reach the level of recklessness. We're sorry. But again, it goes back to that thing. If we start categorizing accidents as crimes, we're living in a much different world. You know what I mean? I mean, we have to make room for sometimes accidents happen, and they do. And to me, I've been saying it for the last 3 days. I'm sorry, but this was just an accident. I mean, clearly George Pino wasn't intentionally driving into the marker. They've shown me no evidence that that was his intent. I think whatever the case may be, whatever may have distracted him for a few moments, as soon as he caught sight of it, he tried to make an evasive maneuver, but it was too late, which is where
I think that's in dispute, but then the state argues that, and I think it was dumb for the state to argue that.
I mean, I think that's what happened. Like, Allie and I are on board with, you know, your concept or our concept that
distraction and then, oh crap.
But specifically that his wife either handed him her phone to show him the video, and we're talking about the Uptown Girl video, or she asked George to send it to the parents from his phone. Like
doing the drop where you drop the file by Bluetooth or NFC.
Right. Yeah. So, and then, you know, for a few seconds, he looks down, he looks up, he's like, oh shit, sees it, tries to maneuver out of it, you know, because that was the last
and that turn is how you get the side of the boat hitting the channel marker.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't think it was a front-on collision. But you know, I'm not an expert on.
It wasn't a front-on collision. You could, I mean, like, wherein he went straight into it. I mean, you could see the nose of the boat didn't have damage. It was over to the side where it appears, you know. And again, I mean,
I think that's actually why the state is sort of now embracing that he saw it at the last minute, because they tried to argue a front-on collision and then maybe realize it just didn't seem to make sense, because they started this trial arguing straight on, doesn't try to change course, goes right into that channel marker after 9 seconds, football fields.
Which is ridiculous. I mean, that was never gonna, they had to change course from that because it was never gonna hold water. The problem with them changing course is that thing wherein he sees it and tries to make an evasive maneuver defeats their case. That's where they're living right now. So
yeah, we haven't even got, I think the defense, if this continues, the defense is going to call an expert that will speak to their theory of the GPS and the collision course. And I don't think the defense will even narrow it down to one possibility. If a defense can successfully say, like, this was possible and this was possible, now that's 2 reasons for reasonable doubt, 2 pathways that something could have happened. And again, I don't know if they're going to recall Miss Pino to say, yeah, this stuff with my phone.
But beyond that, where is the evidence to prove recklessness? You know what I'm saying? Like, what is the evidence to, because I thought that the way that Howard was able to argue about whatever was going on with the girls and the fact that they're trying to say that the Pinos were plying them with alcohol and, you know, there were too many people on the boat and he was going too fast for none of that was established by evidence to be reckless, and that's why he pointed out, and again, everything is viewed in a light most favorable to the state in a motion like this, meaning the judge gives them the benefit of the doubt. That is like, I'm going to assume that you're right on this evidence, but when their own witness gets up there and says, "Oh yeah, if there were 7 girls, including a few sitting on the floor at that speed, it's not reckless or dangerous," that's a real problem for the state.
And I watched a Florida, it was a boat trial, but it wasn't an elision. It was like someone was swimming and they claimed it was attempted drowning. They chose a bench trial. So during this type of argument where the burden was on the defense to say, look, they can't even make a prima facie showing that these elements are here and that they provided any evidence that would support these elements, the judge declined that. But when he rendered his verdict, he acquitted the defendant because the burden's different at that stage. So just important to keep in mind. Liz here also says, love you all. Love you back, Liz.
Yeah.
Says, what kind of jury would you have picked? I see most voters are saying guilty. Non-voters are saying not guilty.
That's surprising.
No, what I've seen.
That is surprising to me. So, well, we know from Kat that we have an older jury here with a couple of, what you said, there were two younger that were, did you say they were female? 2 younger females in terms of kind of like the breakdown of the jury. Is that right? Kat, hello?
Sorry.
Oh.
Hold on. I was listening to Judge Mendez. You want to read this comment?
Bob, was my birthday on Sunday. Song, please. I got you, girl. I'm going to wait till Allie's up. We're going to do the duet. Oh, boy.
Okay, and I'll say my answer, Liz, is I don't really know about what jury I would have picked, especially since it's only 6 people. But I think I kind of want some diversity in lifestyles, ages, because we heard that 14 cases here, that if we take Howard's representation on the procedural history of those cases, the motion for JOAs in those cases or other similar types of motions were all denied. A jury or judge, if it was a bench trial, whatever the case may be, convicted those 14 cases. There were convictions, but then the Court of Appeals reversed on all of them because they didn't find that as a matter of law, the evidence supported culpable negligence was established. Because of that, I think maybe this is the type of thing where you want to go for someone, just the one holdout, and get that acquittal and see if the state wants to retry.
It might have been reckless that they didn't even get reckless. And like Howard was saying, like the culpable negligence, even though we don't really know what it is, it seems to be a higher standard than reckless.
Yeah.
So, or, I don't know. I think the judge is, I mean, if she's going to follow the law, I think she's going to grant it. I really do. If she's going to follow the law, there's just been no facts to support reckless.
Well, she should already have something written up, right? When she gives, even though she's going to announce from the bench.
Yeah.
Because she is like, right now with the Antonio Brown attorneys and prosecutors, she's like, we're changing the dates. You guys need to do this. Like, this is how she's sounding right now in this other hearing. So I feel like she's going to get on this bench and be like,
what are you taking from that? Like, so she's got this is a big ruling, right? So this is a big ruling. So let's use your keen observation skills based on her current demeanor on the bench. Do you think that can you glean anything from it? No.
She just resolved that she's done for the day with the Antonio Brown. I think they have to give her a date. They're moving his stand your ground hearing, which was, remember, she wanted to keep this trial on track because the stand your ground hearing was coming up on the 23rd. But now she's pissed and has to move it because the accuser missed his deposition and the state and they can't depose him. So I think she's just losing her mind that she tried to run a calendar and it's not happening, even though she's tried and everyone else is messing up her calendar. So I don't know. I don't know if that's going to have any bearing. I'm assuming she already made a decision before she had this morning's calendar call. But when she gets on the bench, I wouldn't be surprised if she's like, I'm sorry, I had some other matters to deal with this morning.
I'll tell you what, It's telling. It's telling that she took it under advisement. You know, that
And didn't
95%
just say
of the
no.
right. I mean, most of the time you just get the ruling from the bench on these things, and you're heading right into your case in chief. Maybe that's because she had the opportunity to do it because it was towards the end of the day anyway. You know, so maybe I shouldn't read that much into it that she didn't just rule from the bench. But I think if it was a clear-cut decision, she would have just ruled from the bench. So she took the
Yeah.
night to think about it and read some case law.
All right, let's hit play. She was calling another case and ended the Zoom, so I won't actually know when it was going, but she was calling another matter and ended the Zoom.
Peanut gallery over here.
But we can keep playing this because we're like a third of the way through it, but by the time she gets situated, that'll probably line up nicely.
Yeah.
Well,
But
willful and wanton disregard.
Yes.
Right, for the safety of persons.
Well, she's
intentional,
defining it.
knowing, or purposeful is willful.
Okay.
So to the extent that Your Honor now has not just the evidence from the state's traverse for the sworn motion to dismiss that was filed pre-trial, but now the court has heard actual evidence to show that this defendant changed course of direction that placed him on a complete collision course with channel marker 15. That is an intentional, knowing, and purposeful act. Not that he is intentionally and purposefully going to try to run into the channel marker, but that he's the one at the helm dictating what the speed of that vessel will be and what the heading of that vessel will be. To the extent that wanton means conscious and intentional difference to consequences, and with the knowledge that damage is likely to be done to persons or property, we have that as well, Your Honor. The evidence is clear and unrebutted that this defendant, by his own words, by the words from his GPS device, and from the words of other witnesses, this man knows that body of water very well. He's been through that channel a multiple number of times. On top of that, Judge, he's gone past specifically channel marker 15 numerous times. So if you know where that channel marker is, and you nevertheless decide to pursue a course in your vessel that puts you on a collision course with it, and which I know Your Honor was not in a position to see all the video footage, which of course is available to the court. But when Mr. Alber was on the stand, I would stop, pause those videos to show that way before even where that final track mark is, channel marker 15 is clearly visible. The sun wasn't in the defendant's eyes as he's heading toward the east, and the sun would be setting in the west. There's no evidence that there's anything to obstruct his view. What there is evidence of is that this defendant either was driving blindfolded, looking somewhere else other than where he was supposed to go, because he had 9 seconds plus to say, oh my goodness, I need to change course.
So is that the level of wantonness and willfulness that defines the actions as reckless?
Yes, because
versus ordinary negligence?
this is way more, Judge. This isn't, oops, I ran a stop sign. This is, I see a stop sign in the road in front of me and I'm going to run right into it. This isn't a momentary lapse of reason. This is a course of conduct that anyone, especially someone with his level of boating experience, would know. If you run into a stationary steel pole that is in the bay for the purpose of keeping you safe, that has a day glow green marker, and you just run into it when it's right in front of you in broad daylight, how is that possible? Other than, as I said in my opening statement, you're checked out, you're zoned out.
But this
I don't
is
know
the
what
race
was
looks
going
so.
on.
Right.
The
It's so
defense has done an admirable job.
Sounds like
defending
an
the defendant
Sounds
against
like
the
an accident, not reckless.
Well,
Just
and
zone out
accidents
for a
happen
second.
close to home. So if you're familiar with something, does that mean nobody should ever get into a collision
Well, you
just
said it.
because they're familiar with the area?
You said it days ago. It takes you 2 seconds to be not paying attention to the road or the water, as in this case, for you to veer off course. I mean, if you're looking at your phone and you look down for 2-3 seconds, many times you'll be veering or swerving one way or another. And, you know, we're not talking about a huge area here between those two markers. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was actually traveling in the proper area, if you want to call it a lane, because if you have two boats coming down that channel at the same time, obviously the ones heading north typically would be, if you're heading north, that would be the left side. If you're heading south, it would be the right side. And he was where he was supposed to be until.
Well, you're supposed to always hang right? Depending on, or did they say the opposites? And they say,
I don't.
she said it's not like England in her opening, that whichever way you're going, it should be the right side.
So if he was, so he would have been on the right side and then theoretically having to cross in front of another boat if he was going to be turning towards where he was ultimately going. Because I think when you look at the map,
because the bay opens right there.
Yeah, because it's like, I mean, either way, like, I didn't see a distance in terms of like how wide that channel was. I might have missed it. I would think that they ended up measuring that, because I was curious as to how wide that channel was. Like, it was instructive for me. Like, I didn't know that they had basically dredged out that channel so that it was deeper, and that was why, you know, so boats that have a larger, deeper hull weren't, you know, basically hitting the bottom. So they dredged out that channel for boats to be able to, you know, traverse down there. And I mean, I'd be curious to know how wide they are, because again, it doesn't take much time for you to kind of veer off course a little bit, distracted by whatever may be going on around you. And then as soon as you realize, oh shit, I'm heading straight for the channel marker, and then you try to make a corrective minute. But that's not reckless. It's just not, I mean, it's an accident. I mean, shit happens. We have, unfortunately, millions of things to distract us, like, in our lives. I mean, it's the fact. So you know, it just doesn't rise to a criminal level for me.
Do you think in the light most favorable to the state that they have evidence, they've put enough on the record? I think they've just put opinion on the record rather than any evidence, testimony from someone who was there in person, that boat was being pushed at full speed.
I don't think it's an issue. Like, no one has said that was an unsafe speed.
The actual people that were there, they're like, no, I didn't feel uneasy. I didn't feel uneasy. She tried to ask the one witness multiple times, and she's like, what about like 9 seconds closer to the accident? She's like, no.
Right. I mean, but neither of the cops that they had that were doing the test, you know, kind of the test runs, the drone, the one who was operating the boat while the drone was filming, and the other cop who was, you know, had the GoPro on his boat. I don't know if you went back and watched that one. And neither one of them said it was an unsafe speed. You know, I mean, it's like,
yeah, because and the one said that they were still doing those speeds after the emergency was over, because they only had, like, the girls that weren't injured didn't need treatment on their boat. I forget which witness that was, but he's like, we're still going like 40 whatever.
Yeah, you know, and it's the reality is that I couldn't tell how tall George is. Like, they had their expert come down and stand next to him. The expert was like, oh, it looks like he's about 6 foot. And like, George laughs like, oh, 6 foot. And then the guy, who was a rather tall guy, he was the witness, came and stood by him, and he was towering above George. So I don't know if we ever got.
They tried to argue that short would be better, because they didn't want the reverse argument to be something in the jury's mind. But if you're shorter and the bow of the ship is picking up like this, your line of sight is constrained if the channel marker is below the height of this bow. And this is the Raballo model. It's just not the same color. DB went and found these pictures. But imagine this channel marker, which for whatever reason is 5 feet shorter than the other channel markers.
Wow.
Well, like, that's so stupid. Why would you reduce visibility by 5 feet, especially if it's the last one? Intuitively, and maybe you don't think about this until you think about it, but if you're used to seeing, like, here's a channel marker, here's a channel marker, and then you're scanning for something similar, and then the next channel marker is like actually like here, like half the height.
Well, and
your brain might tune that out.
And it wasn't high tide, but it was on the way to becoming high tide, I think, because there was a debate there, and their witness, of course, screwed up high tide and low tide. And I'm talking about the one that you weren't here for yesterday. Like, and I don't know if you were listening, but he didn't have his facts straight. And ultimately, I think they landed on it was like kind of a third or 2/3 of the way to high tide. So which means that there's less of the marker, the water's risen. So there's less of the marker that's above water. And if we're looking at this picture that DB sent, the front of your boat's propped up, because of the speed, which I don't know if it would be with that many guests up front, that might have kept it weighed down. But, and it's like, I don't know if George was sitting or if George was standing. I mean, you have your captain's chair. I mean, typically on the occasions that we've rented a boat, and I'm operating and I'm always standing, but I'm kind of like leaning my back leg, the back of my legs against my chair. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for the support, right?
Right.
Like, because you're
Right. Yeah. So I'm not standing like fully erect. I'm kind of like leaning back a little bit. But yeah, but still standing, All right, let's
Let
keep
me double
rolling.
check. Yep. I wanted to also thank you to Music to My Soul. So stopping by to chat while I can. Chat. Get it all out, guys, because you know the drill now. But also I think this, because it's the same profile picture. They said
DV says the state's theory is that he purposely drove the boat into the pole on accident. Yeah, that's about it.
It reminds me of the prosecutor from the YSL trial a lot.
Yeah, Allie popped her head in and said, he. I said erect. Wow. Get your mind out of the gutter. It's too early for gutter brains. Let's go.
There's never too early phrasing. But Music to My Soul had said that something to the effect of mom had an accident where I think the story was mom's car gets T-boned by someone else who wasn't doing something right. Mom goes to court, this was like years ago, with a cardboard drawing and like Hot Wheels cars to reenact it, and she won her case.
Wow.
So
nice.
I think it's the same profile picture. So so I think it's the same story. Otherwise, I'm just like attributing someone's story to somebody else's mom.
Thanks, Music to My Soul.
And then we've got BMAC, aka Nana Banana. Thank you for being a member, 19 months, holy moly. Says KNW, love your content. It's good to be here. We're glad you're here. Don't throw those bananas out there and start causing accidents, though.
Is that a banana in your tailpipe?
No.
No.
Let's run these arguments, guys, and then we'll get to court because they're filing in now.
Oh, boy.
Voting under.
Oh, I have a picture on the screen. I have a vote on the screen.
The influence manslaughter. But I've never charged him with that offense. I've never said that he was impaired. He's the one that put into issue that he had been drinking alcohol, and that was corroborated by his wife and by two other witnesses, Mr. Fernandez as well as Carolina Monterey. So the fact that he had alcohol in his system is clearly an issue that goes along with the knowledge of this location.
Do you think that establishes a failure to use ordinary care? In other words, I asked the state, what evidence have you presented to establish that
he's still looking for the evidence?
Exhibited a failure to use beyond a failure to use ordinary care.
If the court thinks that the only thing ordinary,
that's
if the court believes that running for 9 seconds right into a channel marker that's clearly and highly visible in broad daylight at this.
What were the efforts to avoid? Was that the last order from the GPS data?
There was no effort to avoid until like a second before impact, when I guess he finally snaps to it and it's like, oh my goodness. And that's why we had that one last track mark. But at the rate of speed that he was traveling with the weight of all those passengers on that vessel is not agile to the point where it can not hit that channel marker. He put into play a series of events that led to him striking that channel marker. And it's not res ipsa loquitur. The fact that he ran into it in and of itself, of course, is not proof that he was reckless. But we don't have just res ipsa loquitur. We have GPS. We have testimony about his knowledge of that location. We have testimony about the weight added to his vessel.
There have to be certain willful decisions, right?
And how about a willful decision not to course correct when you see that you have a deadly channel marker ahead of you if you don't course correct? Inaction in this situation was the action.
That's what I was getting. Would that be, in terms of evidence, the evidence of failure to act, cause the conduct or lack of conduct to rise to the level of something done ordinarily?
Absolutely. And Judge, I would strongly urge the court, because of, unfortunately, the makeup and the design of this courtroom, it's impossible for the court to see.
No, I can see it.
On the screen? Oh, from the mirror, Your Honor, can see it? Okay. I take that back, sorry. That being said, then, I would think that the court can all the more appreciate that if a person has every reason in the world to see a hazard up ahead and has all the means available to avoid that, and that person doesn't take any action, then that person is choosing a course of conduct that is going to likely result in death or serious bodily injury. And that is wanton. So have I established with competent substantial evidence that the defendant was reckless because he was willful and wanton? Yes, but the crime of vessel homicide requires the state only to prove that he was willful or wanton. I submit the evidence shows both. And as to the charge of manslaughter, the state charged the defendant with manslaughter under two theories. Yes, one of those theories is culpable negligence, which, yes, we know from case law is considered a higher burden of proof than even recklessness.
Well, isn't that interesting, because isn't that a lesser for the vessel homicide?
The opposite, vessel homicide.
Vessel homicide being the lesser of the manslaughter.
It can be, yes, depending on how the charges are pled. In this particular case, the state chose to charge the defendant with each of those offenses separately. And it's my intention to argue to the jurors that, yes, this evidence is competent, substantial to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant acted recklessly. However, I am willing and prepared to go the extra step and say, but not only was it reckless, it also rises to the level of, and this is where I get to the point of the way that the state charged the defendant with manslaughter. I charged him with manslaughter by causing the death of Luciano Fernandez through his own culpable negligence, but I also charged him with manslaughter by intentionally committing an act or acts that caused the death of Ms. Fernandez. And here, the act or acts was his decision to continue to plow forward as fast as that vessel could go, given the weight that was on that vessel, headlong into a channel marker that he knew was there, with a boat full of 17-year-olds, many of whom had been engaged in consumption of alcohol, so that if, heaven forbid, there's an emergency, their ability to react to it is going to be less, which, in addition, that none of them are wearing life jackets.
You know, you come back to that.
In part because it seemed that the court understood that recklessness is not just the way that you drive your boat, it's all of the factors taken into account.
Well, again, not just the way you drive your boat, but when you talk about all of the factors, it's not a type of contributory negligence, because it goes to drinking and not drinking. You understand? See, I don't know how the ability of the girls to respond or not respond go to the criminality, if it is.
All right, we have
Because if Mr. Pino is on
action
notice
in the court.
that the passengers on his vessel are going to be less able to react in an emergency,
Let me see.
but he
I just
nevertheless
turned the
places
sound off.
them
The judge
in
isn't
a
on the
position
bench.
where they are
She
going
might
to
have been
be
preparing
facing an
the order.
emergency, then his decision to consciously disregard their vulnerability goes to him being A, reckless, and B, culpably negligent.
To not take these steps.
All right, let's see. Switch over. Oh, that's really loud. Final prediction. Oh, we got to turn off the chats. Bob,
Oh,
go back to this really quick.
oh.
Let me give a proper Peter Ortiz. It is so good to see you. Welcome back. I hope you are doing well. You have been missed. We are watching a boat trial where the judge isn't allowing chats to be up while we're watching the live streams.
And we hate it. We hate it.
We hate it, and we get that it's like nonsensical, but the threat is that she'll kick the court TV camera out of the courtroom. So guys, shout out to Peter Ortiz. It's so good to see you. We will come back on for lunch or any breaks for the chat feature.
Or if she grants the motion, we'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, we love you guys. We miss
Also,
you.
thank you, Sheriff Chuck, for the 5 gifted. Guys, I'm ending the thing because I want to hear this decision. I'm like speeding to end the chat.
All right, I'm off.
All right, me too.
All right, let's
I'm
roll.
sure a few will trickle in, but not our fault. All right, here we go.
All right, good morning, everyone. State of Florida versus George Pino, parties announced.
Good morning, Honor. We're Mr. Jonathan Morse on behalf of the state of Florida.
Good morning, Your Honor. On behalf of George Pino, who's present, Howard Strebnick, Mark Shapiro, Ed Armelino, and Janelle Gomez. Good morning.
Good morning.
This is working her way in. Mr. Pino, would you please stand and raise your right hand and be sworn? You swear affirming the testimony you give will be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
What do you think, Bob?
I
I think there's some papers in her hand.
think she's gonna grant it. I think if
There's
she
a lot
doesn't
of
like
paper.
it, maybe case law. A lot of cases. Whoa, a lot of cases. A lot of cases.
I think everything is so suspenseful for me when it's like this. I'm like,
Allie thinks that she'll allow it
All right,
to
ladies
go forward
and
on
gentlemen.
manslaughter. She'll
That's the
grant
outside.
it.
Yesterday, late afternoon.
Here we go.
On the defense first motion for judgment of acquittal.
first.
The court has considered the defense first motion for judgment of acquittal as to both counts. Defense argues the state has failed to establish the elements of anything greater than negligence, and the state
The
must
state
make a
argues.
prima facie showing that the evidence establishes that Mr. Pino was more than negligent in his conduct, and the court must view the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. Having reviewed, listened to the evidence, the testimony and the evidence, reviewing the evidence, the court respectfully denies the defense motion for judgment of acquittal
Wow.
as to both counts 1 and 2.
Wow. There you go.
Proceed.
Wow. Yeah.
Ready to proceed, Judge. We were going to recall Lieutenant Paul Alber to present the additional information and a few additional
From
questions.
yesterday, okay.
All right, so they're calling Paul Alber first in their case in chief. Let's get a banner going. The witness names.
Just give me a minute, I'll have the clerk mark the exhibit.
Sure.
This will be our next exhibit.
I missed the chat.
Me too.
Also, Oh, this one snuck in. I missed this one. Shout out to Austría's fake accent, one of my favorite usernames. It says good morning to everyone, and thank you for 8 months of membership.
Judge, we're going to have Mr. Cruz set up the screen. That one?
Oh, we don't get to see the chat.
I know, this is
I
like...
forgot I was looking for their responses.
It's probably like, knew it, dang.
Yeah. Same as it ever was.
Ooh, loud noise.
What?
The door was loud. Ready as ever.
Just, yeah.
Why are they zooming in on this lady's shoe? Maybe they realized they couldn't change their position for the jury to come in. We're gonna see a different vantage point of the jury. Look at this.
Wow.
Why is he panning the camera? Be careful.
It's
We're
the
getting crotch shots.
shot. The crotch shot.
It's because you said erect earlier.
Wow. Wow.
We're back to the only swear.
Oh boy.
They're gonna make a new administrative order. Why are they zooming in like this? What if the juror leans down and their face is like there?
Dangerous.
Please be seated, thank you.
Oh.
Like what if he leans down to like put the envelope down?
Hope you're all doing well. We're ready to proceed. Has anyone seen anything in the news or read anything in the news about this case? Have you done any research or investigation to gather information? Has anyone tried to speak with you or in your presence about the case? All right, very well. We're ready to proceed now as the state has rested their case. And now, defense, your first witness.
Your Honor, we're going to call Lieutenant Paul Alber.
Sir, please step forward. Swear you Lieutenant. Thank you.
Do you swear affirm testimony about the truth, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Take a seat.
Everybody look how tall he is.
Good morning. Good morning.
May I proceed, Judge?
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant, yesterday when you were here, we talked about some issues regarding tides and such. Since the time we spoke, you did some additional research?
I did.
Okay, great. And you created some visuals for us today?
Yes.
And you put them on a thumb drive this morning?
Yes.
And I marked it as for ID Defense Exhibit A14 and seek its admission at this time.
No objection, Judge.
Without objection.
A14 marked for identification, defense exhibit L.
So this is now Defense Exhibit L. Now I'd like to, thank you. Lieutenant, yesterday we were talking about the area where the incident occurred, and this is State's Exhibit number 2. We'll just use my finger for the moment. You see that near Cutter Bank Channel there is Totten Key?
Yes.
Sorry, Jim.
It's okay.
And you see that that's on the east side of Cutter Bank.
Yes.
And on the west side of Cutter Bank, there's an area called East Arsenicer,
Yes.
correct? And overnight or this morning, did you take tide readings from those 2 locations and put them on the thumb drive for us?
Excuse me. I got the tide data from the NOAA tide charts.
Okay, so if you would tell the jury, what is NOAA and how do you spell that?
NOAA, NOAA, it's National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. They make all these charts and they provide weather and tide and wind forecasts.
And you consider that a reliable source for tidal information?
It's a basic standard in navigation, yes.
Okay. And you were able to read from the information available from NOAA when was high tide at Totten Key on September 4, 2022, and when was high tide at East Arsenicer on that same date?
Yes.
Okay. So I would ask that we publish at this time your exhibits for that purpose.
Cat, Tiffany,
Yeah.
pause it real quick. Tiffany sent a $10 Venmo. She says, ha, bottom left of Cat's screen says, George Pino boat crash, aka
Oh my
missing
God,
the
it said that
R
the
in
whole
George.
trial. All right, let me fix that because that's been like that the whole trial, I think. Is that the first person to point it out?
I mean, the first person that I've seen, we don't have chat. So,
Oh,
Tiff
see,
let
this
us
is why we
know.
need you.
Yeah, exactly.
See, it's not even George, it's on trial. All right,
George.
let me fix that. Thank you, Tiffany.
Thanks, Tiff.
You know what I think? When it's all 3 of you guys, the cameras block that.
I'm going to start with high on September 4th, 2022. Okay. And you have it in your computer, you want to rely on this just the same? And maybe you can have a seat here with us. Okay. And so September 4, 2022, oh, and I have a pointer today. I think.
Think.
Does this show that on Sunday, September 4, at 2022, that the reading at Totten Key for high tide was at 6:19 p.m.?
Yes.
And the elision occurred at 6:37 p.m.
Was it 6:30? Yes. So
Okay.
about 20 minutes later.
So just shy of 20 minutes after the high tide at Totten Key.
Yes.
Okay. Now let's look at East Arsenicer. Yes, please. East Arsenicer for September 4, 2022. Where do we see the high tide time for that?
You can see this is the high point right here, 1.09 feet above the mean, and so it's a little bit after 6.
Do you remember that it's precisely, and if you have to check your information, that the reading was at 6:38 p.m.?
Sounds about right.
Okay, so to be clear, at Totten Key, 6:19 p.m. is high tide. Let's go back to that previous one. See where we
That's
are.
the date of the reconstruction.
Those are the last ones. Keep going back. And what does this mean, plus 1.39?
So there, there's a mean water level, and then plus 1.39 is 1.39, so 1 1/3 foot, about 18 inches above the mean, and so it's just barely going below the mean at low tide that day.
Okay. And so at 6:19 p.m. on the day of the incident, high tide at Totten Key was 6:19 p.m. Yes. And if we go to the next chart, at East Arseniker, which is also on the map, that high tide event occurred at 6:38 p.m., 1.09 feet above the mean.
Yes.
Now, the incident occurred basically in between East Arseniker and Totten Key.
Yes.
Right? Incident is right around here, and there's East Arseniker.
Yes.
There's Totten Key, as they can see on State's Exhibit number 2. Right. Thank you. Now, let's take a look at the date of the recreation of the by Lieutenant Thompson. You were on that one as well. High tide on June 9 of 2025 at Totten Key was 10:12 a.m.
Yes.
And it was at 1.12 feet.
Yes.
Okay. So on the day of the recreation, high tide didn't get quite as high as it did on the day of the elision, correct?
Yeah, within a few inches, yes.
Okay. Instead of 1.39, it's only 1.12.
So it would have been 14 inches instead of 18 inches.
Fair enough. And for this one, we just did Totten Key for comparison purposes. Now, when you and Lieutenant Thompson were doing the recreation, that was sometime before 9 a.m.?
It was the first pictures that I took, there's a picture of the channel marker with the buoy was just after 9, and then we did the runs through afterwards, but it took a little bit of time because we had to get the drone going. There were a lot of moving parts that day.
Got it.
So it was pretty close to high tide by the time.
Got it. Okay, so that deals with the tide issue. Now, when you had done your report, you had recorded on your report that high tide on the day of the incident was 10:29 p.m.
Yes.
And that's 4 hours later than we are revealing today.
Yes.
And could that have been because it was on Greenwich time instead of Eastern Daylight Time, or do you know why that happened?
It could have been a different tide station. I mean, the tide fluctuates. The tide is hours different between North Biscayne Bay and South Biscayne Bay, east and west. It could have been a number of factors. I don't remember which source that I used to grab that time.
And do you know what source Lieutenant Thompson was using to determine tide when he testified?
No.
Okay, so that's the tide issue. Now, I also asked, and you were good enough to do another demonstrative showing at what point along the path of the Robalo that if the operator was looking down the channel at a moment in time, marker 13A would obscure marker 15.
Yes.
And you were able to do a study of that, yes?
Yes.
And if we can just put that on the screen. That's why I invited you to sit if you'd like, so you don't have to get up and down. It's up to you. To do the exercise.
That's the first one.
Hang on one second.
That's the second one. Yeah, that's 13.
Okay, hold on. Go to the next one. There we go. Okay, so what you did in this exercise is you plotted, got it, Carlos? Great. You basically plotted a line between marker 15, 13A, and C. Where would that intersect along the path of the Robalo? In what this exercise revealed was that at timestamp 6:36:54 p.m., the Robalo was on its path, and had the operator looked down the channel, 13A would have obscured 15.
Yes.
Okay. And to remind everyone, the elision occurred at 6:37:28.
Yes.
So that would be roughly 34 seconds before impact?
Give or take, yes.
Okay. Great. Thank you for that. Well, before you get up 1 second.
Sure.
There was also another point in time where marker 13 might have obscured marker 15 in the distance, correct? Let's show that one for the jury. No? Okay. Okay. And so, at this moment in time, 6:35, what is there? 6:35:26. If you draw a straight line from where the robalo was through marker 13 to 15, at that moment in time, marker 13 would have obscured 15.
Yes.
But that's a way distance back.
To give you some reference, this is the second to last track point here, so this distance was 622 right here. So you can see this is over a mile and a half.
Okay. And time-wise, this occurred at 6:35:26 p.m. The elision was at 6:37:28, right? So that's roughly a couple of minutes before impact. Okay, thank you for that. Are there any other exhibits on this before we make the witness sit? The sun. Okay. You also did a study of the sun, right?
Yep.
Tell us what you found out about that.
So I found out that NOAA has a tool that you can calculate the angle of the sun from a particular place on the face of the earth on a particular day. So I took that data and roughly plotted it to have an idea. So this is the southbound track of the robalo. This is 8 and 9. This is, I think this is pretty close to 9 or 10 and 11 right here, so kind of midway through the channel. And this line here represents the bearing that the sun would have been to the boat as it's heading south in the channel. And then the elevation, so with this, if I'm looking forward on the boat, the sun is on my right side, and then the angle of elevation is just shy of 6 degrees above the visible horizon. So the sun is on its way down.
Okay. Now, actually the boat is, although we call it a southbound channel, the boat is actually traveling southwest, right?
Yeah, if you look at the little icon up here, you can see north is up. So this would be kind of a little bit northeast to southwest.
So if the boat was traveling
That's not what the
southbound,
prosecutor
my
argued.
head is right now, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So the boat was traveling, this would be directly west.
This way.
Yeah. Right?
Yes.
And so the sun was off the operator's right shoulder, so to speak.
Yes.
So if the operator is driving down and looks to the right, that the sun is off his right shoulder.
Yes.
And how high off the horizon would that be?
Low.
So
6 degrees. If you think about 0, 90, it's 6. So it's sun's low on the horizon.
okay. Got it. Thank you for that. In terms of the display, I think we're done. A few questions, and I think we'll be through. There were a couple observations that you made that I wanted to ask you briefly about. The Robalo had twin 300 horsepower engines, right?
Yes.
For a total of 600 horsepower.
Yes.
The Robalo is built and the manufacturer rates it for 700 horsepower, right?
Yes.
So someone could choose to equip the Robalo with larger engines than this Robalo was equipped with.
Yes.
100 horsepower more.
Yes.
And is Robalo a boat that's been a reputable boat for decades?
It depends on your. It's a decent boat.
It's been around for a long time?
It's been a long. It's one of the many boats where it started as a local manufacturer. I think here in Miami, built a quality boat that's been absorbed by a huge conglomerate and is built, mass produced. I think in Mississippi or Alabama, somewhere up there, they build a lot of boats.
Okay. You discussed the lookout rule. Question, is it, the lookout rule allows one person to operate a boat with no one else on the boat?
Yes,
Okay. And we see police officers operating solo from time to time?
I did many years.
Okay. The prosecutor asked you yesterday about
Quick note, but Kylie said that there were 12 other channel marker strikes in the last 4 years. Just a little tidbit.
passing on the right is, did you say stay to the right? I think you said is like on a highway or on a road?
Yes,
In Cutter Bank Channel, it is permitted, is it not, for the operator of a boat to navigate outside of the channel if there's enough water depth?
it's not against any of the rules to operate outside of the channel, no.
Okay. The channel is meant for boats that for sure need that depth of water, a large boat with a big keel, right?
Yes, I mean, a prudent operator would choose to operate in the channel, given the choice between a known maintained waterway and a shallow bank. A prudent operator would typically stay in the channel.
In this Cutter Bank Channel, there's enough water given the draft of the Robalo for the Robalo to operate outside of the channel.
In some areas,
And when an operator is in the channel, the operator can exit the channel at any point in time, provided there's no risk of a collision.
Yes.
And the operator can go to the left of the marker or the right of the marker, provided there's no risk of collision with another vessel.
I'm going to need a little bit more than that. Like, can you be a little more specific?
Yeah, someone's going down the channel southbound and wants to just sort of head into the flats. If there's no oncoming traffic, the operator can make a left turn and head into the flats and
Yes.
go that way.
Yes.
Personal flotation devices, PFDs, life preservers, life savers, there's no requirement that they be worn by the passengers of a boat of the size of the Robalo while it's underway, correct?
Correct.
The so-called kill switch, there's no requirement that a boat of that size have a kill switch, correct?
No, there's not.
No requirement.
No.
Flares. There's flares on there labeled sometimes expire.
Yes.
Okay. And flares that are expired can still work, although they may not be acceptable under some regulation,
They might still work.
if they're kept in the right condition.
A lot of people misunderstand the rules, though. All the safety gear that's kept on the boat has to be in a serviceable condition, so having unserviceable flares is technically a violation. Do I write tickets for that? No, but I would tell people you need to get rid of those, and it's not easy to get rid of them because it's a hazardous material, but all the equipment on your boat, the safety equipment, should be in serviceable condition.
And do you know whether the flares on the Robalo were in serviceable condition?
No,
You just don't know.
no.
One moment. Cutter Bank Channel in 2022 had no posted speed limit, correct?
It doesn't have a speed limit the way we think about speed limits on the road, no.
Okay. There are channels that do have posted speed limits, correct?
They're the exception, not the norm.
Coming into a marina, for example, might have a sign that says no wake,
It does, yes.
and that means the boat shouldn't generate any waves or wake, right?
Correct.
Some channels, including the intercoastal, have speed limitations, like Malloy Channel in Miami Beach, right?
They do.
Could be a
Yep.
30-mile-per-hour speed limit in Malloy Channel right here in Miami Beach.
Correct. Again, though, that's the exception, not the norm.
And those speed limits change season to season in some instances, right?
Yes,
Malloy Channel here in Miami Beach has a speed limit at some times of the year that's 30 miles per hour, or 35, whatever it might be. Other times of the year, there's no posted speed limit, right?
Objection leading.
Oh, good. Probably sustain.
Okay. Do speed limits within the same channel sometimes change during the time of year?
Yes,
Okay. Cutter Bank had no speed limits posted at all, correct?
there's speed limits everywhere, just not the way that we associate speed limits on the road.
No posted sign saying speed limit at Cutter Bank Channel back in 2022, correct?
There's not a numerical speed, there's not a numerical speed limit for Cutter Bank Channel.
Neither then nor now.
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
Hello again.
Hello.
Let's talk about that Robalo.
Okay.
It's not a Grady White, is it?
It's not a Grady White, it's not a CV, it's not a
For
contender.
jurors who may not know,
Okay.
isn't it true that Grady White is considered one of the best kind of recreational vessels that people can have?
I mean, they have Grady White has a good reputation, yes.
Now that Robalo vessel, which is the subject of this case, even if it's capable of going, say, 54, 55 miles per hour with twin 300 horsepower engines, on the day in question, September 4th of 2022, that vessel was not in the condition like it would be for testing for specifications, was it?
It was not,
It had a lot more people on it than it would have for testing for the specifications.
yes,
And those extra people added a lot of extra weight to the vessel, correct?
it did.
And that extra weight caused the bow of the boat to be further down in the water, didn't it?
Yes,
And as a result, that vessel would not have been able to go as fast as what was done when it was tested for the specifications.
correct.
And as a consequence, when we see the speed of that vessel traveling between 43 and 47 miles an hour, that's indicative to you, given the amount of weight on that vessel, that the defendant was operating at full throttle through that channel, right?
So 43, he was probably at the higher ends of the boat's capability with that weight load.
Higher
At
end.
47, he was, and 47 is an estimate. It could have been 45, but it also could have been 50. It's, in my opinion, it's wide open throttle, or very close to wide open throttle. And I back up a little bit. You asked about capability. You should not, capability has nothing to do with safety or reason, capable doesn't correlate with safe or reasonable.
Gotcha. Speaking of safe and reasonable, you were asked questions about speed limits
Yes,
through Cutter Bank Channel.
yes,
Now, in point of fact, every operator of a vessel in the state of Florida has to obey a speed limit that's set forth in Navigational Rule 6, don't they?
6 and 2, yes.
So let's talk for a minute about Navigational Rule 6.
Okay.
What does that require every operator of a vessel in the waters of Florida to do?
It requires them to operate at a speed that's under the conditions the operator is able to see and identify the risk of a potential collision and still have time, given that speed, to react and avoid the collision.
Given what we've seen from the GPS data that came from the defendant's vessel, he was not operating at a speed that allowed him to avoid the channel marker, was he?
Objection.
Replay assisting.
We've seen the GPS data from the defendant's vessel. Was he able to avoid the channel marker?
No,
He hit it, right?
he did.
And he hit it at almost 50 miles an hour.
Yes,
If not maybe even at 50 miles an hour.
yes,
And he had it with a bunch of teenagers on his vessel, correct?
yes.
Is that something like having a bunch of kids in the back of a pickup truck and taking them out for a ride through the open fields? Were they secured?
I'm sorry?
Were those teenagers secured?
There are no seatbelts or any other really restraint devices on a boat. In fact, people can move around and shift around inside of a boat.
Now, in terms of the tides that you were looking at, what would be the maximum difference in the water height on that channel marker between the date of the crash and the time of the crash on September the 4th, 2022, and the date and the time when that crash reconstruction was done in June of last year?
A few inches.
Is there any reason to think that the tides obscured anyone's view of channel marker 15 on September the 4th of 2022?
None at all.
Now, you also did a calculation about where the sun would have been in relation to the defendant as he's traversing through that channel.
Yes.
Is there any way that the sun blocked his view or caused glare that would keep him from being able to see channel marker 15?
Seems pretty unlikely.
Is it your opinion that the sun in any way contributed to this crash?
No.
You also were
Everyone's got
asked
an
about
opinion.
whether or not channel marker 13A, the one before 15, would block the view of channel marker 15 from where the defendant's track was.
Yes.
Did channel marker 13 block the view of channel marker 15?
No, it didn't.
And can you explain to the members of the jury, you talked about how far away
Yes.
the defendant's vessel would have had to be for channel marker 13A to block channel marker 15.
Sure.
From that distance, even if channel marker 13 was not there, would channel marker 15 be visible to an operator of a vessel?
When we were out there that day, channel marker 15 was coming into view as we were passing between markers 12 and 13. And that straight line from 15 through 13 up to the track line where it intersects with the boat's course was several hundred feet north of 12 and 13. So it doesn't seem to me that even if the two had a line, you wouldn't be able to see 15, because even if you could see it, it would have been so small, it would have been behind the marker.
So 13A didn't really ever block the view of channel marker 15 because from the distance where they would align, you'd be so far away, you wouldn't see channel marker 15 anyway.
Objection, I think the prosecutor is confusing 13A with 13.
Channel marker 13A.
Yes.
That channel marker does not block the view of channel marker 15 except from a distance where you couldn't see channel marker 15 anyway.
Correct. Where the boat was that day, that's correct, yes.
Now, yesterday, Mr. Shrevenick said, hi, I've not met you before, right?
Yes.
And you haven't met Mr. Shrevenick before yesterday, right?
I have not.
But you didn't mind doing some extra homework for him, did you? Okay. Did you charge him for this work?
No.
You charging the state attorney's office for that extra homework?
No.
But this wasn't the first time you ever spoke with a member of the defense team, right?
Correct.
In fact, you
Helpful
spoke with
or
Mr.
hurtful?
Shapiro, Mr. Shrevenick's partner previously, right?
Yes.
And that actually was on Tuesday, January the 6th, 2026, right?
I'll take your word for it.
I'll tell you what,
Yes.
looking at this refresh your recollection?
Sure. It looks like January 6th, 2026.
And how long, when did that deposition start and when did it end?
It started at 1:38 p.m. and ended at 5:20 p.m.
So a couple hours.
A couple is 2. My math is 4.
Okay. Nothing else.
Who's counting?
All right. Redirect.
You redirect.
Yes, please. So I want to make sure that we're talking marker to marker here.
Yes.
At one point, the prosecutor was talking about marker 13,
Yes.
then 13A. Those
Yes.
are two very different markers.
They are. I mean, yes. Yes, they are.
So let's be clear with the jury,
Okay.
okay? Because, Carlos, can we have it? Thank you. Yep, GH9, that one right there. So, Carlos, if you could,
They're going to show
Okay.
those, the channel
Thundra.
marker comparison pictures from yesterday, maybe.
Nancy? No, I need today's. Today's? And yesterday's. Okay.
think they finally moved the pair of high heels that was sitting in this cubby behind where Paul Alber's standing right now. There was a pair of high heels in the cubby. Now they're not there.
Okay, while he's rebooting the computer, let's talk about the view of the pilot, of the operator of the vessel.
Yes.
So, prosecutor was asking about obscure view from the operator's point of view, right?
Yes.
Okay. We talked yesterday about passengers seated in the bow,
Yes.
and I'll use the phrase with their butts on the cushion, right? There would be torsos and heads above the gunnel line,
Yes.
and if they're waving their hands,
Yes.
that combination, in your perspective, would obscure the view of the operator, right?
And it would have been his responsibility to recognize that problem and address it immediately because it's causing safety problems.
Fair enough.
Yes.
But to be clear, it is your view, as you testified in that deposition,
Yes.
that the passengers seated were on the cushions, designated seating by Roballo, simply waving their hands
Yes.
would obscure the view of the marker.
Yes.
And it might mean that the operator of the vessel wouldn't see the marker when that's going on.
Yeah, yes, that's his responsibility.
And your view is, if you said it 3 times now, it would have been his responsibility to have the girls stop putting their hands up, right?
Yes. You also used the term designated seating. Again, I'm going to refer back to what I said before. Just capability doesn't mean that it's safe, and it's not always safe to be seated in that spot.
Okay. And by the way, if the boat had not alighted with the marker, okay,
Yes.
there'd be no suggestion, nobody would have been injured, correct?
Not given the circumstances that we've had.
This was
right
a
now.
calm day,
Yes.
right? The
Is
sea,
objection leading?
you're right. Describe for the jury the conditions of the day.
So the prevailing circumstances was that the day was a light chop.
Okay.
Yes.
There was still an hour's worth of sunlight.
Yes.
Okay. And this Roballo, it may not be a Grady White,
Yep.
but this Roballo is rated to have even more horsepower than it did.
I did.
Objection leading?
Yeah, John, that's it.
Okay. Are you able to get that up? Okay, let's do it. Now, let's just do marker 13A. Second one. Exhibit. We're in exhibit L. Okay. We talked earlier that where 13A obscures 15 is at 6:36:54 p.m.
Yes.
Are you telling the jury that marker 15 was not visible at that time, or it was?
So when I was out there, naked eye, when I was passing between 12 and 13, 15 is just starting to come into view.
So your testimony now is that this is roughly 34 seconds to
Yes.
impact?
Yes.
That at 34 seconds to impact, your recollection is that marker 15 is barely even visible?
Objection leading?
Yeah, don't,
Is it-
witness testify.
Point blank, is it visible or not with 34 seconds to go?
At 34 seconds up here traveling 43 miles an hour, it was not visible here. It's just coming into view as you cross between 12 and 13. You can see it pretty clearly up here. You can see it very clearly here.
Okay. Yesterday, we showed the jury exhibit, I think it's G,
Yes.
okay? And we're going to put it up, enlarge it. Okay? We see 13,
Yep.
we see 13A,
Yep.
we see 14 and 15 in the distance, right?
Yes.
Are you saying this was not visible on the day of the impact?
Objection leading?
I'm asking, was it or wasn't it visible, 15, on the day of the impact?
I don't know where that picture, what perspective that picture was taken from or what zoom rating it was on the camera. I'm telling you from naked eye, when I was running the boat I'm sorry, when Thompson was running the vote through the markers here, when we were at 12 and, not 13, 13, 16. This is much closer.
Okay.
This is much closer.
Right.
This is on the approach to 13.
Let's go to the next one. Go to the next one.
Howard's big head's in the way.
The hair, not even the head.
Yeah, I'll put the hairs on the head.
It's coming into view here.
Okay.
You can see just a little bit of green marker right there.
Okay. True or false?
This is closer, and I don't know how far you have your lens zoomed in, but this is closer than where the intersection of the lines are.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand from your perspective, with 34 seconds to go to impact, was marker 15 visible to the operator?
It's coming into view. It would be coming into view if it was in front.
And at 34 seconds to go, if it's coming into view, it's still being obscured by marker 13A, correct?
Objection leading.
This leading counsel.
Was it being obscured by
Defense
13A?
attorney struggle.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll rephrase. Did the exercise you did for the jury
Yes.
show to the jury that with 34 seconds to go, 13A obscures 15?
Let me see if I can. For a moment in time, as opposed to going 43 miles an hour to the channel.
Momentary lapse.
At an instant in time, this marker 15 is just coming into view, would have been obscured for a brief moment by 13A.
Fair enough. And so, to finish our conversation today, with 9 seconds to go, if the operator had seen the marker, that would have provided sufficient time to avoid the elision.
At
9 seconds to
9
go.
seconds? Yes.
8 seconds to go.
Yes.
7 seconds to go.
Yes.
6,
Potentially.
5,
Yes.
4.
Now he needs to make an adjustment. Under the rules, it says that you have to take early and substantial action. A
Of course,
prudent
if
mariner wouldn't wait 4 seconds to make a maneuver.
Okay, 3 seconds might be too late, with 3 seconds to go.
Then you're making an abrupt maneuver with a heavy load on the boat.
And so, if the operator didn't see the marker, for whatever reason, whatever distraction, the operator would have lied with the marker, right?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
One time evidence. Thank you. The witness is excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Finally done with this case. You can be relieved. Also, thank you, Tiffany, for the Venmo, and again for correcting my typo that has been on screen.
And GA Cat Mom sent a $2 Venmo saying, "Why are most judges cowards?"
Going with the what exists. They're not gonna
Yeah, they'll
buck
take
the
their.
tide.
I mean, they'll
We're
take
just
their
confirming that the next one.
chances at the appellate court. You know?
Next witness,
Tiny
please.
lawyer.
The defense calls Claudia Porto Carrero.
Oh,
Claudia Porto Carrero. Who's this cat?
I think that's the passenger.
One moment, Ron.
I don't know. And it's gonna be, is it Janelle Gomez doing the questioning?
George looks like he's about to lose shit again.
Because it's a friend. I think, for me, when I think of like weird memories with somebody, I get upset that they've passed away. Like, I don't just think of them being passed away and get sad.
Right hand be sworn.
Do you swear affirm testimony about the case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah, I think this is a passenger.
Yeah.
I might have Janelle's name wrong, but I think the attorney's name is Janelle Gomez.
Microphone's this way, but you do it that way, okay? Thank you.
Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, hi, my name is Claudia Porto Carrero.
And how old are you, Ms. Porto Carrero?
I'm 21.
Are you in school?
Yes,
What school do you go to?
I go to Clemson University.
What are you studying?
I'm studying language and international health.
When do you graduate?
I graduate in May of 2027.
Do you know the Pino family?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us how you know the Pino family?
Yes, I've known the Pino family my whole life. My mom was cousins with Ceci, Georgia.
Do you know or did you know Miss Lucy Fernandez?
Yes, I've also known Lucy my whole life.
How did you know Miss Fernandez?
We went to school together since we were 4 years old at Epiphany.
And before September of 2022, did you know Caterina Puig?
Yes,
Can you tell us how you knew Miss Puig?
yes, Cathy was also one of my closest friends. We also started Epiphany together when we were 4 years old.
Are you still friends?
Yes,
Were you at Ocean Reef with the Pinos the weekend of September 4th, 2022?
yes.
What were you doing in Ocean Reef that weekend?
That weekend we were celebrating Ceci's 18th birthday.
Were you on a boat on September 4th, 2022?
Yes.
Were you involved in a boating accident that
Yeah.
day?
Yes.
Before the accident, were you at a sandbar?
Yes.
Do you remember the name of the sandbar?
I don't remember.
Do you know how you arrived at the sandbar?
By boat.
Who was driving the boat?
George.
So, when you were at the sandbar that day, can you tell us who else was there with you?
Yes. There was 12 girls or 10 girls on the boat, I believe. And there was other boats at the sandbar as well.
Do you remember who was on those other boats?
I remember that there was about 4 boats.
Okay. Can you tell us who was on them, if you remember?
Yes, I remember the Suarez family was there, the Fernandez family, the Portuondos, and the Pardos is who I remember.
Okay. Were there also some boys that were at the sandbar as well?
Yes,
Do you remember who some of those boys were?
I remember a few of them. Diego, Nicholas, and Marco is who I remember. But I know that there was probably about 10 of them.
10 in total.
Yes,
Were you consuming alcohol that day?
yes.
Do you remember how many drinks you had approximately?
I don't remember exactly how many I had, but I know I had a seltzer and a beer.
When you were at the sandbar, at any point, do you remember if you ever saw Mr. Pino holding an alcoholic drink in his hand?
No,
Do you remember having any conversations with Mr. Pino at the sandbar?
no,
And at the sandbar, you were mostly spending time with your friends?
yes.
When you were leaving the sandbar, talk to me about when you were leaving the sandbar and what happened.
So when we got back on the boat, pretty much what I remember is we were dancing in the back of the boat, just really having a great time all together. And then we all took our spots and we left.
And was Mr. Pino on this boat as well?
Yes,
Did he seem intoxicated in any way?
no,
Did he seem impaired in any way?
no.
So this accident, did it happen on the way back from Billy's Point back to Ocean Reef?
Yes.
Where were you sitting on the boat, if you remember?
I was sitting towards the front of the boat.
And so during the boat ride back from Billy's Point, can you describe how that boat ride felt?
It felt like nothing out of the ordinary. We were, again, just all really happy and enjoying our time together.
How did the speed of the boat feel to you?
Nothing out of the ordinary.
Did you ever tell Mr. or Mrs. Pino to slow down or to change the way that they were operating the boat?
No.
And prior to the accident, had you been on a boat before?
Yes.
Do you recall how many times, more or less? I know it's hard to tell, but if you can describe for us how many times you've been on a boat before.
I would consider myself a pretty experienced boater. My family never owned a boat, but I had gone on boats with my friends my whole life.
Had you been on a boat with Mr. Pino before?
Yes.
And this boat ride on September 4th, prior to the accident, did it feel any different than any other boat ride you've taken in your life?
No.
So back to September 4th, that boat ride from the sandbar to Ocean Reef. What were you and the rest of the girls doing during the boat ride?
I just remember we were really happy, singing, enjoying our time together.
So there was music playing?
Yes.
And you mentioned everyone was sitting. Everyone was sitting on the cushion of the boat?
Yes, in their respective spots.
Was anybody sitting, and I learned this term just the other day, so it's okay if you don't know it. Was anybody sitting on the gunnel of the boat? It's like the railing. See that railing over there, kind of the railing of a boat?
No.
None of the girls were sitting on top of that?
No.
Okay. So you were saying that some of the girls were singing and they were dancing in their chairs. Did any of the girls have their hands up in the air?
Yes, I would say a good amount of us probably, as we were singing.
Okay. Now, what happened after the accident, after the impact?
I just remember opening my eyes after the impact and seeing a lot of white. And the first thing I saw when I opened my eyes was George, and I thought he was dead. I just saw a lot of blood gushing, and then my friends were telling me that I had to get out of the boat. And by the time I was going to get off the boat, it was kind of almost flipped. So instead of jumping from the boat, I practically stepped into the water because of how tilted it was. And then I honestly, I don't remember much. I just swam, and I swam to where Ceci was with Cathy, and I tried to help her keep her afloat. And then at that point, we saw the rescue boat, and I was just helping wave them down until they were nice enough to help get Cathy onto that boat.
Okay, so a moment ago you mentioned that you thought Mr. Pino was dead. This was after the impact. Can you tell us why you thought that? How did he look to you?
Yes, I just thought that because there was a lot of blood gushing from his head and he seemed unconscious.
Do you remember if his eyes were open or closed?
I don't remember.
At some point you said you ended up in the water. Do you remember if anyone said to jump into the water? Did you hear anybody call that out?
Yes. I don't remember exactly who it was, but I know people were telling me I had to get out.
Do you remember if it was a female voice or a male voice that said to jump?
Definitely a female voice.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor.
That's different from the state's position.
No further questions.
Cross. For the picture of Lucy.
Why to really hike up the emotion.
Well, that would be a poster board, though. I guess she wouldn't be looking through the stacks of papers, but
Yeah.
try to say. Thank you, Judge.
Forced to the rescue. Show us his eyelashes. All right, so we're going through the seating chart again, I think.
Hi there.
Hi.
My name is Laura Adams. Same. I know this is really hard, okay? But I want to ask you a few questions about that day that the boat crash happened, okay? Were you or any of the other girls wearing life jackets, either to the sandbar or on the way back?
No.
I know you said that you didn't notice if, well, first off, do you see George Pino in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you please point to and describe what he's wearing so that our record will be clear?
Yes, he's right over there and wearing a blue tie.
Oh, so
I want to ask you if on the day that this incident happened, I know you said that you had consumed some alcohol.
Yes.
Some of that alcohol came from the boat that Mr. and Mrs. Pino brought you there to the sandbar on, right?
Yes, I got my alcohol from that boat and others as well.
Okay. Did you feel like you were drunk, about to pass out?
No.
Did you feel a little buzzed?
At the maximum, but I did not feel impaired.
Okay, but buzzed, right? Happy, correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay, gotcha. So now you'd agree that maybe people that are buzzed from alcohol are not the best judges of whether somebody else is also buzzed from alcohol, right?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously at this party, you weren't there to hang out with the defendant and his wife. You were there to hang out with your friends and the other boys that were there. Fair to say?
Yes.
So you weren't keeping an eye on everything that the defendant, George Pino, was doing, were you?
No.
And you trusted George.
And you've known him for a long time, correct?
Yes.
And you had faith and trust that he'd be able to safely take you and your friends back to Ocean Reef for the party that was going to be that night, right?
Yes.
And because you had trust in him, you weren't turning around and looking to be like, oh my gosh, where's this man going to go, were you?
No.
I'm going to show you a little diagram. It's got a number 11 on it. It's in evidence. I know it's been a long time, but do you think if looking on this exhibit, you'd be able to let us know where you were seated on the way back?
Yes.
Where? Number 12?
All right, so pulling a big one up on the screen.
By number 12. So, Ms. Porto Carrero, so you're at seat number 12, right?
Yes.
And so if you're at seat number 12, you're kind of actually facing more toward the back of the boat, right?
Hey, Allie. Oh, she's not.
Yes.
Hey, Allie.
So in order to see what was ahead of you, if you're here at seat number 12, you'd have to be looking like this, right?
Yes.
But you weren't doing that, were you?
No.
Because you trusted that Mr. Pino would get
Objection
you back
leading.
safe.
Yes.
It's, yeah, cross.
Oh, right, duh.
The defense attorney is plagued by this.
I was so confused with the last witness, that's why. I was like,
Yeah, because they called him back.
Right, I was trying to catch up, I wanted to listen, and I went to get Starbucks, but I called, Bob's cousin called me. So when I came in, I put it on, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? Why is the state's witness back up and they seem to be cross-examining? And then obviously, so I watched the whole thing. So yeah, I was.
Well, that's why Howard was struggling a bit with the leading questions. Well, he was good at correcting them. Some attorneys
At
can't
some point, I
correct the
think he
leading
should have
question.
tried hostile because he was not answering the question, but he worked his way around it.
Do you remember the, let's say, 5-10 seconds prior to when that crash happened?
I would say 10 seconds before, yes.
And tell us exactly what you were doing then.
I was singing with my friends.
Okay. Did anybody stand up?
No.
In those last 10 seconds, were people holding up their hands to block the defendant's view?
People were waving their hands as they were singing. I'm not exactly sure if they were directly above, but I don't believe so.
Okay. So, from your vantage point, there was nothing anybody was doing at the front of that boat that would have made it impossible
No.
for the defendant to see what's in front of him, right?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, wait, actually, I did want to ask you something.
Oh my God.
Showing you State's Exhibit number
It's
1.
the Lucy picture. I knew it.
This was your
I
friend
knew it.
Lucy, right?
Yes.
This is her big Columbo moment.
My whole life since we started Epiphany at 4 years old.
How would you do this?
I don't have anything else.
Anything else?
What a
The parlor trick.
Thank you. The witness is excused. Thank you.
And she's like, oh, I forgot I had one more thing to ask you.
Yeah, it was her Columbo moment.
After all that quiet voice.
One more
the prosecution couldn't
Yeah.
even go back. The defense couldn't even redirect her because of that. She is a disgusting human being. Oh, I forgot because we need this on the record. Is this your friend? How was that?
When we've done that with every other witness.
Wow. So you see that the defense had to pivot because you're not going to come back at this crying person and try to be like, but you did say it, the hands were up, or like whatever they wanted to focus on.
This is from the beginning of the stream a little bit. The idea that the prosecutor wants to constrain emotions in their own favor, but evoke them in their favor.
Always.
Weaponizing it when it could elicit sympathy from the jury that would favor their case.
While we're paused, do either of you have a question anybody sent?
No, I'm current.
All right, good to go. We still need someone to establish who pulled Lucy out of the water, right?
Defense?
The defense calls Natalia Reed.
This is Nati. She's going to say I was not pulled out by George. So this is the one that he mistakenly believed he pulled out of the water. And Janelle's going to do the questioning again for the defense. Janelle Gomez.
Woman on woman.
Always bad.
So her testimony about the people, the truth, the written mathematical.
I do.
You put your voice down clear into the microphone. And the seat's this way, but the jury's this way, so keep your voice down. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Reed. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning. I'm Natalia Reed.
And how old are you?
I'm 21.
I need you to speak up.
Sorry, I'm 21.
Are you in school right now?
Yes.
Where are you studying?
I go to Brown University,
Oh
What are
yeah,
you studying?
big brain.
economics.
And are you currently interning or working somewhere right now?
Yes, this summer I'm doing a management consulting internship
Do you know where? Can you tell us where?
in New York City.
Thank you for joining us this
Thank you.
afternoon. Do you know the Pino family?
Yes, I do.
Tell us how you know them.
I went to elementary school with little Ceci, and I've known the Pinos since then. We went to Epiphany together, which was our elementary school.
Did you know Lucy Fernandez?
Yes, we also went to elementary school together.
And before September of 2022, did you know Catalina Puig?
Yes, we also went to elementary school together.
Are you still friends with Ms. Puig?
Yes,
Were you at Ocean Reef with the Pinos on the weekend of September 4th of 2022?
yes.
Tell us what you were doing in Ocean Reef that weekend.
It was little Ceci's 18th birthday, and the Pinos had taken us to celebrate for the weekend.
Were you involved in a boating accident that weekend?
Yes,
Did this accident occur when you were on your way back to Ocean Reef from a sandbar?
yes,
And before leaving the sandbar, did you spend some time there?
yes, we did.
Who was at the sandbar that day?
Like name everyone there, or? Okay.
From what you remember, yes. please.
George and Ceci mom, little Ceci, and some of the girls were Claudia, Paul Garcia, Camila, Cathy, Lucy, Carolina, Coco, Mia.
Did some boys join you at the sandbar that day?
Yes,
Do you remember some of their names?
yes, Diego Suarez, Marco was there, Nicholas Garcia. That's pretty much who I remember.
Okay. Were you consuming alcohol that day at the sandbar?
Yes,
Do you know how many drinks you had?
I remember having 2 or 3. I don't remember feeling impaired or intoxicated.
And when you were at the sandbar, did you see Mr. Pino with any kind of alcoholic drink in his hand?
No, I did not see that.
And were you mostly spending time with your friends there?
Yes,
Okay. And when you were leaving the sandbar, were you on the boat with Mr. Pino?
yes,
Did Mr. Pino seem intoxicated to you in any way?
no,
Did he seem impaired to you in any way?
no.
And now that boat ride back from the sandbar heading back to Ocean Reef, do you remember where you were sitting on the boat?
I was sitting at the front of the boat. Yeah, at the front.
Do you remember who was next to you?
I don't remember exactly who was next to me. I think Andrea Knopfler, maybe Paul Garcia.
Can you describe for us what that boat ride was like before the impact?
Yes, I remember leaving Billy's Point, which is the sandbar we were at, and driving to Ocean Reef. I remember we were listening to music and talking amongst each other.
The boat ride itself, was there anything unusual about the way that Mr. Pino was operating the boat?
No, I don't remember thinking that.
Tell us about the speed of the boat. How did that feel to you?
Well, I had gone on the boat with Mr. Pino many times before the accident, so I don't remember feeling it going any faster than our past trips.
I was about to ask you that as well. So September 4th, 2022, it was not your first time on a boat.
No.
Can you tell us how many times, ballpark, that you've been on a boat before?
Yeah, my family doesn't have a boat, but some of our family friends, so maybe once a month, once every 2 months, I'd go on the boat.
And did this boat ride on September 4th, 2022 feel any different than other boat rides you've been on?
No.
Do you remember the weather conditions that day?
I remember it was clear skies, there wasn't a storm, sunny.
Do you remember how the water was?
Pretty flat, I believe.
Okay. So that boat ride back to Ocean Reef, you said you were sitting down. Do you remember all the girls sitting down?
Yes, I do.
Was there anyone standing up at a point?
No.
And was anybody sitting on the gunnel of the boat, like the railing that goes around the boat?
No.
Tell us a little bit about what happened after the impact.
I remember it coming out of nowhere. I wasn't expecting it. I heard a loud hit. I believe I stayed on the boat, so I wasn't ejected. I heard some voices to jump into the water from the boat, so I jumped into the water. And then I remember seeing Big Ceci holding my friend Mia in the water. Mia had some blood on her. I remember Paul Alber close to me in the water as well. I remember Mr. Pino with his hands on the boat as it was tipped over at that point. And then a rescue boat came and I got onto that boat.
Okay, so I have a few follow-up questions. So you said at some point you were not ejected from the boat.
No.
You're sitting on the boat and you heard someone say jump.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember who said to jump?
I don't remember.
Do you remember if it was a female voice or a male voice?
I remember it being not just one voice, several voices, but I can't say female or male.
And before you were ejected from the boat, did you see Mr. Pino on the boat?
Yes, I remember for a split second after the accident seeing Mr. Pino laying between the console and the middle of the boat, and his eyes were closed as I remember. Again, it was a split second, so it was a little hazy, but I remember him, he had blood on his head, I think, and I remember thinking he was dead for that split second.
After you got on a Good Samaritan boat, did you see Mr. Pino again?
No. Oh, I guess later, I didn't see him in the water again, but I guess later in the day he came around in one of the rescue boats, I believe.
And you testified earlier that you've known the Pino family, you've known Mr. Pino a long time.
Yes, I have.
Has Mr. Pino ever confused you for Lucy Fernandez before?
No, never.
One moment, Your Honor. No other questions, thank you.
See, now the Lucy picture could be relevant here. Like, do you think you look like Lucy?
Well, we don't want her to look like Lucy. We want him to have just made a straight out mistake, right? Or are you saying she doesn't look like Lucy?
Well, for the purpose of the state crossing. She could maybe say that she does. I don't know if someone would say that she does or doesn't.
I know it's not easy to be here, but thank you for being here. The attorney for George Pino asked you about if you were still friends with Cathy Puig. Without getting into details, is she the same girl now that she was before that crash?
No.
Is she the same girl now as she was?
No.
On the day of this boat crash, was Cathy able to walk around and talk and sing and dance?
Yes.
Objection.
Thank you, Judge. The defense attorney asked you about who drove the boat up to the sandbar and back. I think you said his name was what?
George Pino.
Do you see that person in court today?
Yes.
Can you please point to him and describe what he's wearing so our record is clear?
He's wearing a suit and a blue tie.
Okay.
Stipulated.
Now, on the day that you all were having this party, it was to celebrate his daughter Ceci's upcoming 18th birthday, right?
Yes.
None of you guys were 21 yet at that point, right?
No.
But Mr. and Mrs. Pino had provided in a cooler drinks, including alcoholic drinks that you all wound up drinking that afternoon, right?
There were seltzers in the cooler, yes.
And those seltzers had alcohol in them,
Yes.
right? And there was some beer in there too?
Yes.
Okay. And the Pinos didn't say, hey, girls, this is off limits, not for you. They didn't do that, did they?
Not that I remember, no.
Okay. And so you didn't feel any, fear that you were going to get into trouble for drinking those seltzers or beers, anything like that, did you?
No.
Okay. Now, were you there at that sandbar to hang out with George Pino and his wife?
We were there to celebrate Ceci's 18th birthday.
Were you there mostly, though, hanging out with your friends?
Yes.
So you're not, like, watching George Pino every minute to see how much, if any, alcohol he's drinking, are you?
I don't remember watching to see if he was drinking alcohol, no.
Okay. He wasn't your focus, right?
No.
Your friends were your focus.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Now, it's been a long time. You're not going to get in any trouble, okay? But that afternoon, do you think that you got to a point where you were like falling down drunk?
No.
Do you think maybe you felt a little buzzed from the alcohol?
Yeah, I remember having like two or three seltzers, so I felt a bit buzzed.
Okay. In your buzzed state, did you tell George Pino, hey, I want to check and see if you're impaired by alcohol?
No.
And do you think that maybe people who are buzzed are not the best shape to determine who else might be buzzed?
I don't know.
Okay. You've been in college?
Yes.
Have you seen people buzzed?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when you were coming back...
If you're not watching, watch your face after this question.
Best shape to determine who else might be buzzed?
I don't know.
Okay.
Oh, next question.
You've been in college?
Yes.
Have you seen people buzzed?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when you all were coming back from the sandbar to get back to Ocean Reef, was music playing?
Yes, I remember.
What kind of music was it? Do you remember?
I don't remember exactly.
But it was loud enough that you could hear it even over the sound of the engines and the boat going through the waves, right?
Yeah, I remember hearing the music, yes.
I'm going to show you an exhibit, and it's labeled as State's Exhibit number 11. It's kind of like a cartoon diagram, sort of the boat and the different seats where people could be. Okay? Do you see on this exhibit a location where you remember that you were sitting when this boat crash happened? I believe that was.
God, I can't stand this prosecutor.
Okay. So I'll tell you what, let's do this. We'll put arrow to both. Can you put your name on there? Sure.
She's talking to this girl who's going to Brown University, like she's like.
And I'm going
8.
to put a little question mark because you're not sure which of those two seats you're at.
I
Is
don't
that
remember
okay?
exactly.
Okay. So pretty much where my finger's pointing to? Mm-hmm. So Ms. Reed, where you were seated on that vessel, if I were to put myself, let's say, here, in order for you to see what's in front of the boat, you'd have to turn around this way, right?
I'm sorry?
For you to see what was in front of the boat, given where you were seated, you'd have to turn and look kind of behind you to see what's in front of the boat, right?
In front of the boat, yes.
Okay.
I would have to turn to
So where you were seated, if you were looking across, you're looking kind of more toward where the back of the boat would be, right?
Yes.
So as you're seated there, are you, looking around to see what's ahead of the boat, or are you kind of just looking at your fellow friends, things like that?
I was looking at my friends. I wasn't looking at
Okay. And speaking of the friends that were on the boat, there's a seat number 9 and the name Lucy. Is that where you remember that Lucy was seated that afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. After that crash, were you one of the girls that was brought by the police over to an island while, they were trying to sort out everything that had happened?
Yes.
And some of the other girls that were not badly injured were brought there too, right?
Yes.
And during that time, did you see the defendant at that island?
Yes.
And the police, they didn't have him in handcuffs, did they?
Not that I remember, no.
He was able to walk around, right?
Yeah.
Did you have any kind of interaction with him?
I think we had a brief interaction. I don't remember what it was about, but I remember seeing him.
Okay. And then I just wanted to ask you, I'm showing you a picture. It's in evidence, and it states exhibit number 1 in evidence. Is this your friend, Lucy?
Yes.
And you knew her for how long?
Since elementary school.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions for you. I'm sorry for your loss.
Oh, she didn't cry. Sorry.
Pause to see if a tear would come out before she said thank you. I have no further questions.
Wait, are you gonna cry? Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Does she pat them all on the head when they leave the courtroom? Thank you. She's cringy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No redirect.
Got a couple of Venmo questions, well, statements more than anything. Jody says, this prosecutor is a condescending witch. Just wanted to say that. And then Tiff came back with $10 and says, Allie and Kat will understand, but clearly Adams has no friends, or they'd have zipped up the rest of her dress. So
Oh, I didn't look. Now I gotta look.
You know, one time I was in court, right? And I like went to the bathroom and realized my skirt was literally like the zipper in the front, like, and I forgot to twist it. And I went back into the courtroom and there were like 3 female lawyers there that I know pretty well. And I'm like, I will not help any of y'all. You come out of the bathroom with toilet paper on your shoe. Like, how dare you let me walk around with my skirt, like clearly on backwards.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no. Maybe they weren't paying attention though, but
I know, but I still said it. They know it wasn't good fun, but I was like, yeah, you guys come out with toilet paper under your shoe. I'm leaving
it's
you.
on you.
Yeah.
Don't you need a moment?
Yeah, just give me some.
We got the stapler in order.
All right. Name of your witness, jury?
Hamlet Rodriguez.
Step forward, raise your right hand and be sworn.
Please affirm testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
State your name, please, for the record.
My name is Hamlet Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez, my name is Mark Shapiro. I think you know that I represent George Pino. Is that correct?
Yes.
Prior to coming here to court today, do you know who George Pino is?
No.
Okay. Have you ever met George Pino prior to September 4th, 2022?
No.
Do you recall where you were during the Labor Day weekend in September of 2022? That would have been September 3rd, I think, through September 5th.
Yes.
And please tell the jury what.
I was spending a day on Elio Key with some friends on a boat.
And without telling us the last names of your friends, can you tell us what their first names are?
Yes, Marlene and Manny.
And Marlene and Manny are married, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall when it was that, let me ask you, you said you spent the weekend with Marlene and Manny?
Yes, we were spending the weekend on the Killard.
Were you staying in a hotel with them, in a home, what kind of thing?
No, they own a property there.
Do you recall when it was that you arrived at Manny and Marlene's house that weekend?
Was Saturday, I think morning.
All right, so that would have been September 3rd then, is that right?
Yes.
Were there some plans that were made at any time Saturday with possibly going out on the water the next day, Sunday?
Yes, we were planning to go on the boat.
Manny has a boat, I presume?
Yes, sir.
Was the plan that you and your wife and Manny and his wife would spend the day together on the boat?
Yes.
And you are married, is that correct?
33 years, still counting.
Right. Good. I'm not quite there yet, but. And what is your wife's name?
Ana Rodriguez.
All right, so plans are made to go out on Manny's boat Sunday morning or Sunday the next day. Were there any specific plans, if you recall, as to where you would be going, what you would be doing, that kind of thing?
Yeah, there's many places to go, but that day we decided to go to Elio Key, specifically to Billy's Point.
Had you been there before, Billy's Point?
Thousands of times.
Very popular place for
Yes.
boats, shallow water, correct?
Yes.
So people can get off the boat when they get there, right? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And it's only ever probably waist deep when at its deepest point.
Objection
Is that
leading.
correct?
Don't even cancel it, please. Thank you.
It's a nice place to go to spend the day.
Yes.
Now, on your way back from Billy's Point, do you recall before leaving approximately what time you left Billy's Point?
It was around 6:40, 6:45 that we decided to go because we were having electrical problems at the boat.
Was there some, were the lights affected by this problem on the boat?
Yes.
And explain, if you will, for the jury, the significance of lighting on the boat. Which specific lights are you talking about?
Because we were an hour away from our destination, so we were planning to go before the sun come down.
Is he going to be the other boat
And
that
what
was
is your
supposed to be on the
understanding as
channel?
to
Maybe.
the lighting
No.
requirement on boats when
What?
the sun goes down?
That'd
Yes.
be amazing.
What's your understanding of what you need to do?
Yeah, we need lights to be able to go on the boat at night.
And that's so other boats can see you for safety reasons, right?
Objection
Yes.
leading.
Don't even cancel.
Did at some point, do you recall the route that you took back to Key Largo from Billy's Point to Key Largo?
Yeah, we were going to the channel, going to from Elio Key to the Keys. So that's what we saw the incident. At the moment we arrived, there were one boat. It was very crowded. They have many people on it, and there was another boat that was upside down, and it was a man hanging there. As soon as we arrived there, the other boat was shouting to us as, shut down the engines, shut down the engines.
Let me just stop you for a moment. This other boat, had you ever seen that other boat before?
No, only that day.
Did you make any assumptions as to who the people were on this other boat?
I have no clue.
Did you see people in the water as you drove up to the area?
I saw a man hanging to the boat that was upside down.
Did you see on this other boat anyone who you thought might have been passengers on this boat that had been turned over?
The only thing that I saw was the boat was crowded. There was too many people on that boat. I have no idea what's going on. I thought it was an accident that just occurred.
Can you describe the way the boat that the man was hanging on to? Was it still floating or was it
No, it
turned
was
over?
upside down.
So that the bottom of the boat is facing up, is that right?
Yes.
When you see this man hanging from the side of the boat, did you recognize that person?
Nope.
Had no idea who that person was?
Nope.
Did you even know if it was a man or a woman?
No, I saw it was a man.
What did you do at that point?
As soon as that we arrived, when they would start shouting again, shut down the engines, it's because there was somebody's missing. I have no idea what was going on. So we shut down the engines and we start drifting again with the boat. There was an accident. My friend Marlene started shouting, look under the boat, look under the boat, under the boat.
Who was she shouting to?
To the guy who was hanging on the boat.
And just for reference, Marlene is Manning's wife?
Yes, sir.
Please continue.
So he went on the boat, and we were approximately 50 feet away.
Who went under the boat? Who went under the boat?
The guy was hanging into the boat.
All right.
So when he went in, he brought someone, and I jumped into the ocean right away, trying to help him. And as soon as I approached to him, he passed me the person. I had no idea who I was saving.
So just to break it down a bit, Marlene, when Marlene was shouting to look under the boat, what did you see the person who was hanging on to the boat do?
He went under the boat right away.
And
Is that why the state didn't call
after
this guy?
this person goes under the boat right away, what is the next thing that you see this person do?
When he went under the boat, he came out, I jump into the ocean. I didn't think, I react.
When the person came back to the surface, was this person holding another person?
Yes.
Could you tell if the person that was being held was a woman or a man, child, teenager, anything like that?
When I approached to him when I was swimming and he passed me the person is when I find out it was a girl.
Did you swim all the way to where the man was by his boat?
Yes.
And when you reached the man by his boat, what happened at that point?
When he passed me the girl, when I was found out, I tried to help her in a way because I used to be a swimmer and play a lot of water polo when I was a kid, so I knew how to manage. So I put her arm into my other arm and lifted her head so she will not drown. And I was trying to swim where the other boat that was crowded, that was on their way, but the current was so strong I couldn't handle it anymore. So I was drinking a lot of water until the other boat came to me and they hacked into my right hand and took me to the end of the boat to take the girl into their boat.
When you say that you were drinking water, does that mean salt water?
Yes.
And you mentioned another boat. Can you be a little bit more specific? There was a large boat with a lot of people on it. Are you saying there was yet another boat that approached?
Objection leading.
Just trying to set the stage.
Well, I was swimming without to see where I was going specifically because I was trying to be away from the boat that was in the accident, and I knew there was a boy. The boat was coming into my direction of where I was. So as soon as he hung in my right arm, that's why right away I had a feeling that they were helping me.
All right, so just again, this other boat, you said there was somebody in that boat that grabbed your arm?
Yeah, the boat that was crowded with full of people.
Right. Which boat are we talking about here? Are we talking about the large boat that was full of people that
Yes.
came to you?
Yes.
Or the smaller boat came to you and grabbed your hand?
No, it was a small boat. It was not a bigger boat.
Someone on that small boat came and took you by the arm, is that
Yes.
right? And what happened when they took you by the arm?
They took me at the end of the boat, but right away I was telling, please, put the engine in neutral because I was going into the back. So I was afraid that, it was cause something else. So they grabbed the girl, Lucy, and right away I pushed myself out of it until my friends came to pick me up.
You mentioned Lucy. Did you know the name of the girl that you were helping at that point?
No, I knew Lucy. I knew it was Lucy the next day.
How did you find out the name was Lucy the next day?
When I wake up, my phone was ringing nonstop. There was a lot of people calling me because there were some friends at Ocean Reef that were at the moment that weekend. They were communicating with my wife that night she stayed because when we arrived at the Keys, I didn't want to stay at the Keys. I didn't feel good at it. So I told my wife, I don't want to stay here. I want to go home. So I went home that night around 8 and 9 o'clock, and I went to bed right away. So the next day there were a few friends calling me to asking me what happened because I didn't know what was going on. And I find out that Lucy was the Angelito Anteres' granddaughter. By the way, I know them very well. They're my neighbors.
Okay, so the granddaughter of the individuals that you spoke about, are they related to they're obviously we're talking about the Fernandez family, is that correct?
Yes.
Let me take you back to having handed Lucy off into this other boat.
Yeah.
After Lucy is placed onto the other boat, what did you do at that point?
I pushed myself out of the boat. I started swimming in the middle until my friend came to pick me up. I was so tired. I was feeling so terrible about what's going on because it was a girl, and there's so many things that came into my mind at that time. When it came to my friend boat, they gave me water. I was so thirsty because I was drinking so much salt water. I told them, hey guys, our job is done here. We cannot do anything else. We are an hour away from home. We need to go. We have no lights. So we decided to go.
So you left before police arrived to take any information?
Yes, it was like around
That's why it's
5,
relevant.
6 or 7 minutes past 7.
Mr. Rodriguez, did there come a point that when you learned the identity of the man that was hanging on the boat and eventually handed you Lucy Fernandez? Did there come a time?
Yes, the next day.
Okay. And who was that person?
Mr. George Pino.
Other than seeing Mr. George Pino at the boat that day, did you see him at any other time since?
No.
Would you be able to recognize him if you saw him today, for example?
Yes.
Do you see him in this courtroom?
Yes.
Please point out and describe a piece of clothing that he's wearing.
Yeah, we have a blue tie and a black suit.
Thank you, Mr.
Any thoughts on that, Allie, before we do cross?
I mean, I don't know. What are you thinking?
So I think he's important because the state, even though I think the state's been inconsistent on this, and it's like they don't think it's their because their strongest thing is hinting about the alcohol, which isn't charged, right? But I think that they're also implying that George waited, wasn't trying to rescue the girl, and might not have even been the person who pulled Lucy out of the water, showing that he was negligent in trying to save her once the boat had turned over and everybody jumped off the boat. Where we've had a few witnesses say that George was the one, even though they had to shout at him to go look under the boat, that he was the one that ultimately goes under the boat. And now we have someone who's saying the man who I now learned was George Pino, because he was the same man hanging on the boat, just like one of the first state witnesses said, is the one who hands me the girl who I later learned his name was Lucy Fernandez. So I think a lot of this is just because the state presented this idea that George Pino didn't try to save Lucy.
And that's exactly the kind of thing about when the state oversteps and they're putting in shit that doesn't matter, and they're trying to show this after the accident, conduct, implying that he's a heartless, person. He didn't even try to save anybody. He could have cared less, when they know damn well they know what happened, right? There's no doubt they know that he actually pulled up Lucy. And so that's why I was kind of asking your thoughts first, because in my mind, that is the state putting on basically false evidence and a misleading case, because they know damn well that he brought Lucy up, yet they put on a case that made it seem like he did not, and then waited for the defense to have to show that he did, which I think backfires on them, because then the jury, I pray, is left thinking, why in the hell did the state try to make it seem this way?
Well, and do you think the state's going to get up there and cross? The defense got ahead of it by explaining with the lights. I was wondering why they were mentioning the lights. So at first I'm like, was his boat not visible in the channel? But it was still daylight, so the boat might not have needed its lights on when the accident occurred. So it couldn't be that. Was he just trying to remember, sometimes people will be like, well, I remember it was Christmas time when this happened, to help orient someone towards why they remember what time period something occurred in. Was it just that he remembered it was approaching sunset because he was thinking about the lights on his boat? But then we realized that it's the main reason the defense wants to get that in is to establish why he wasn't part of the initial police reports, the FWC reports, because he couldn't stay. He made the determination that his crew, his boat, had to leave.
Right.
Because his lights, it was after 7, it was going to be dark.
And he needed to be able to see. Right.
Yep.
So is the prosecution going to try to say he didn't see well enough to know? I mean, is that what you're wondering?
What, you didn't speak to the cops initially?
Right. Who knows? I mean, I think that would be, again, doing the same thing. And I think that the jury hopefully would call bullshit on that in their minds. Now, you said, and I don't know if you've already discussed this, you probably did with, I'll say the chat, even though there's no actual chat, but with the people, that when you went in, you got a sense from more than just like George's family, that people were having thinking a sort of way about the prosecutor. Did you already kind of share your thoughts on that?
We haven't, I don't think, really today so much.
So why don't you, because I think it bears on, is the jury interpreting her a certain way? So tell everyone what your sense was in that quick, visit into that courtroom.
So I thought everybody was just attentive, but again, it was early. Like, seeing the jury come in, they all looked like they were awake and ready to go. But I wasn't there to watch it for the afternoon when Alber was on the stand. I wasn't there to watch their reactions to anything.
Okay.
But I do think I did see them in the hallway. They must have been, it was when they were coming back from the lunch break, right before I got in touch with you guys and said, hey, look, the hearing I came for is over. I can make it back in time. They were like quickly getting back into that courtroom. It seemed like everybody was like filing down wherever they go to eat their lunch and getting up in there. So I think everybody's paying attention. I don't know what they think of Laura Adams. In the gallery sitting next to me, somebody who was dressed, it kind of came off as somebody who maybe was an attorney that popped in while they didn't have another matter going on or were waiting for a different calendar call. And it was during the arguments over the jury instructions over culpable negligence and the special instruction request from the defense. And next to me, he was just visibly like this when Laura started speaking,
like
and
exacerbated
making her argument
with
for
her
yes,
kind of thing.
Yes. So not the jury, but somebody who's sitting in the gallery. Maybe that's the only time he's been in the gallery. Maybe he's been watching on YouTube with our commentary the rest of the time. But for me, it's someone that like, it's not
she was
me,
rubbing
it's not
the wrong
you.
way. Right.
Yes. And it was just like to the point where he was like,
So and we can only hope that the jury's picking up on some things with her, but they don't see any of this stuff obviously when she's really uppity, and like acting a fool with her shout outs across the courtroom. But I feel like she's still, they probably see like she didn't need to ask that poor child if this was her friend. And she was like, oh, wait, the Columbo moment, as Bob called it. Like I feel like the jury has got to be picking up on little things like that. I would hope they would, but maybe they don't. Maybe they just think, oh, she's really doing her job, even though it's hard because she had to make this girl cry. But I feel like somebody, at least if there was 12 somebodies, would be like, why did she do that? Just to make her cry? Just for us?
Yeah, and I think this witness is the right person to show a photo of Lucy too. Is this the girl you pulled out of the water and later realized was Lucy? So this, to me, there's relevance to showing a witness like this,
right?
That photo.
For sure.
For some of the others, it's just straight up tears. And I think my issue is it's the state's case to lose. In part, I think the prosecutor's doing what she's doing because it works. I think these types of it's showboating to me to Vanna White with a victim's picture and elicit sympathy, but I think she's doing it because it works. And as we've heard Howard Shrievnik, there's like 14 relevant culpable negligence cases where they were reversed ultimately, but whatever the procedure was, if any of those were jury trials, the jury did convict in all of those cases.
It's crazy.
So, or maybe it was recklessness standard, because I wasn't really clear on the specifics of each of the 14 cases, but all 14 made it to some type of conviction and ultimately got reversed. And his point to the judge was, you could do the judgment of acquittal now and not wait for that to play out the same exact way here.
Now,
But
just because
it
we just
works.
brought it up, there is another spot. That's why she called it the first motion for judgment of acquittal. When the case is over,
Again, yep.
they get to ask again. And now the burden is not in the light most favorable to the state. It's, did they prove this beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you can still be considering it, in the light more favorable to the state, but it's a much higher burden, because now it's over, and it has to be like, all right, considering everything, both sides of the evidence, is there enough here that any reasonable jury could find beyond a reasonable doubt that every element is met? And I guess I'm going to stay stupidly optimistic again and think that maybe she's waiting for that moment in time, and she's thinking, you know what, I'd grant this, but let me just let him go through this, and then on the next time I might do it, but just from what we've seen from this judge, like, even though we all sort of got hopeful, or at least many of us, I'm sure so many of you just stuck with twos, staying more realistic than even Bob and I. As far as when we were saying one or two, if she was going to grant it or not.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Let's see how the prosecution handles this. I guess she won't be using her little girl voice this time.
Yeah, let's see.
That Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sure that must have been a really traumatic event for you.
Yes.
Have you replayed that day in your mind over and over again?
Yes.
Now, the defendant that you identified here, he didn't immediately go under the boat to look for Lucy, did he?
He did right away.
Once you told him to?
No, I didn't talk to him. It was Marlene, the one that was screaming.
When he hears Marlene screaming, he goes under the boat?
Yes.
Were there other people nearby that were also telling him to go under the boat?
Means other people who?
Like other people in other boats that were yelling to him to look under the boat?
We were the second boat there. It was only the boat was carrying the girls and us. I didn't see any other boat.
Okay, so in the moments that you're looking at this man, you don't notice if there's another boat with a couple of men on it telling him to look under the boat?
No.
Okay. Now, when you jump into the water after you see him pull Lucy out from underneath the boat, he hands Lucy to you.
Yes.
So you're the one that actually saves her to the extent that you get her to another vessel, right?
Yes.
And once she gets on that vessel, do you notice if people start trying to do CPR on her?
No.
Did you leave before anybody started doing CPR on her?
I was not be able to see anything inside of the boat. I was in the water.
Okay. And at any point in time, did the girl who you were taking from where that boat that was upside down, did she ever appear to be awake or aware of what was going on?
No.
No other questions.
Nothing further.
All right, they're not going to do a redirect, so this witness will be released. Thoughts on that, Cross?
What do you think she established?
Nothing. I think she was just trying to say the steps of trying to save somebody don't count if you're George Pino. So whatever steps George Pino may have participated in don't count. It only became life-saving once Lucy was handed to somebody else.
Right, but she's the one that made a big deal of whether or not he even tried to pull her up from the water. How can they do any life savings if he doesn't pull her up from the water? And again, I don't know that the defense would have even, she sort of gave them the ability to focus on this, because if she hadn't, I would, just as I thought the defense should be objecting to, like, why are we talking about what he did after the fact? And I think they did a lot of times, and the court let it in. I'm not sure on like this specific issue, but had she not made it an issue, she could have objected that there's no relevance to his post-accident conduct. Not that portion of it. Yeah, if it speaks to his head injury, whether he was drunk, things like that, sure, but not whether he went in the water and tried to find somebody. she's the one that made this an issue that allowed the defense to do this. And, yeah, that was, it seemed like, hopefully it played against her, that little cross-examination.
It seems like this is when she's embracing that alcohol didn't contribute to the death, but the death was caused by drowning and complications from drowning, as we heard the medical examiner distinguish between yesterday. And because the death was drowning, then the negligence would be not getting someone up out of the water sooner. So now we're going to shift to that angle, which I think is just hypocritical. And we also do not have her, she asks, and then he hands Lucy to you. Here she's fine, assuming it's Lucy, doesn't pull out the poster board to ask, and is this Lucy for this witness?
I think my sister-in-law's at the door. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right, guys. So they're going to release this witness. We'll jump ahead there. I miss you, chat.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, they let him go. Marcus coming back up.
Yes. David Rodriguez. David Rodriguez.
Now they're calling David. Wonder if he was also on the same boat with Hamlet.
Do you swear affirm testimony about the truth, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
So please keep your voice up. Microphone's this way, yours this way, so you have to keep your voice up. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is David Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez, you know that I'm Mark Shapiro and I represent George Pino. Is that right?
I do.
You and I, prior to today, have had some interaction in connection with this case, correct?
Correct, yes.
By the way, Mr. Rodriguez, did you happen to notice the gentleman that was walking out of the courtroom as you were walking in?
I saw a gentleman going out, yeah.
His last name is Rodriguez as well. Is there any familial relationship with that person?
No.
So just coincidence of the last names?
Yeah.
Mr. Rodriguez, are you a boater?
I am.
Would you consider yourself an avid boater?
Yeah, I think I am.
What type of, do you own a boat?
Yes.
Did you own a boat in September of 2022?
Yes.
Now, you have a cousin who owns a boat as well, is that correct?
That is correct, yeah.
And do you recall if you were actually on a boat during the Labor Day weekend in September of 2022?
Yes, I was using my cousin's boat.
Can you describe what your cousin's boat looks like, the make and model, if you know?
It's a 30-foot Cobra Cat. It's a center console, twin engine.
Do you recall what color it is?
It's white.
Does your cousin still own the boat?
Yes.
And do you know where your cousin stores or keeps that boat?
At his house.
In Miami?
Yeah, Miami.
On September 4th, 2022, do you recall being in the Upper Keys area, Key Largo area, Isla Mirada?
Yes, Isla Mirada.
What were you doing that day?
I was in the sandbar.
Was somebody with you?
Yeah, a friend of mine.
A young lady?
Yes, correct.
Do you recall approximately when you got to that sandbar that day, more or less?
Probably like at 9 a.m.
Now, being that you were on your cousin's boat and that boat is kept at his house, how was it or where was it that you put his boat in the water?
I launched the boat on Crandon Park Marina.
Trailered it over there?
That's correct.
From Crandon Marina, you drove the boat to Isla Mirada?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how long or how much time you spent at Isla Mirada that day?
Since the morning that I was there, the whole day, probably to like 5:30.
Do you recall what the conditions, the weather conditions and sea conditions were that day?
It was like a very clear day, perfect seas, perfect day, basically.
How would you describe the performance capabilities of your cousin's boat that you were on that day?
It's like a high performance center console. It's pretty fast compared to regular boats.
How many engines are on that boat?
Twin 400 horsepower engines.
What do you think the top speed is of that boat, if somebody wanted to open it up?
Probably 80, the 80s.
I realize it's your cousin's boat, but have you ever driven that boat at 80 miles per hour?
I have, yes.
Do you recall if on September 4th, 2022, at any time, you got anywhere near that speed?
Not around that speed, but the 60s.
So between Crandon Marina and your destination at Isla Mirada, at some point were you cruising in the 60 mile per hour range?
Yeah, for a couple minutes maybe, and average speed 50 miles per hour, 55 miles per hour.
Was there anything about the weather conditions that made it unsafe on that day with those conditions to drive at that speed?
No, it was like a beautiful day, you know.
May I approach your honor? Mr. Rodriguez, I'm showing you what has been marked as Defense Exhibit A16, A17, A18, A19, and A20. I'd ask you to take a look at all of these exhibits and let the jury know if you recognize what's depicted in these photographs.
Yes, that's the picture of my cousin's boat, his house.
And is this the boat that we've been talking about this morning that you were on the day of September 4th?
That is correct.
And do these pictures accurately reflect what your cousin's boat looked like on September 4th, 2022?
They do. It has different motors in that picture and the date of the incident, but yeah, it's the same boat.
So the motors on the date of the incident versus when these photographs were taken, what is the difference between the motors?
These are more modern engines, more powerful, but that's about it. Everything else is the same.
What about the color? The color of the...
Yes, these engines, the other engines were white and these were black.
So the engines pictured in defense exhibits A16 through A20 are black engines. And
that's right.
And the engine colors on the boat on September 4th were white, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
May I publish, Judge?
Yes, you may.
I'm sorry? Oh, yes, if there's no objection, I'll move these into evidence.
No, you got it, Judge.
See what's been previously marked
You can make it a composite. if you want.
identification
No?
as defense. A16 is now defense exhibit M.
M as in Mary?
M as in Mary. At A17, defense exhibit N, as in Nancy. A18, defense exhibit O. A19, defense exhibit P. A20, defense exhibit Q.
Thank you.
Mark's going to be the Vanna White this time. Not very good at it.
Mr. Rodriguez, these state's exhibits that you just looked at, these are pictures of the back of the boat, correct?
That is correct.
Or defense exhibit. You said defense. Defense exhibit. And there's also one of these exhibits, defense exhibit Q, which give sort of a lengthwise view of the vessel. Is that right?
Yes.
At some point that day, you and your friend decided to head back north to go home. Is that right?
Yes.
Was the route that you took on your way back home the same route that you took on your way down to the Keys?
That is correct, yeah.
And what was that route?
I left Crandon, and I all intercoastal, went under the Carson Bridge, and all the way to Isla Mirada by the intercoastal on the bay side.
So then on the way back, the same route, is that correct?
Exactly the same route.
At some point, you start to near the area known as Cutter Bank, is that right?
Correct.
Were you coming, there is a channel at Cutter Bank, isn't there?
That's yes, correct.
At what point are you able to see the channel at Cutter Bank that day?
Once you go into the Carson Bridge, heading north, you can see it. It's probably 2 or 3 miles out, but you can see from far, you can see, I guess it means I know the direction already, so I'm looking for it, but as you get close, it's not very visible from that length, but you can see it, yeah.
Do you recall what speed you were cruising at while you were at Hard Sound?
Probably like 55.
Same speed that you were cruising at on the way down,
Yes.
more or less?
Yes.
And, pardon me, was there something that caught your attention before you reached the Cutter Bank channel?
Yes, when I passed Carson, and I was driving maybe 2 minutes after I passed Carson, 2 or 3 minutes, I saw the keel of the boat, the bottom of the boat, from far away, and I figured somebody had capsized or had an accident, so I sped up to where the boat that I was looking at.
So from 55 mile an hour cruising, more or less, you increased speed from that point?
Yeah, I went like 70 after that.
Were the conditions at that point of the day safe enough for you to cruise or drive your boat at 70 miles per hour?
Yes, there were.
Had the conditions not been safe enough to cruise at that speed, would you have done so?
No, I would have not.
So at 70 miles per hour, you are now heading toward the area where you see a keel of a boat, is that right?
Yes.
Did it appear, it seems obvious, that there was a capsized vessel? Is that what you were seeing?
Yes.
From your position, when you first saw the capsized vessel, you were unable to, were you able to see anybody in the water or around this capsized vessel?
Not from the distance on.
At some point, did you get close enough that you were able to see people in the water?
Yes, when I approached, yeah.
And in fact, were there people in the water as you approached?
Yes.
How many, roughly?
There was mostly girls, teenage girls. And the moment I didn't know how many, but around 10, 11 girls.
Did it appear to you, Mr. Rodriguez, that you had arrived within minutes of this accident having happened?
I figured yes, because everybody was still swimming, and it was like chaos. Everybody was screaming, and so I figured I was fairly a couple minutes before it happened.
At some point, did you have any interaction with someone who later became known to you as George Pino?
Not at the moment I arrived.
Describe to us what you did in the moments or minutes before having interaction with Mr. Pino.
When I arrived to the scene, the other girls were in the water, and there was a lady, and she was telling me that there was a missing girl. So I started, I didn't even speak to her. I just started looking for the girl, like idling in the boat, going with the current. More or less, I figured the current had taken her, so I'm idling around looking for her.
Could you describe what this woman looked like who told you that there was someone missing?
I don't remember exactly like her face, but I know she was bleeding. I remember the blood in her forehead.
You see her in this courtroom.
Did this female person look to be a mature woman or a teenager?
No, mature woman.
After hearing this mature woman say that there's someone missing, what did you do?
I started idling in the boat, going in circles, going with the current, trying to spot the girl that was missing.
At some point, did you come into contact with someone who you believe was the operator of the boat?
Yes, after the girl was found, yes.
And what did you have any interaction with that person?
Yes, I did.
Did you at any time find out the identity of who that person was, who you believe the operator was?
Yes, when I rescued him.
Let's talk about your efforts to rescue this person.
Okay.
First of all, did you ever find out the name of this person at some point afterward?
After the accident?
Yeah.
Yes.
Or after you rescued? I think you mentioned that a few moments ago. Is that right?
Well, after I rescued, I didn't know his name exactly, but I spoke to him.
All right. All right. So we'll get there in a moment, but describe for the jury what was involved with you rescuing the operator of the boat.
He was hanging from his boat, and the current has taken him far from the scene of the accident. So he was far away from me. I don't know exactly the feet, but maybe like 150 feet already. The current had taken him, and I saw that he was getting away, and everybody was, well, the girls obviously in the incident, and at the same time that I was looking at him, I was calling the cops at the same time. So I didn't know if somebody called cops or reported the incident. So I started heading towards him, and I told him to get on the boat.
Let me stop you right there for a moment. You mentioned a moment ago that this person was hanging from the boat. Can you describe a little bit more precisely what you mean by that?
He was hanging, the boat was capsized, and he was hanging like from the gun of the boat, from the side of the boat, with his two hands like that.
I see. Was anyone else hanging onto the capsized boat as well?
No.
Just this individual, is that right? And you could tell that it was a male person?
That's correct.
Did you have any communication, oral communication with this person?
Yes, I did.
Tell me about that.
I was telling him to get on the boat because the current was taking him. And
did he respond to you when you told him to get on the boat?
At first, no. I had to kind of talk loud to him, like, hey, get on the boat.
What was his reaction when you told him to get on your boat?
He looked like very in shock.
Very what? I'm sorry.
Like in shock. Like he wouldn't, he was like in shock.
Okay. Did it seem to you as if he was comprehending what you were saying to him?
Yes.
And can you describe from your view, what it means to be looking like he's in shock?
He was just hanging from the boat, and he was like crying. So I figured it was, and some big accident happened, so I figured he was in shock,
Did eventually he come onto your boat?
Yes, he did.
How much effort did you have to make, or how many times did you have to ask this person to come onto your boat before he finally did?
Like twice, because when I asked him the first time, he didn't answer, and then I asked him again, and he was asking for if all the girls were okay. And I told him, get on the boat, all the girls are okay, get in the boat, and then he started swimming to the boat.
So before he would get into your boat, he wanted to know if all the girls were okay?
Yes, he did ask me about the girls.
Mr. Rodriguez, I want to refer you again to these pictures of the boat that you were on that day. Is it easy to get in that boat from the water?
It's really not. It's really not that easy to get on the boat.
Your Honor, may Mr. Rodriguez step down for a moment?
Thank you.
Mr. Rodriguez, I'm handing you what is Defense Exhibit M. I'm just going to hold this up. You can use my pen as a pointer if you like. What I want to ask you is if you can orientate the jury a little bit to the configuration of the back portion of your cousin's boat. First of all, these are the two engines that I'm pointing at, the two black. That's pretty obvious, right? Right. Can you tell me what this steel-looking bar is and what it does?
This is a tie bar. So what it does is helps the motors steer evenly. So one motor doesn't steer more than the other when you turn at high speed.
When the boat is in the water, does this tie bar remain above the water or does it go below the water?
No, it remains like the water, like 6 inches above the water.
So while this boat is floating in the water and it's still, there's 6 inches between the surface of the water and this steel bar, is that correct?
That is correct.
I presume the steel bar is not flexible in any way, is that correct?
No, it's a full stainless steel solid bar.
Now does your cousin's boat have an entrance ladder or an entrance ramp?
This will be a little platform here at the entrance.
Okay, I'm going to show you a larger picture. This is Defense Exhibit Defense Exhibit M that we've been looking at. And now I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit N, which is a little bit of a closer shot. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And still closer, I'm going to show you what is Defense Exhibit O. And that's probably the closer shot even of this entrance ramp. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. So is there any way to get on your cousin's boat other than using this ladder, this ramp?
No, that's the entry.
Now there is a device under the what would you describe that as? A
swim platform.
Swim platform. So there's a device under the swim platform. Is that right?
Correct.
Is that movable at all?
This, yes. This is, you push it down with your hand, with your foot, you get it on it, and automatically it retreats back once you fly into the swim platform.
So let me show you what is in evidence as Defense Exhibit P. As compared to Defense Exhibit O. And please describe to the jury what we are seeing in Defense Exhibit P.
The swim platform has this little step on the bottom, similar to, you're not familiar with it, so you put your foot on it, and you press on it, and then step down, and automatically retreat back into this position once you let go of it.
Now, when an individual wants to get onto your cousin's boat, they would have to do so from the rear portion of the boat, correct?
That's correct.
Where the engines are.
Correct.
Where the tie bar is between the two engines, correct?
Correct.
Is that right?
That's correct.
Now,
He needs more
describe
hands.
for the jury physically what a person would have to do if they're trying to get onto this boat from in the water.
You have to get into the front bar, like kind of like on the water, and then you're gonna have to hang, like in deep water or wherever. You have to hang from the hatch. You see how 2 little handles here, like 2 little holes in the swim platform. So you grab it there very tight with your foot, and kind of you gotta be strong, like to get up because you don't have an actual grab bar.
So what you're saying is that, what you're saying is that once the step is deployed, there's no grab bar on the hull of the boat itself anywhere. Is that right? So is it an awkward angle to grab anywhere on the deck in order to lift yourself up? And why is that?
Because your body, you're putting yourself, and then you're here. And you gotta push yourself kind of up, to then grab into the top and low. But first you gotta push yourself up. But yeah, it sounds a little hard for me.
Are you familiar with the ladders getting into other center console boats, for example? Are there typically easier ways to get into boats?
They are.
This is not one of them, is that right?
No.
Do you have any idea why this step, this deck here is designed this way for this boat?
We did it, it was like a more sporty look, so that was the reason for the look.
Okay. So you've got to be, there's a method then in order to get into that boat. Is that right?
That is right.
You may return to your seat. At some point, did the operator get onto your boat or your cousin's boat?
Yes, he did.
And how did he get on the boat?
He got on by the SWIFT platform that we're talking about.
And he did it in the manner in which you've just described for the jury?
Yes, he did.
Was the operator able to negotiate the steel bar between the two engines?
Yes.
He did that successfully?
Yes.
Was he able to deploy the step on the swim platform?
Yes, I gave him instructions how to get in but he did it after I told him where the step was.
So he followed your instructions that were given?
That is correct.
And was he able to physically leverage himself onto the swim deck as you described to the jury a few moments ago?
Yes.
Now, once this individual is on the swim deck, again, as depicted in Defense Exhibit O, how was the individual able to get into your boat?
Yeah, once he got in the swim platform, he pushed himself up. He just stepped into the boat.
Did you observe any difficulty that this person had getting into the boat?
No, I didn't.
Did you notice any difficulty that this person had swimming under the steel tie bar as he was approaching the ladder?
No.
Did you notice any difficulty that this person had getting onto the swim deck itself before getting into your boat?
No.
Once this individual was inside your boat, did you notice, did he have any injuries?
Yes, he had a cut in his head and he was bleeding. Once he came into the boat, that's when I saw it.
Do you recall whether you or your friend that was on the boat with you, do you recall if anybody gave this person any first aid for the cut on his head?
Yes, I did.
Please tell the jury what you did.
When he stepped into the boat, he was facing me, obviously, and I didn't see any injuries. So I checked him. He was kind of like nervous. So I checked him, and I turned his head around, and he was bleeding in the back of his head.
What type of first aid did you provide once you noticed he was bleeding from his head?
I had a towel next to me, and I put the towel in his head and put pressure on it.
Did you attempt to clean the wound?
Yes.
How did you do that?
I put pressure in the towel and cleaned it and took the towel out to look again, and then he was bleeding, so I hold the towel there and hold it for him there.
Were you able to resolve the bleeding at that point?
After, I'll say like 5 minutes of me holding it out, the bleeding slowed down now.
Mr. Rodriguez, did you have any preconceived notions as to how this accident might have happened before the individual got onto your boat?
I figured they had hit the piping, but that was about it.
Did you have in your mind why this operator might have hit the piling?
Normally when that happens is somebody's impaired or drinking or that type of things comes to your head, That's my thing. That's what I thought.
And that's what you thought at the time?
Yes.
With that in mind, were you making any sort of specific observations to either confirm in your mind that this person was impaired by something or to discount that altogether?
To be honest, I did.
And what did you do?
When I was cleaning him, I got really on purpose close to him because I figured he was probably drinking, and trying to smell something, I guess, just to be curious. And that's what I did.
Did you notice an odor of alcoholic beverage coming from this person?
No, I did not.
Did this person appear to be unsteady on their feet while they were in your boat?
No.
And were you speaking with this individual?
Yes.
And was this individual speaking back to you?
Yes.
Did you notice if this individual had slurred speech?
No.
Was there anything about this individual, after paying attention to him for this reason, that led you to believe that he might have been impaired by alcohol?
No.
At the point that this person was on your boat with you, had any police vessels arrived?
No.
In fact, you had to call just to make sure that someone in fact called the police, is that right?
I asked, after I got there, other boats started getting there, and there was like a commotion going on. So I screamed, has anybody called 911? And everybody was like, not answering, so I called 911.
Do you recall at some point that day a helicopter flying overhead?
Yes.
And how long after you brought the individual onto your boat did you notice the helicopter overhead, roughly?
Roughly like 15 minutes.
And this person remained on your boat with you and your friend for 15 minutes?
And more than that.
For those 15 minutes between the time that he got onto your boat to the time that you saw the helicopter. He remained on your boat at that point.
That is correct.
Do you recall taking any videotape of this person while he was on your boat?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez, you and I met earlier today so that I could show you what a videotape or what a video was on this particular thumb drive. Is that right?
That's right. Yes.
Did you have a chance to look at this video and view it for yourself?
Yes.
I'm handing you what has been marked as Defense Exhibit A15 for identification purposes. How do you know that this is the thumb drive that you viewed with me earlier today?
The state has no objection to it just being admitted.
Okay. No objection.
A15, mark for identification, now Defense Exhibit R.
Thank you. I'm going to get this queued up if that's all right, Your Honor.
I think we're going to get some of
Mr.
the body worn
Rodriguez, do
camera.
you recall what your reasoning was or why it was that you took videotape?
Oh, it's his own.
I just took the video because the helicopter was like at the top of the boat. And I took a short video. I didn't want to on the phone.
This was with your iPhone?
That's correct.
I'm assuming it's an iPhone. Was it an iPhone?
It was.
All right. If you wouldn't mind stepping down for a moment. How long is this video, more or less? Come on over here so you can see it. Whenever you're ready, Rose. Hold on right there for a second. Can you move that? Now, just quickly, Mr. Rodriguez, just to follow up what you said earlier today, the engines in this picture are white. Is that right? I know that's the only difference between this boat. Correct. The only difference is between the boat as it was then, September 4th, and as it is when those pictures were taken. Correct. That's exactly. All right. Go ahead. One other thing. Do you see this boat in the background here? Mm-hmm. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Did you know any of the individuals on that boat?
No.
Did you have any interaction with the individuals on that boat that day that you recall?
I don't recall. I don't exactly remember the boat, but it's a similar boat to the one that got next to me when we were looking for the girl that was missing.
This is the video that you. That was a quick video, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Sure, we'll play one more.
So he took that video?
Yep. This would be before law enforcement
Mr.
had them
Rodriguez,
come over, and remember he like
the
sidled
individual
over
that
to the
is
other boat.
standing in the video in Defense Exhibit R, that's the individual that you rescued from the water, is that correct?
This is George in the
Do you see
pink,
that individual
by the way,
in the photo?
Yes.
for the
And
non-existent
please,
chat.
identify him.
Gentlemen.
Gentleman in a blue suit with a blue tie. We'll stipulate that's George Pino, Your Honor.
So identified.
So, this is Mr. Pino, of course. In addition to the head wounds that you mentioned earlier, were there any other injuries that you noticed?
That was the biggest injury that I noticed. If you see in the picture, you can see like a hump in the head there.
Why don't you show your right here?
You can see kind of white. You
Nice.
can see like the hair was, when I was behind him, you can see the cut there. He had that big bump in his head.
So there was a large bump?
Yes.
On his head? Were you able to see into the laceration itself, into the cut itself?
No, I put the towel and hold the blood, but I guess he was a decent sized cut, yeah.
Okay. Are you in the churches?
Did Shapiro ask if this
And
was
again,
after
the
the towel
video,
wipe?
the timing, from a timing perspective.
Picture?
That helicopter
About to maybe.
had not yet evacuated anyone at that point, is that correct?
No.
Do you know if that helicopter ever evacuated anyone from that accident scene?
Not the helicopter.
Okay. There was an evacuation, how?
The helicopter dropped a first responder, I guess, paramedic, and they left on a boat after that.
Mr. Rodriguez, is there a timestamp on that video that we just saw?
I'll have to look at my phone or find the video. That was a while back.
Okay. Do you have your iPhone with you today?
Yeah.
All right. Judge, may I ask the witness to look for that? Just double check on his name.
I have a lot of pictures from that time. Let me see if I can find it.
That's September 4th, 2022, of course.
I have the pictures here for the date, but I don't know why it's not giving me the correct time. It's saying I took the picture at 10 a.m. and it's obviously in the afternoon.
All right. Well,
I found another picture has the time on it.
what does the time say?
This picture says when I went to rescue him. A picture that I have, it says 7:04, but I don't see the time on the helicopter anymore.
All right, so if that's all around the general time frame that you rescued Mr. Pino from the water, we're talking about 7:04.
I'm sorry, I found the video. It's 7:14.
7:14.
Yeah.
Now, that video at 7:14, Mr. Pino had already been on your boat for 15 minutes, I think you said. Is that right?
Yes.
All right, so the picture that you just mentioned, that is timestamp 7:04, that probably is closer in time to when you actually rescued Mr. Pino from the water, correct?
Objection pleading.
Let me finish your question.
Sure. Can you give an estimate based on viewing the pictures that you just looked at as to what the time was when Mr. Pino got onto your boat?
Well, now I saw the time, but in the moment I'm not keeping track of the time. But after I took that picture of him in the water, like before I rescued him, like 2 minutes after he was on the boat.
All right. You mentioned 7:04. Does that sound right? That's
Yes.
what the picture says anyway.
Yes.
At some point that day, did you deliver Mr. Pino to a police boat?
Yes.
And after delivering Mr. Pino to the police boat, did you have any further involvement that day with this accident?
No.
Stand by.
Hey, Bob.
What'd I miss? Everything?
Let me just get this back from you. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. I have further questions.
You got here in time for cross.
Who is this guy, Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes. 3 minutes ish.
He was on one of the boats that responded. He had the boat that George Pino
Hi,
used to
Mr.
climb
Rodriguez.
up to get up there and didn't notice signs
I
of
want to ask you a
impairment.
question. When you were scrolling through your phone, can you go back in your photo log to the different images you took from that day for us?
Yes.
Okay, would you do that?
Did they never get this information from them?
Yeah, I have like 3 pictures.
Okay. Do you mind if I look?
No, not at all.
Is this odd, or is it just me
You see
as a
him.
non-lawyer?
Okay.
Pretty
Okay,
odd.
That's odd.
I think it's odd. I mean, it's implying that they didn't turn over whatever photographs he may have had. I mean, maybe the defense didn't have them themselves. I don't know. What came out on
Yeah.
direct? Allison's not even paying attention. She's
I
reading
am.
something.
But I am. So I was
What did he
listening to
say
you
about
guys-
the photographs? Like what came in about these photographs on his phone? How did this come up?
He took a video once he had George on his boat. So maybe she's looking for the metadata. I don't know.
She's looking for any other photographs that were in his phone that he may have taken. He said there were like 3.
Keep your voice up. I'm sorry. I know I'm close to you, but
You can see in the picture Mr. Pino
Okay.
hanging from the boat.
all right. What else do you have?
I have another picture. This is the video you just watched.
Yes.
This when I was on sandbar. And this is the other picture, basically the same, just different angle.
Okay. Your Honor, I want to just for demonstrative purposes, see if you can show that image, please, to the jurors.
Okay.
Can we blow
Maybe
it
we can
up?
step down? Yes.
He's gonna have to be like
Do
this.
it twice, because your phone's not humongous, okay? So why don't you show the jurors the photograph that you took? And is it possible to see where the person that was holding onto the boat is? Can you, stretch it out so it can be seen?
All right. So
Why
let me
is
go
this
back
any
a frame.
different than the prosecution getting evidence in during the state's case?
Yeah, I forgot about that whole ordeal. The defense isn't objecting.
Right, they don't care.
But it looks like he's on the side with the damage, the starboard side. well, to like the front of it, kind of. But I think this might be the best angle we get, guys. So take it in now.
Yeah. Yeah. It's as good as it's going to get.
Did she?
When you first see something in the distance that lets you think, oh my goodness, there's maybe an emergency there, about how long does it take you to get from where you are to the scene of that emergency?
5 minutes.
Okay, so from 5 minutes away, you were able
Visibility.
to see signs of people being in distress, right?
Yeah,
And you wanted to get there as quickly as you could because you wanted to help.
that is correct.
Now, even though you were going pretty fast, you weren't even going at the top speed that your cousin's boat could go at that time, were you?
Almost.
Close to it,
Yeah,
because you wanted to help somebody.
that's correct.
You weren't going there because you wanted to go have a dinner party, were you?
No,
And you didn't crash in anything on the way getting to help somebody, did you?
no.
Okay, nothing else.
God, she's such an idiot.
Thank you.
All right. I think they're taking a break. I think. Yeah, this comes up because she was asking like how much longer you got. So I think the judge wanted a break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch break at this time. Please
Oh.
put your
All right, get ready,
notepads
chat.
inside your envelopes. We're going to be having lunch until 2:15. 2:15, it's 5 minutes to 1. Right now, 2:15. We'll return to the jury room on the 7th floor after lunch. Please do not discuss this case with each other. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Or with anyone else. Please, no research or investigation. If you see any of us outside of this courtroom, we're going to ignore you. If you have any issues or concerns, please bring them to Renee's attention. Reminding everyone in the courtroom, anyone wearing a juror badge, please stay away from. And if you're discussing the case, please find a quiet, private place to have those conversations. All right, very well. We'll see you at 2:15. If you'd all wait in the courtroom just for a moment for the jury room. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be on lunch break until 2:15. Thank you.
All right. They don't do anything important here. I think some people were asking, this is little Cece, the daughter, that just handed him a drink. And then we're on the seal. So there we go. Let's bring the chat back. You guys ready? Open the floodgates. Also, I saw some people say like, hey, the chat doesn't come back for me. I think particularly on mobile devices, sometimes the chat will bug out. And if we re-enable it, you might have to go click a random other video and then open this stream again for the chat to correct itself. Like dragging down and just refreshing it won't fix the issue. So if you experience issues right now, the chat's back live on mine. I think Bob's turning theirs back on at Defense Diaries right now. If you have issues seeing the chat, try clicking another video and then coming back to the day 7 stream and you should see the feature available.
Yeah, we're
So
fired up. We are fired up.
Yeah, so lunch break, we've got like an hour here. Got an hour. What are your thoughts before we get into like broader conversations on, I would say the last 2 witnesses that we just had. Both are people that showed up that day for different reasons, different points in time, who observed things that as they were happening, and you know, got to see George's status, were asked about signs of impairment, got to see some of the other boats that had already responded. Just general thoughts there. Is it helping? Is it hurting?
Allie, you speak to it because I was with Tony for the last witness, so I don't know if he was helpful, if it was hurtful.
I mean, it had to be helpful. I mean, he's confirming that, oh, there's the chat. He's confirming that he, was like in the water, stuck, needed to be rescued. I mean, everything that the defense has said is coming to fruition through these last two witnesses.
You're thinking promises are at least being fulfilled too.
Right. And it's
I think that's
challenging
important.
the state's kind of presentation.
What do you think, Kat?
I think it's important to have witnesses who are not friends with anybody saying they didn't observe any signs of impairment. We didn't have the state asking, at least if they did, I missed it. The state, and I think it was very effective for the prosecutor to ask things like, well, you're not the best judgment of who's buzzed if you're also buzzed, right? But we have these two witnesses and the state doesn't get into any questions about what they were doing these days. Could they have also been drinking and observing? And I think it's probably a strategic decision for the state because you don't want to make it seem like all these other random boaters drink and boat, right? So maybe they made a strategic decision to not ask things of this witness.
And, is it cutting the opposite way that he didn't have trouble getting onto the boat or following directions when we're talking about him having a head injury that, resulted in him answering questions in a way that, being mixed up, being confused?
I agree. Could
Yeah.
that be an adrenaline versus memory issue, though? Like, could adrenaline be the reason you could pull yourself up on a structure that's different from your own vessel?
Right.
I still don't get how the state is really still trying. They're still arguing, and granted, the jury didn't hear any of the motion for acquittal. But like the state is really still trying to drill down on the alcohol consumption. You know what I mean? It's like it's weird because like if you're the jury.
If I wanted a conviction, I would too. If I was the prosecutor, I mean, I get it. I don't think it's proper, but I don't think it's charged properly for that to be proper.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you're the jury, you're like, well, where's the boating under the influence charge? Like, aren't you asking that like in your own mind?
Serving alcohol to minors.
Yeah, which is, not something he's been charged with. And I think that any of us that have kids and, when the kids are turning 18, it's that thing that you'd rather, if they're going to drink, I'd rather have them drink, in our house under our control so that they're not out in the streets in the wilds, driving, getting up, it's like those kind of things. So it's like, I'm not being judgy about that at all. Just because I think that that's the culture, American culture, like, frankly, like a global culture. Like drinking is, you can't have an event without alcohol. And if you have an event like a wedding without alcohol, people will talk shit. Wow. Like how cheap. They didn't even have an open bar. It's like, it's so ingrained in our culture that, it'd be unusual to think that there wasn't alcohol, and it's like, I could talk for hours about the fact that, if you're old enough to get enlisted in the military and go fight and die in a war, I think you're probably old enough to have a drink. So, I mean, that's just, it's always been kind of an arbitrary number to me. You can go over to Europe and they'll basically serve you if you can see over a bar, so it's just.
You have to be tall enough, this tall to drink.
Yeah, essentially.
I think you're touching on the exact dispute. It's hard to say exact dispute with the motions for a judgment of acquittal that we watched, but the idea that, Howard was arguing, Mr. Strebnick was arguing, is the state's theory that if you have accident plus fatality equals culpable negligence? Is that how it's supposed to work? So he's hinting at like that's a slippery slope. That's not how the law is defined. And then when it was Miss Adams' turn to argue her side, that is to me what she was trying to argue. At least that alcohol was one of the factors that within the totality of the circumstance gives rise to something that rises not just to recklessness, but also culpable negligence. And this idea that you just gave these examples, everybody complains if there's no open bar at a wedding or, but if you add in the context of, but there was a fatality. So are your examples, are they relevant? Does the existence of Lucy with the pretty blue photo being paraded around, I agree that most people would recognize that there is a discourse surrounding, alcohol is a common part of a lot of cultures, a lot of celebrations. It might just be something that people don't think twice about when it comes to family outings and there's underage individuals involved. But when you add a fatality, does everybody suddenly get a different perspective?
I mean, I think yes. I mean,
I
because
think that's the problem for the defense.
right. Well, that is the problem for the defense. But at the end of the day, you've got to, if you're Howard, I mean, that's what you're arguing at the end of the day, that those things aren't really relevant. I mean, think of it in terms of like being in a vehicle, and like say you're in a car and you've got 3 or 4 of your friends in the car, and you're not drinking in the vehicle, but you're coming from a place where you have been drinking, and you're like, oh, well, I had one at the bar, but I was the DD. So, and the music's cranked and everybody's sitting in the car, everybody's screaming and yelling, having a good time. And the driver gets into an accident, which, for all intents and purposes, make it Shreebnick's thing where he missed a stop sign. It's in their neighborhood, and he just, for whatever reason, didn't see the stop sign. And I've done it. I've blown stop signs where I see it late and I'm like, oh shit, do I slam on my brakes? Or, it's 1:30 at night and I'm just going to drive through it. And, I'll typically drive through it, knowing that I see that there's no other vehicles, so I'm making that calculated decision. But, and then this guy ends up getting in an accident. I mean, are you going to be able to bring in the fact that it was loud in the car, there was music blaring, your friends were shit-faced, but you weren't, and did those things distract you to the point where maybe that's why you blew the stop? I mean, I don't know, but at the end of the day, it never rises to reckless for me. I mean, could those things be factors? Maybe, but it doesn't turn it into a crime, so it's like, I don't know. Like I'm having a very, very difficult time getting to even reckless, let alone culpable negligence, whatever that is.
Did you start this way?
Yeah, I always kind of felt like from the beginning, I think if we were to go back, I felt like this was just a tragic, awful accident. I think clearly the guy had no intent to hit the marker. Like there's no question. For whatever reason, he doesn't see it, or he cuts it too close. Like in my mind, it's a situation where he's distracted. It was probably his wife's fault. He's probably taking the bullet for his wife. She's like, look at that. Because we know for a fact through her testimony that at the moments before that she was trying to send out the video and she's irritated by it. Like that was very telling to me. She's like, she said, I was pissed off, or I was upset that the video wouldn't go out. That would be where Allie would be like, I'm trying to get this video out. Bob, see if you can get this video to go out.
Wizardry, fix it.
Right, like whatever, or just sending it to me to see if I can get it to go out on my phone to the same group if I'm in that group chat. And that's all it takes. 5-6 seconds, you're looking down at your phone, you look up, you're like, holy shit, and it's too late because of the wait.
She's acting like 9 seconds is like
a lifetime.
Yeah.
Like, and that's the blink of an eye.
Like when she paused and was like, we're going to count it out right now. Like, what? You're not counting out even like 20 seconds. That might feel long. You're like 9.
Right. So I don't know.
Defense attorneys, did you like the defense doing their own version of a countdown earlier today?
Yeah, I thought it was effective. I mean, you're doing that to rebut her slow version of the countdown. 9, 8. So, it's just like, at the end of the day, and I kind of want to go back to one of our earlier, I can't remember if it was a super or what it was, but one of our viewers is like, in terms of the makeup of the jury. And then you brought it up, Kat, like what you were seeing kind of out in the social media sphere is that boaters are holding him more accountable than non-boaters are out in the general public, it seems like.
Well, that was a comment we read, and I'm not sure because a lot of the comments I've read aren't really specifying whether they're a boater or not. But I have seen a lot of commentary that like, hey, where I am, we use buoys. Like this would have been totally different because of just the things that are always in the environment where we would be on a boat, right? We have buoys rather than these fixed channel marker structures that seem like they would cause a lot more damage if you collide or allied with them. Also, I think KWK4 Dread has said like, look, here I am on my boat, has sent me and you tagged us on X with clips of their boat saying like, well, here's the GPS and here's where the captain would be standing while they're looking out. I disagree with what some of the state is presenting about what a ordinary boater would be seeing or doing had they been looking at the GPS while operating the boat, right? So I do think there is a difference of opinion between the boating, which leaves us up in the air, leaves me up in the air. I shouldn't speak for everybody about this avid boater that's on the jury. I think it could go either way what this avid boater guy thinks.
Yeah, I mean, people are saying this, like Dreamscape says, wait, no, it wasn't Dreamscape. Where'd it go? It's the fast. So Royal Navy Yachtmaster says, if I'm driving a boat at 40 knots, I wouldn't take my eyes off the lookout for a second. You cannot allow yourself to be distracted. And, I think that that's ultimately with the jury where this thing is going to lay, but here's my question to you. Is that negligence, Royal Navy, or is that criminal? Because that's like, if you do, for whatever reason, I understand what you're saying. By your screen name, I can tell that you're a boater, I would assume, since it's Royal Navy Yachtmaster. So you take your duties as the captain very seriously. If for whatever reason, if it's your wife who's, over on the side of you, like nagging you to look at something and you take your eye off for a second, are you then a criminal or are you negligent in terms of you lost your point of view, what you were looking at, and you've become distracted. You've taken your eyes off the lookout. And now when you turn your eyes back, you're having to try to avoid this impediment in front of you. I mean, that's where this case lays for me. Is that negligence or is that criminal? I'm hard pressed to turn that into a criminal activity. It's just like, I just think that's negligence.
The accident plus fatality suddenly changes the analysis. Is
It
what
shouldn't,
Howard
though.
Schriebnick was, but that's what Howard Schriebnick was arguing. Like, and I think that's such a simple way to put it. Like, is it no longer an accident just because there's an injury, just because there's a specific outcome?
Right.
How does the outcome change the thing itself?
Right. And it doesn't. That's what he's arguing. Like, there is, like, just as tragic as it is, we have to take out the fact that there's a fatality in this particular circumstance. If there's no fatality, the better way to put it is, if there was not a fatality, are we having a trial right now?
Well, so we saved something for the break. It's an article about boating accidents, including different instances of vessels alighting with channel markers. So we're going to look at that. That was sent in by Kylie, sent that in. So I have that queued up. Before we do that, we had some questions come in. I'm sure you guys might. Do you guys have any Venmos? If Allie wants to check that while we go through.
My phone is dead, so Bob has to check.
Put Bob to work.
Yeah.
Bailey B, member for 9 months at Defense Diaries, happy anniversary, says, how is that iPhone pic allowed? Is it in evidence? So Allie, you want to take that one?
I don't know if it was in the evidence. The defense didn't object, so she said for demonstrative, so she hasn't
Not in evidence, right?
Admit it into evidence. I don't know if she will, but at where we got so far, she said for demonstrative purposes, but she didn't say what the purpose of this demonstration was. Like, what she was showing wasn't, like, so it's really like getting it into evidence without making it part of the evidence. So I don't know, but she's allowing her to show it to the jury, but technically it's not evidence yet.
But they released this witness, right? Or are they gonna like?
Did they release her? Was that it?
Yeah, I think
Or
that was
him?
it. I don't think they're coming back for just a redirect with him. Let me double check. I'll double check.
I thought they were still like showing the picture. I don't know where I got lost in translation, like what
I'll
she was
double
showing.
check, and unless we're gonna have a rebuttal and bring this guy back.
Yeah, I don't think he's coming back.
Nothing further, Judge? Nothing.
Thank you.
Yeah, defense said nothing further at the end before they let him go. So, I mean, is that something, when something's a demonstrative but not actually admitted as an exhibit, obviously it's not something the jury can say like, hey, can we look at that picture? Because it wasn't actually, like, they can't during deliberations look at something like that, right?
Right.
Right, if
Can
it's
they,
not in
can it be used
evidence,
in,
no.
can it be used in closings then? Like, can she even make an argument with it?
I mean, what argument is she making with the fact that it's support? I don't even understand what she was trying to get them to glean from it. Like that it substantiated that George was in the water. What do you think she was trying to pull from? Like, why did she feel that it was necessary for the jury to see that?
Maybe because he's the only one near the vessel at that point, and thus he should have been the one that went under the boat right away.
I mean,
because my take is, look, if he's got a head injury, he was just drowning himself. I think 3 witnesses now have said they thought he was dead or deceased. They use different wording, but I think we've had 3 witnesses that said that when they saw him there at first, one witness saw him like tangled in the wires that we saw like dangling off the side of the boat where the damage was, and then on the side of the boat. It seems like the state wants to present it as the cause of, like, Lucy drowned because he didn't go under there to try to rescue her. And my gut is, well, like, how is everybody not responsible then for not going under and getting her out faster? And maybe they're going to try to show that since he was the one that's visible in that photo near the vessel, he's the only one that reasonably could have gone under there, maybe in time, right? It would only be a maybe, not definitively in time to save her, but maybe in time to save her because he was just proximal.
right.
I don't know. That's the best I can come up with.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll find out in an argument if she refers back to it. But I mean, she's going to make the argument anyway, right? Like if like he was in the best position to have done something. But again, that it goes back to what we were just talking about. Does that, does the fact that there was a fatality, does that change what we're in court for as to whether or not this was reckless? You know what I mean? That's all kind of like after the fact stuff where, the state's trying to make it seem like it matters, but in the final estimation, it doesn't in terms of the analysis of whether or not this rises to the level of reckless or culpable negligence. Not in my, you know what I mean? It's like, I can't get there. I just can't get there. And I don't think that it's relevant. And it's, that's a harsh thing to say because, a beautiful young lady lost her life, but the reality is that for me, the analysis stops at the accident, not what happened afterwards. I mean, in terms of relevance with respect to what George may or may not have said, that's different, because there you're trying to figure out what the hell happened at the thing that we're focusing on, which is the accident itself. So
they're trying to get to, did negligence cause the accident? Whereas, like, I think it's common sense that there would not have been an opportunity for drowning had there been no elision, right? But it seems like the state is kind of making it seem like because there's an elision and somebody drowned, we have that accident plus fatality logic coming back into play.
Right, which is not how it should be. I mean, like that accident plus fatality is simply trying to wring the pathos out of something, just trying to squeeze the emotion out of it. Where, again, I'm going to ask the question, if there's not a fatality, is George Pino facing any charges?
No.
Right.
Oh,
so,
you mean for the injuries? Like if
for,
the kid still
for,
got
for
injuries?
nothing, for any, has he commit, if there's nobody injured or killed,
No.
is George Pino facing any kind of criminal charges?
No.
I mean, that's your answer right there.
Right.
So it's like, I
And
cannot
he
get to,
sort of raised res ipsa loquitur. I can't remember if you were on here, babe, but I kept saying like she's like thinks she's in a civil court arguing a res ipsa loquitur case, and the, you know, defense argued she was, she argued she wasn't, but in essence she is. She is trying to say he doesn't come into contact with that post unless he did something culpably negligent, not even just negligent.
Right. Which just isn't true. I mean, if he looks down at, say for instance, say he dropped something and he bent over for a second to pick it up, because I want to put the stop clock on here, because somebody's like, oh, 40 knots, 9 seconds to 40 knots is like a long time. Like, no, it's not. Time moves the same, no matter how you feel like it's moving in your mind. Like
Bob
when you're
wants to do a
taking,
9-second bend and snap for us.
yeah, right. I mean, when you're all right, so I'm going to start it right now. All right. And currently we're at 6 seconds right there. So, I mean,
And then
that's
that would be 9.
right. Well, but I'm saying 6 seconds, like almost to 7. In my estimation, that's when he sees the thing. Like, he's like, holy shit. And he clearly tried to maneuver out of it the best that he could. He's got a lot of weight on the front of the boat. The maneuverability is not going to be there like it is if you've got an empty vessel. So, like, he clearly wasn't able to clear it. And you can see where the boat struck. Like, this was like, she keeps trying to make it seem like he plowed into it head on, nose on of the boat, and that's not what happened. Like, it seems clear to me that he tried to make it an evasive maneuver, but simply didn't have the time or the maneuverability to do it. You know, like if it was a freak accident in my
Let's do
estimation.
a Bob vote in the chat, and we're doing because we can't, like, we'd have 2 polls on 2 different channels, so we're just doing like a pick a letter or number. Put an H in the chat if you think it's possible that this was a head-on collision. Put S in the chat if you think it was a side collision. Right? Is this still a fact in dispute is essentially what this poll is going to establish. Is a head-on collision still in play for you guys?
What do we consider a head-on collision?
If he smacked into it with the front, or he could have smacked on the side, the water, you know, then the boat
Well,
maneuvered.
haven't we seen the mark on the side of the boat where it initially made contact?
I think they're trying to say that could have been a bounce back. And that's where I remember saying, well, how do we know which
bounce
came
back?
first?
I mean, like a boat obviously like it has a very small front. It comes to a point, right? So to me, like, you can see wherever that mark
there is
is.
nothing in the front. I thought the front was destroyed somewhat.
No.
There's like split. Oh, that's the other side of the boat. Hold on. There's like a split
right
You
here.
see at the very front.
Not the very front. I'd say like 3 feet back. Remember, that's a 29-foot boat.
Where are we talking about?
Maybe 4 feet back. Like, there's that mark there.
Somebody put their mouse. Kat, you've got to put your mouse there so I can see.
I don't think I can do it with media on the screen because I'm sharing it as a, like, you know, when you put something in StreamYard as a media file rather than it being shared. Let me pull it up in.
See if you can just zoom in on that.
I think you should put the scrolling thing as non-scrolling, because Drama Bree, I think one of your members for 18 months, I'm assuming, says, is your Venmo at Cat not Williams? So I think they see it better when it's not scrolling.
Oh. Here, wait, I think I can just make, well, this might be really long.
You can just edit and turn off the
scroller?
scroll. Yeah.
Court is on lunch. Also, did you guys check yours if you have questions?
Let's see. No, I think most people are super chatting now. I don't know if you got to it. Let's see. I think. Hold on. I clearly had my microphone on because there's like a 500-word text that I almost sent.
It's just like gathering you talking about culpable negligence.
Yeah, exactly.
And a 9-second bend and snap.
And they it called him George Pino, like Pinot Noir. Okay, so I don't know if you guys got to this, but Deb had said the witness is very believable and is pretty much a hero. So I don't know if you guys read that one.
No.
Kim, our daily our daily Venmo angel, sent us $25. Thank you, Kim, as always. And then Jennifer said, sent $10. She said, me and my husband watching you guys for years. George isn't a criminal. We think that, oh wait, hold on. It's a deeper one. I got to go past just the text version of it into the actual, okay, she says that George, her and her husband think that George mistakenly thought that he was already past the marker, a tragic accident with a devastating death that shouldn't equal jail. So thanks, Jen, for the 10. And I agree. I don't know what caused him to not see it, or whether or not he thought that he was already I don't know. But something distracted him.
Right.
To the point to where he didn't see it. And to me, a distraction isn't criminal. It's
And
negligent.
remember,
It's negligent.
momentary lapse of judgment. Why is that phrasing so important, you guys?
Let's see here.
Because there's case law. There's case law where there's been decisions in culpable negligence cases where the whatever court of appeals who issued the relevant decisions stated that a momentary lapse of judgment, specifically that phrasing, does not constitute culpable negligence. So when we hear like the defense attorneys, particularly Shriebnick, making these arguments, and what we're dealing with momentary lapse of judgment, inadvertence is another word. It does not rise to what's required for culpable negligence, the wanton disregard. We also have a question here. Was there a civil trial already? So what's on the record is that there was a civil suit brought by Cathy Puig, the family for the Puigs, and that there was a settlement. The attorney for that case came and testified. We heard that it's been handled, like the case is closed out. Outside, we have the information that because it was brought against both of the Pinos, so George and his wife, Cece, Big Cece. Cece settled for $16 million. And George has a settlement, but we don't have the information about what was included in those settlement terms. And we didn't get into specifics with that with the testimony, but that part is outside, like what we've looked at. That's the information. But as far as a trial, there hasn't been a trial. But for Cathy Puig, that was addressed. Also, I think it's relevant. Some people are asking, like, hey, how come we're only hearing about Lucy? Well, the charges in this case relate to a fatality, right? So we have manslaughter and we have vessel homicide. So those are the only two counts, and they both deal with a homicide, which means it only applies to Lucy. The allegation is George Pino's actions by XYZ caused the death of Luciana Fernandez. So it's not that Cathy being present isn't relevant to some extent, but the argument here isn't George Pino is charged with causing serious injury to Cathy. We've also got, I want to give a big thank you here, pulling it up on the screen here several times, to Sheriff Chuck gifting another 5. We did the Oz back and forth earlier. That was a fun time. And guys, if you got a gifted membership, make sure you're saying thank you. Use some channel emojis. If you're a member on whatever channel you're watching from, use those channel emojis because they're fun, and you guys can't use them when the chat's not active. So use them now that you are. Also, make sure you are hitting the like button. That would be awesome. We've got Liz Weiss saying, yesterday when the prosecutor was asking if George was looking at her, would it be proper if the defense attorneys defended him in that moment? What would you guys have done?
I mean, I think that staying quiet worked because she looked like a complete idiot, and I don't think the defense needed to say anything. I might have tried to roll that into something, but probably not. I think they did the right thing, and if I would have tried to ride it further, probably would have been not a good idea. Anyway, I just think that she was looking pretty bad on her own, and the judge was, in her real polite way, trying to, shut her down. But
well, I mean, the jury wasn't in there at that point, were they?
No.
All right. I mean, whatever.
Would she have done that?
Would she have done that in front of it? That would be a dream scenario if you're a defense attorney for have a prosecutor pop off like that. It was crazy. It's crazy. George wasn't doing jack shit other than sitting there, like looking towards the person who was speaking. You know what I mean? It's like, what is he not allowed to look over that? Like, come on. Like, she's just acting like this guy is like a monster. Like there was intent here. Like everything boils down to intent for me in criminal cases, especially when it involves a death. You know, if there's intentional killings, you're dealing with something different. Like this guy is not that, no matter how you slice it. Even if you think that he's, you know, culpably negligent or reckless, he's still not a monster. You know what I mean? If you feel like he needs to be punished because he should have been more diligent in keeping a lookout, then fine. You know, you're going to criminalize what I think is negligence, which ultimately is a civil case, not a criminal case. You know, like you're allowed your opinion on that. You know, that is a slippery slope, because you're going to have a ton of courtrooms in this country filled up with people that are now being charged criminally for what used to be an accident. You know, like it's like every rear ender. Like, I'm like, how the hell did you smash into my, like something happened. I was clearly stopped in front of you and you rammed into the back of my vehicle. Something, you weren't paying attention. Something happened. Like you were looking at your phone. You were, you know, you dropped something on the floor of the vehicle, whatever the case may be, something caused you. Now all those people are going to be charged as criminals. And if somebody is injured in that vehicle in front of you that you hit, you know, you could go to prison for it. I mean, if you're down with that, that's essentially what we're talking about here. It's really not, it's not a different set of circumstances. It's the exact same thing. If you've got a vehicle stopped in front of you, that's the equivalent of the channel marker, you know, and like, oh, well, you know, that person was at a red light. You were 9 seconds back. You were coming in at 40 miles an hour and, you know, and you ended up, you swerved out of the way and you clipped the back of the car. The guy pinwheeled into it. He got, you know, I mean, all that shit. It's like, it's a very slippery slope for me. It's a very, very slippery slope. I just don't think we can start criminalizing negligence because, you know, without the willful or wanton aspect of it, you know, that's a different thing. It's like, what was that example you gave earlier? Like the hot dogging thing, like where you got your buddy who's like, hey man, you're freaking me out. Like cut the shit. Like, you know, like whatever
somebody.
Yeah. Like whatever you're doing, if you're out on the water and, you know, you're on a jet ski and, you know, you've got a passenger behind you holding on around your waist and you're acting a fool, you know, and that person the person's like, hey man, like, I'm not comfortable. Stop doing what you're doing. Slow down, all those things. And you're like, no, man, we're going to do it. You know, and that person ends up getting injured. You know, maybe that rises to willful and wanton, but like, who's proven that case if that kid like ends up dying? You know, I'm talking about the back passenger. You know, how are you proving that one? Yeah, I don't know. Again, all that being said, I can completely see conviction.
Yeah. I mean, I think what the prosecutor's doing, she's doing it for a reason. Like I again, my stance is that it's inappropriate, but it works. So, and I have this comment here. I wanted to wait till we had the chat back up to read it. Guys, in my chat at least, I dropped a link to Cathy's channel. You guys probably better know her as Gossip, Rumors, and Innuendo. She has done a few videos reacting to George Pino's reactions to what's going on in the courtroom. So the emotions. And she had said, it never occurred to me that anyone would see the prosecutor in a bad light until I heard you guys mentioned it. I watched her on this trial and I'm neutral on her. And that's, you're taking neutrality here, but I think there's a lot of people who understandably think what Laura Adams is doing is admirable because she's fighting for some type of justice for someone who was killed, especially a young girl, especially a young pretty girl, to be honest, which I don't think that should be the standard.
See, here's the problem with that, Kat. The form of justice that we have for negligence in this country, especially
as a matter of law,
is monetary because it's civil. Like if you have a doctor that leaves a sponge in somebody,
Ew.
at the end of a surgery, and they sew them up, and that sponge becomes tainted with, all kinds of disease, and that ends up killing the person. You're not suing that person for criminal, like you're suing them civilly. They're not being charged as a criminal, and it's like, well, how could a doctor forget a sponge in somebody? That's absurd, well, it happened. It's just a different thing. You can't, and I talk about it with civil law in terms of monetary, compensation to victims' families if somebody's deceased because of somebody's negligence. It's not fulfilling. It doesn't feel fulfilling, because money can't replace that person, but either can prison, so it's like, and you put up, Cigarette Hush had said that Lucy's family started a foundation in her honor, changing the culture through responsibility and safety. So is that like an anti-drinking while boating thing, Cigarette? And thank you for the 5. I don't know. I mean, can we pull up the foundation webpage? Like, is that what the rallying cry is like no drinking while boating?
Wait, is there actually like what website are you referencing, or are you just speaking hypothetically?
Here, I can't pull up the chat. It's the last super. It's Cigarette Hush. It says Lucy's family started a foundation in her honor. I don't know if they have a webpage. It seems like they might.
Oh yeah, that's where they like the color blue.
Changing the culture through responsibility and safety.
I mean, it's fair. The culture needs to be changed, but
it's also not part of the charges here.
Right.
And it's
exactly.
like selectively applied. I don't know if I would even have a problem with certain things not being explicitly charged if the evidence was George Pino was the only adult providing a cooler for the kid. So it's irrelevant what other adults were doing. I have an issue with the choice not to prosecute it because we're hamstringing it in anyway. We're like ramming it into the case, but we're not charging it. But we're also not giving consideration to make this safer. So I appreciate what the foundation's doing, but I'm also like, all right, after this accident, did somebody go make this channel marker 5 feet taller so it's as tall as the previous channel markers? Like, did we go and post anything with like a warning like, hey, please use caution when going through this channel? Something that might not be an explicit speed limit, but something that puts, for the sake of safety, right? Not for laying out a rule that if you don't listen to the sign, it's a violation of something. But just like something to make people use caution when they go through a channel like this where an accident just occurred.
Why are channel markers immovable objects?
Why are we switching to some buoys?
Right. Why are we making like a steel pole that's sticking out of the ocean where boats can run into it? It's like, make it so that it's like you can have it so that it floats where it's chained, so it's not going to move too far. Maybe make a pretty taut chain, so maybe the diameter of how far it moves is pretty limited. But like, why does it have to be a metal pole? To me, that seems crazy. It just seems crazy. I mean, I get the concept that you can't have it move too much, otherwise it defeats the purpose of why it's there. But there's got to be a better way to do it than having a giant steel rod sticking out of the water with a little, green sign or red sign on it. All right, so what's it say?
There's the foundation. It's lucyfernandezfoundation.org, not .com. The vision here is that we envision a Florida where young leaders rise with purpose and compassion, and where every family can enjoy the water safely. Through education, advocacy, and community, the Lucy Fernandez Foundation is building a connected movement, one rooted in love and light and committed to a safer, brighter future for all. And I can only imagine that this did give people new viewpoints after the fact, right? Armchair quarterback, hindsight's 2020, just different perspectives on. Where's Bob? Did I cut him out?
Oh, hi.
Okay. I guess that one only shows 3.
What else
Go
is
ahead,
there?
sorry.
Wait, what else is there? Like, what are they saying? Like, how are we making it safer? Are we talking about not drinking while on the water. Is that
they're
like,
supporting students at Our Lady of Lourdes Academy. Here we go. This one. Okay, so this one says, have fun, be safe, changing the culture through responsibility and safety. Our mission is to advance a culture where freedom on the water is matched by responsibility and where fun and safety go hand in hand. Through foundation-led programs and collaborations with private and government agencies, both locally and beyond, we lead advocacy efforts, raise awareness, expand education, and strengthen accountability. By promoting best practices and supporting policies that prioritize responsible boating, we're committed to saving lives while honoring Lucy's greatest passion, being on the water. They're guided by the philosophy of have fun, be safe. This initiative equips the next generation of boaters with the tools they need to enjoy the water while protecting themselves and others. Inspired by Lucy's experience, we strive to elevate recreational boating, reduce accidents and fatalities, and build a lasting culture of care that safeguards families, friends, and communities for generations to come.
And how are they doing that? Faster boats, crowded waterways, fly high bird. All right.
Legislation. Lucy's Law passes in 2025. It was passed unanimously as a landmark boating safety bill. The legislation received overwhelming bipartisan support, passing in the Senate 31-0, and the House by a near unanimous vote, and then was signed into law by DeSantis. Lucy's Law strengthens penalties for reckless boating, which is not what we have here. That's what they originally thought they didn't have enough to bring against George Pino, which would have been a misdemeanor, and they didn't think that they had enough.
Right.
Aligns certain boating offenses with more serious criminal consequences, so here we go, and expands boater education requirements, marking a major step forward in creating safer waterways and greater accountability across the state. And then they've got this link. I'll drop, it's the lucyfernandezfoundation.org/advocacy-legislation. I dropped that in my chat. I'm sure someone will grab it and get it over in Defense Diaries chat as well. And it's in the private chat if you guys want a quick link. Okay, so this one, wait, this just took us, all right, if I scroll, there's more. All right, so some stats. Florida leads the nation in registered vessels, reportable accidents, and fatalities. The top counties are Miami-Dade, Monroe County, and Palm Beach counties. According to, okay, this isn't zooming when I zoom. It says, according to the FWC's 2024 Florida Boating Accident Statistical Report, there's over 1 million registered vessels, 685 reportable accidents. Of those, we have 394 reportable injuries, and including 81 fatalities, which is a 37% increase over the year prior. Sheesh.
Wow.
30, maybe. So one thing, maybe it was just a nicer season, right? Maybe there was more opportunities to go boating, right?
Yeah.
So maybe that could be one reason. But for the sake of it being quick information, we have 31% collision with a fixed object, which is the #1 type of reportable incident. So in this case, we are dealing with a fixed object collision, an elision with the channel marker. So 31% of these collisions with reportable injuries were with a fixed object. So that's over 100 of these accidents with reportable injuries colliding with something that was not moving, I think should have been seen. Then we've got 41% of fatal accidents result from a collision with fixed objects and a man overboard. So this is what happens almost half of the time when a vessel collides with something stationary and somebody goes overboard. So how do we get to negligence if that's the statistic? I'm not trying to take away from this initiative. But if this is frequently what happens, is it because there's always a combination of factors that contributes?
Yeah, and I mean, at what point is the state have some hand in the negligence with sticking metal poles, steel poles? I don't know.
So, and I think we have another article
but
with
for
a drill
that
down.
steel pole, is Lucy Fernandez alive? If it was a buoy or like some other kind of marker that isn't an immovable object, which I'm sure there's things that can be used that aren't steel poles sticking out of the water. I mean, are we here?
Yeah,
Is
I
she
think
deceased?
I think the greatest thing that could be done right now is more conversions to buoys instead of these fixed objects. But they go on to say, so we're back on the left-hand side for incidents involving an injury, reportable injury. Operator inattention and inexperience are the primary cause of reportable accidents. They say 346 out of 685. Okay, so they're actually going to the total number, even though they split down into a portion here. So this shouldn't really be branched this way. This should be both of them, or up here actually before we branch. And then alcohol and speed is the primary cause of boating fatalities. Now, again, that's the, if we had a blood draw on scene when this incident first happened, maybe we'd be able to get directly to this. We'd be right here with it. And this would be a much easier case to bring, to argue, and much harder to defend.
Well, let's say that they did, and he comes back at 0.02, which is not even close to the legal limit in terms of driving while intoxicated in Illinois. It's 0.08. So say they test him and he comes back 0.02, which, you know, I mean, he's not going to be impaired from operating the boat at 0.02. So like, where are we at with that? Well, you know what I'm saying? Like, if it's the equivalent to 0.08, which I'm sure, like what is the BUI? What is the number? 0.08? Do we know?
I'll look.
We're talking about it. Yeah.
We have a zero tolerance of 0.02 for boaters under 21 also.
Right. So if you shouldn't be drinking, then yeah, that's, you know. So
I don't think legislation will get us here, because I think a lot of people, if they're going to drink and drive, they're going to do it. They know you could be arrested for it. They know whatever. And I just don't think legislation necessarily deters this. But right. I do think that this story, right, moving away from legislation, I really think this story, especially since it was such a high profile story, it still is just making people on their own think twice for themselves. Think twice for what they would allow their kids to do. Think twice about what they would do with their kids. Think twice about what they would do with their friends. Like, there's got to be parents out there that are like, all right, maybe we should really have someone designated if we're going to go out on the boat like we've been doing for years. Maybe we should think twice because we wouldn't want to have this happen again. Or the kids thinking like, hey, maybe if I'm drinking on a boat, I might need to be able to swim if something happens, so maybe I shouldn't be doing 1-for-1.
That's less likely. Just
you think so?
Yeah, teenagers, you know, they think they're invincible. It's part of that age. You know, you just never think that some crazy shit's going to happen, and you know, it's just part of being a teenager. But you know, the other part of it is that recreationally, you know, whereas when you're in a motor vehicle, at least in Illinois, if you have an open container, and it doesn't matter if it's you or anybody in your vehicle, you know, you violated the law. Whereas on a boat, you know, you're the captain of the boat. You're always going to have people, if, you know, you're hanging with people that drink, they're going to be recreationally drinking on the boat. That's part of the enjoyment of the boat. You're out on the boat all day, or, you know what I'm saying? It's like, that part of it is always going to be in existence in terms of the consumption of alcohol, because that's part of the culture. You know, whether it's we're heading out to the sandbar, we're going to go party out there, or we're just cruising and we got somebody that's skiing behind us or tubing behind us, and people are, so it's like the use of alcohol on the boat is always going to be a part of it, you know, and it boils down to the captain, the person that's manning the vessel. And
that gets us to this, Bob. What do you I think this is important, right? We heard from a witness that, you know, some, like, It's not like you need to have this license with XYZ trainings checked off before you can go and operate a vessel.
Yeah.
So that is a huge area, I think, where something can change. Like just the idea of putting it into people's heads that this is not like driving a car. There are no brakes. You have to rely on the friction of the water to slow you down.
Yeah, like I could have really used some training when I was trying to dock that boat. You know what like somebody like I would have like a great example is we rented like a Class A RV. I had never driven one. We were going down to Locken, which is a music festival. I was driving it from Illinois to West Virginia, talking about some white knuckle shit. And all I did, and this thing was massive, Cat, like a Class A RV is like the big guy, is I watched a 15-minute video and then they patted me on the head and sent me on my way to drive this monstrosity that had like, you know, it had, you know, like things where I could, you know, kind of levers that I could pull in order to tilt it one way or another when I was parking the thing. And it you know, it's kind of the same concept. You know, it's like I wasn't really aware of like if I'm backing up, is there like a tree that's like too low so that I'm not jamming like a giant branch of that tree into the side and causing damage on this thing that I don't own. It's I just had like backing up a massive RV is an incredibly terrifying thing if you're not used to it. And it's the same thing when you're out on the waterways. Like if you're not properly trained and educated, I think it does create a problem. It's strange to me, frankly, that they allow people out on bodies of water without any kind of formal education or training and a test. Why is it any different than a motor vehicle?
And also, do you think experience, because I think it's hard to contest that George Pino was experienced with traveling this route and using this specific vessel, but is experience necessarily the same thing as what could be taught through courses, education?
Yeah, I mean,
I think it overlaps.
Well, yeah, I think it does too. I think if you were to ask any experienced boater what their preference would be in terms of having to deal with idiots that are out on the water who are not educated, that don't understand and or abide by what are the navigational rules, that they would say, yes, there should absolutely be boater education, because I'm over dealing with the morons out there that are just making it unsafe, making it unenjoyable for me because they're not following the navigational rule. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sure every experienced boater would say that. And to me, I mean, it's just common sense. Like, where's the downfall on making sure that people are educated and have to get like a license? Like, I'm all about licensing, you know, and it's a money grab for the state. It's a win-win. You get more educated boaters out there and the state can generate some income in terms of making people have to come in, and you got to re-up it. And if there's, you know, changes in the laws or the navigational rules, people have to retake a test every whatever, you know, 15 years, make sure that people's vision is right. You know, George didn't have his contacts in that day, so he didn't see the damn mark. Who knows? I don't know. It's a crazy case. It's crazy.
Yeah, but I know with like driving, you'd have to wear, if you have prescription glasses you're supposed to wear, like you should be wearing them while you drive. So like, what if there's not an equivalent for boating, like then should there be? And how do you enforce that if there isn't licensure? And then we heard, I don't know, do you think this trial has made you guys confident that if someone's violating these navigational rules but nobody's enforcing it, do you think these navigational rules have any type of deterrent effect?
Well, I mean, I like that. I just use an example of the kids as being a deterrent. Like, my mindset in terms of
egg cartons.
Yeah. Wait, what did you say? The what?
The egg cartons, the precious cargo.
No, I don't think that. Like, I mean, I think that everybody that has teenage kids that goes out on their boat, you know, and they're 17, 18, I think they're partying. I don't think it's going to have any kind of deterrence to it. It's like the same question. Do you think that somebody's who's got designs on killing somebody in a state that has a death penalty, do you think the death penalty is a deterrent? Like nobody's thinking
No.
about that. Well, no, I'm not going to do this because they might execute me. No one's ever thought that in terms of being like a murderer. I mean, it's like, but I think that there's something to be said about what you're saying in terms of kind of like the awareness out there would certainly give parents pause. You would hope. But again, I don't know if the bigger deterrent is the money or the potential of like, okay, you might have to go to prison. Like if you're a parent and like we have a trampoline, like when we bought our trampoline, we were like, Alice and I are both lawyers. We're like, we're going to actually make a waiver because we don't want some neighbor's kid coming over, getting on our trampoline, bouncing and like getting a serious neck injury because it's our trampoline. So like when we bought the trampoline, we had this waiver, and when kids would come over, we'd say, you have to go talk to your parents and ask them to read through this waiver and to sign it because we don't want them to turn around and sue us because we have what could be viewed as an inherently dangerous contraption in our backyard that's an attractive nuisance to kids, which is a trampoline. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I mean, like, I think for parents out there, because like kids are going to take the boat. Like if you've got teenagers, they're going to take the boats out, especially for lake boating more than because like all boating isn't happening on oceans, right? A lot of it happens on lakes. You have lakes filled with speedboats, power boats, wake boats, all those different types of boats that people use with shit. So what do you got here?
Scare me because the growth on the floor can like tangle people.
Oh yeah.
I don't think people think about that until it happens, and it's very scary.
Yeah, and always remember, beware of the undertowed. All right, movie. Anybody who knows the movie? That's
Not
a tough
me.
one. I went into the way back machine for Beware of the Undertowed. It's a movie line. I'm not going to even give you a decade, but it's way back. An old head will know it, potentially.
So get your answers in the chat.
Yeah.
Show your age.
Yeah.
We have Georgia Catmon celebrating 9 months with you guys.
Wow. Thank you for your continued support.
Oh, wait, did it not come up? There we go. Sorry. It says this prosecutor's a real piece of work.
Putting it mildly. So I had a couple of, Iceman came in hot with a $50 Venmo and said, hey, it's Iceman. What up, doe?
You gotta do it in your wizard voice. I am Iceman.
I am Iceman. What up, doe? And Tracy wanted me to make sure to also shout out Iceman for being incredibly generous this week to our mods. Thank you very, very much. As you all know from our channel, we have a nice way for you guys to show your appreciation for our mods with buying them a pizza instead of a coffee. And Iceman apparently has been digging deep for our mods. So thank you 1,000 times over. We really, really appreciate that.
Can you show me off site how to set that up? Because I said, hey, if you want me to share your Cash Apps or whatever, I can. But like my current active mods didn't want to share their Cash Apps. So that was kind of like my way to do it.
So yeah, I had Tracy, of course, does all the hard work. So she goes in, and when they collect the money, she divvies it up between the mods at the end of every month. So like Tracy,
and it keeps it kind of more anonymous. So like no one needs to have direct information for any of the mods.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how like Tracy might have set it up as her own, like as kind of the owner of the account. And then what she does is she just like, she obviously gets the Venmo or however she gets the money to the mods once she divvies it up. But yeah, like it's not a bunch of individual ones. It's one, buy me a coffee or buy me a pizza.
Well, I'll get with Tracy because I think that solves like a deterrent for people providing their own. Because people use their cash. Like when we read them, we try not to read. Like right now, I'm going to shout out Brittany, but I'm not going to give a last name. But Brittany on the Venmo, which again, I think that's a risk of wanting to provide a Cash App or Venmo.
That's what
channel description.
I'm always telling people, I'm like, please, like when you're writing a message in a Cash App or a Venmo, put your screen name in there because I don't want to dox you, but and I'll only use your first name, but still, but sometimes people forget, sometimes people remember, but I'll never give a last name. But yesterday we had one and this particular individual was like, don't say my name, because this person had a job in a particular area of the law that they didn't want, and then Allie started to say something, and I was like, whoa, read the rest of it. So, and she's like, oh.
Yeah, so
thank you, Iceman. Thank you on both counts for giving to us and giving to our mods. So we appreciate that very much.
Brittany had said, I hate how this judge didn't ask for case law from the state since defense provided it. I wish more judges would go off case law or consider it. That's why it's there. This prosecutor is running this courtroom like a child who doesn't like the word no. And also that the defense attorney should have objected more. So earlier on during I keep wanting to mix up cross and redirect now because we've switched cases in chief. But during the cross-examinations by Laura Adams and some of the earlier witnesses, and that they seemed to put out or lost hope when the state gave their case. Just my opinions. Thank you, Kat, for all you do. Well, thank you so much for the support. Thanks for hanging out with us. And I think, Allie, after we got through several witnesses, you'd pointed out again, maybe we're not getting objections here because some of the stuff it's better just to roll through and let it be seen.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what's happening, and they're also not doing any redirect, and I wonder what their thinking is. We're going to show them that we're not fighting as hard as the prosecution is. We're not. I don't know, because it's kind of odd. She's not allowing recross, so it's not like they're afraid to get something in that the judge is going to allow now the prosecution to come back, and right. So it's not like they're trying to avoid something. They must have in their mind a reason that they think not doing redirects means something.
I can see why they don't want to do it with the witness who was crying.
Right, that person, right. I thought, as you remember, when we first saw it, that they didn't even do a recross of her, but they haven't redirected
Anybody.
One witness.
Do not make it a drinking game for any time an attorney messes up direct and cross.
Wait, Bailey, what was I afraid to give you praise for? I'm never afraid to give Bailey praise. Ever. What did Bailey say? I didn't see it in the chat.
Yeah, say it again. We'll pull it up.
Say it again. Say it again. Oh, wait. Did you guys cheat?
What do you mean? Cheat with what?
I'm assuming with the movie title. Let me see.
Oh, Bailey must have gotten it right.
Wait, no, I'm not ignoring it. I have to go back.
He wasn't looking.
I wasn't looking.
We got too used to not paying attention to the chat scroll because it's been gone. It's hard to keep up now.
I know. Oh, wait. All right. So Tiff definitely got it right, but I have to see if she was the first one.
Okay. All right. While you do that, Christian Garcia had said
Sarah Lapp got it, and she was in front of Tiff. Of course, Kraken, or also known as Living Story Worlds. She got it. Kraken could be first. Finding Nemo, no. It is The World According to Garp with Robin Williams. Looks like, was anybody in front of Living Story Worlds? Otherwise, she's the winner. She's the winner. She wins. I feel like Kraken wins a lot. She's got a pretty good movie memory. Pretty good sense of movie. So it looks like, all right, now Bailey, what did I miss from you? Tell me. Google, what did she say at the end here?
Google it, I dare you. Oh, she said Finding Nemo. She said she got the movie right. It's Finding Nemo. Google it, I dare you.
Oh, you know what though? But the predecessor wins for sure. And Finding Nemo.
So it was an homage in Finding Nemo.
It had to have been, because you Google it. It definitely comes from The World According to Garp first, which predated Nemo by 2 decades.
We are still on the We Who Labor Here sign in the court, although they're supposed to be gathering back in anytime here. We also have Christian saying, I personally think he's innocent. I wish he would be more remorseful. I didn't really see much on how he was helping the family move on. And I think that's that catch-22 of being a defendant, of being the accused. I think people want to, if you're stone-faced, you look like you're cold, you look like you don't care. If you show emotions, maybe it looks like you're being fake. Or trying to put on a show. And if you outwardly show remorse, then you're giving up your right to plead your innocence, maintain your innocence, and not incriminate yourself in a way.
Yeah, in this case, isn't that right? Because it's not, again, there's no intent here. This is a situation where there is no intent. The mens rea doesn't exist in this case like it does in a murder case. So you don't have that with George Pino. He's sitting there. That's why I was like, people were like, he's faking. I'm like, what are you talking about? This guy's going through every emotion imaginable, including the fact that these kids that he's known their entire lives. He was around these children, their families. It's like, and it was clear to me that after the accident, he was hitting the Fernandez family up, probably apologizing constantly to the point where they're like, no, we don't want to hear it. You know what I mean? It's like, leave us alone. Like, we're trying to deal with it. We hear you. We understand you're sorry, but we're not at a place where we can forgive you because, you know what I mean? Like, whatever was going on. Like, I just don't. This is a situation where that guy is like, he's a puddle. Like, I seems like he's a good guy. He was just trying to have a wonderful day for his daughter, celebrating her 18th birthday, went all out, had the boat out, had all the girls out there. They're having a nice dinner afterwards. The girls are all going to go back and get dressed up and all made up. And, it was, a tragic accident happened, it's a scary proposition, as a parent, to think that a day that was supposed to be magical for your daughter turns into just like a nightmare for everybody involved. It's sad. It really is.
And I think people have the right to their boundaries too. Like,
Totally.
I don't think it's necessarily inappropriate for someone to try to reach out and express remorse. And I don't think it's inappropriate for someone to be like, look, you're like making us think about something we're trying
100%.
to deal with and grieve. Like, to me, I don't pass judgment on either of those actions. Again, not knowing the specifics of them. And then the court, even though we got to hear a little bit about the civil case from the Puigs, I'm not sure exactly what's in play, if anything, relating to Lucy Fernandez, which is, of course, her death is the subject of these two charges. And I think a civil settlement is an acknowledgement of taking responsibility for what happened for Cathy Puig, but we just don't have that. Procedurally, we don't have that milestone. We're not at that point yet for anything relating to Lucy Fernandez.
Yeah.
So I do think the settlement is, in a way, taking accountability. Although we don't know the terms of it, I think most people in the chat would agree that undisclosed settlement terms probably means some money was exchanged, especially if wife publicly disclosed, like the settlement with the wife was publicly disclosed that it was $16 million that she paid. So maybe you could do some transference there, and while they're married, she's doing that because, she's not the one facing a criminal trial. And maybe his settlement, we're keeping it under wraps because he is facing criminal liability. I don't know. That's how I kind of.
But it's still just negligence. At a civil level, it's negligence. You know what I'm saying? Which isn't criminal. Like even in this particular circumstance, it's not culpable negligence. I mean, it's just straight up negligence. I mean, that's how every civil suit. That's what the fight is about. Were you negligent? Which isn't criminal. Being negligent isn't criminal. It's civil. That's why I'm saying, like, we've the best way that we've come to, recompensing families for loss, or, if somebody's injured, yet they live, but they're permanently disabled, like in a perfect world, we can make them whole again. But the only way that we've been able to figure out to make them whole is by paying them money, to try to make their life a little more comfortable. Which is very unfulfilling at the end of the day. Like anybody who's permanently disabled in an accident and they're given, an award of $16 million, even if it's through trial or settlement, whatever the case may be, I would assume automatically say, I'll give you all the money back so that I can walk again. You know, like I'm never choosing $16 million over the ability to be able to walk. But, you know, that's just not how it works. So, yeah, it's, we'll see. We'll see. Like this case is going to, because the one thing I'm fairly certain about is that Howard is give a powerful, accurate, in terms of how the law works, closing argument to this jury. He's going to put it out there, and I'm going to be anxious to see how the jury responds. I think by the law, his argument's probably the winning argument. I mean, because he's already made it. He's essentially made the argument to the judge for the judgment of acquittal motion. He's basically, he can make the same argument in closing. You know, the law does not apply in the way that the state wants it to. You know, what are you doing?
I still see lunch.
said
I mean,
1:30.
wall in court. We're still on the wall.
You always make us leave like 5 minutes later.
I will leave right at 1:30. All right, dip in here. Everybody was saying happy birthday to you anyway.
Yes, happy birthday, Scout chat. Happy birthdays in the chat. It takes like a second. There's a delay for the chat to start coming through. How was your birthday?
Good.
She was busy. Yeah.
Yeah. What'd you eat? You don't remember?
Pulled pork.
Oh, yum. Okay.
Yeah.
Like barbecue style.
Eat is, you know, loosely
that.
defined.
Oh
You're
yeah.
not gonna be able to keep up with all of them.
They're flowing in. They're flowing in. They're flowing in.
Hi, love. Good morning.
Good morning.
I've been awake.
She's
I know,
been
but I
awake.
didn't see you since you were awake.
She like came in and like implied that I somehow like had a hand in Glenn getting picked up early. I'm like, I don't know why Aunt Bridget decided to come and grab her. Wow.
Oh, we have a screaming goat.
Yeah. One of our subs, who sent me this? Show yourself. It might have been Spitfire. Somebody sent, one of our subs sent me the screaming goat, which I love. I didn't realize that Emily D. Baker used it because I've always thought the screaming goat videos were hilarious. Like they
Well, in
scream
chat
like
saying you're a screaming goat. They said your microphone's hot.
Oh, it is? Is it high?
Yeah.
It probably
You sound
is.
okay to me.
Oh yeah, they're right. I'm at 122. It's so annoying. Why
Does
would
he
it
sound
ever
loud
go
to
up
you,
that?
Allie?
What's
All
that?
right, I kicked it down.
Does Bob sound loud to you?
I did.
Vicky?
That reminds me.
I'm really low. I've been low since.
All right,
Babe,
quit it.
you're blowing out our eardrums with that.
It was Scout. It wasn't me.
Oh.
Blessed Mom from Texas. I did. She sent a $15 cash app. She said, "Love y'all. Great channel." Thank you, Blessed Mom from
Yeah,
Texas. We
my
love you.
audio is at 54, and Bob's is probably auto adjust right now.
All right, say goodbye to everybody. I'm going to take her to her
Hears us.
softball camp.
All right. Thank you, Shannon, for
Love
pointing
you.
it out. Have a good one at your camp. Have fun. Be safe.
Thanks.
All right, you
Yeah.
guys. I'll be back in a bit.
See you, Bob.
Bye.
Yeah, thank you again, Shannon. Oddly, like, I don't know, like usually I can hear it on my end when somebody is very, very loud, and I just didn't notice it today. So thank you for pointing that out.
And yeah, like I said, I'm set to like I am not hearing myself as loud in my ears as I usually do, but no one's complaining. So because I'm at like 54 instead of where I'm usually at automatically adjust my mic.
And I don't want to put the trial on screen while we have the chat up, but I have it playing and we are still on the wall from lunch. So
I'm gonna go grab my charger so I can see if people are sending any messages.
Sweet. I'm going to pull up these. Let's read through these stats. Go back to this window. Show the screen. All right. So this was sent over by Kylie. I've got it in a reader mode, so it's easier to put on screen in case you're wondering what this bracket thing is doing. But this was a report. It says boating accidents in Biscayne Bay may be reduced with an enhanced navigation aid system. County study suggests. So what are we looking at? Here's a nice picture. Fun times. With over 357 boating accidents, including several fatalities in Biscayne Bay during a 3-year span, Miami-Dade County is exploring safety measures to curb the number of collisions. Among them are repairing or replacing beacons. And let's see if they define that, because maybe they mean beacons to be a marker and or buoys. Enhancing lighting and signage to guide boaters through safe routes, and expanding channel markers, oh, we are distinguishing, and other navigation aids to avoid hazards in the bay during the day and at night. According to the Miami-Dade Police Department Special Patrol Bureau, Marine Patrol Unit, MPU, 191 beacons spread throughout the bay are either inoperable or missing. Well, that doesn't sound good. What are we doing? 191. I mean, I don't know what that means out of the total, but it's not like 1 or 2. This is like when we were reading, I don't know if you guys heard the big DOJ report like a year and a half ago at this point that said the Fulton County Jail in Atlanta was a hot mess, that there were issues, there were bad conditions in the jail, including that like 1 in every 5 locks on each of the individual cells for the inmates was inoperable. Like they actually don't have working locks on the cells in this jail. It's like the kind of thing that just seems like that's not good. That's not a good thing. Maybe you should fix that. Maybe it should be a priority to fix that. So whatever the number is, 191 beacons are either inoperable or missing. Beacons function just like buoys, but are fixed to the seafloor. Okay, so all beacons are steady objects. They're fixed objects. Nice picture. Nice, beautiful water here. We've got, it's from Beach Bumology. Love it. Love it. MPU said that in a study that the long poles that keep the beacon upright do not allow for as much variation, but they make adding signs or lights to the structure easier. Depth or speed limit signs are usually attached to a beacon. So what if some of these like bad beacons are like where somebody could ordinarily, as they're passing through, say, hey, this is where I should be aware of the depth of the channel. It gets shallow here. Be careful. Or, hey, reduce your speed. This is an awkward waterway. And those are the signs that are missing on these 191 beacons. They say the study focused on improving lighting navigation aid system, which is similar to street signs, detours, and traffic lights along roadways for motorists. The system reportedly could reduce vessel collisions by 52%. And, you know, that's just an estimate, but do you think reducing vessel collisions by 52% is something worth taking under your wing and making a project? The navigation aid system is a device that marks navigable channels and waterways using an arrangement of colors, shapes, numbers, and lighting. The aids can range from lighthouses to minor lights, and sound signals to lighted or unlighted buoys. The devices can assist boaters in determining a safe path to get from one location to another and avoid accidents by placing enhanced signals, lighting, and signage in their paths, especially where most watercraft collisions occur. At night, the navigation aid system can be identified by different lighting, whether red, green, white, or yellow, which can signal vessel operators that other watercraft are in the area and signal boaters to reduce their speed. The study said that a flashing light identifies the main entrance to a channel, and a light display and period of the light determines which channel is being identified. So, for example, the entrance to the Black Point Marina channel is identified by a flashing red light. A vessel operator can scan the horizon and easily identify the Black Point Marina channel entrance by locating the one red flashing light with a 6-second flashing interval. So I would imagine you need to have some education there so people would know that that's what that means. But then we've got another boat picture. Just another boat. Fun times. However, there could be challenges with the navigation aid system, according to the study. For example, virtually no depth perception at night makes determining the distance between the operator and objects difficult. Another challenge is the operator's ability to adjust his or her vision to the dark when light emanates from the vessel, another vessel, or land. So it can make it more difficult in a way. Due to the lack of visibility and decreased depth perception, it becomes difficult to determine which lights are actually lit beacons and which are just clutters from city lights or other vessels. The Miami-Dade County Commission initiated the study last year following 357 boating accidents in Biscayne Bay from 2019 to 2022. According to the FWC, oh, they use a different they do FFWCC. Some of the accidents involved beacons that needed to be repaired, replaced, or were missing. In 2019, so the stats for 2019 is 73 accidents, 55 of which occurred during daylight hours and 18 at night. Of the 73 accidents, 4 involved these beacons, and only 2 of the 4 occurred at night. There were 97 accidents in 2020, 84 of which occurred during daylight hours and 13 at night. 4 of those 97 involved beacons, and only 1 occurred at night. So first half of them occurred during the day. For 2020, 3 of the 4 occurred during the daylight. In 2021, there were 95 accidents, 78 of which occurred during daylight hours and 17 at night. Of the 95 accidents, 4 involved beacons and only 2 occurred at night. In 2022, there were 92 accidents, 73 during daylight hours, and 6 involved beacons. 3 of the 6 occurred at night. And then according to news reports in February of 2024, because they don't have the stats yet, right? They only did this study through 2022, but they're looking at news reports for February 2024. 2 boats collided near the port of Miami and injured 13 people. The FWC said most reported accidents were related to damage caused by a wake from a passing vessel, crashing into docks, seawalls, or groundings. So, yeah. They say most are caused by a wake. So, and I think we've heard, I'm not familiar with this, but it seems like there is signage sometimes that warns people, like, hey, if you're boating here, no wake. Don't like cause a wake. Don't come close to this area. I actually think there's an area, I live close to Cocoa Village, and I think there's, like, the restaurants are like built so you can look out over the water. And I think there's actually signs there that say no wake. So I think, if we're missing those signs, probably not great. Not great. So we've got, all right. So they say that the report, so this is coming from Islander News, by the way. I don't think it showed in the header, but it seems like they tried to see if there were stats on fatal accidents, fatalities, and the FWC report isn't giving those statistics. So they just don't have that available from the report. Boating safety in Biscayne Bay and the Intercoastal Waterway near Boca Chica Key has been the focus of the county and the FWC, who fear that speeding, alcohol, and a lack of an upgraded navigation aid system could lead to more accidents or worse, fatalities. All right, a father and son were killed when 2 vessels crashed off of Key Biscayne in June of 2022, which also injured dozens of passengers. In September 2022, name what case this is, a 29-foot Robalo boat with 14 passengers struck a channel marker while traveling in the Intercoastal Waterway near Boca Chica Key in Miami-Dade County. All passengers were ejected from the vehicle, and 1 person lost his life. This should be her. I hear court noise. So this is very interesting. So thank you for sending this over. We've got 2 paragraphs. Let's just pump it out. It says in 2023, a boater who police said was intoxicated was speeding when he crashed into a Biscayne Bay channel marker, ejecting and killing 1 of his passengers. Hamlet Rodriguez, 24 years old, was arrested this month on charges of boating under the influence / manslaughter and vessel homicide / operating in a reckless manner. So he's got the under the influence attached here on his charges, but you got manslaughter and vessel homicide here. So similar to George Pino minus this theory that it was under the influence. And then let's get back to court. Hey, Allie, perfect timing. She was saying something. Let me go back. Like, it was a few words were behind.
Before you start, I just want to say, when you're thinking about, boat towns, water towns, vacation towns, the towns are, at least originally, we're not think of Jaws. That's what you're getting when you get they don't want to limit things too much because they want people to come and spend their money and play. Now, I don't know, is this a vacation area or not? I don't know the area well, but that could be what they're running up against as to why things started out so lax. Anybody can just pull up and get a a boater's license or take a boater's course and rent a boat, i.e. Bob, who just rammed into a dock in Wisconsin. So, you know, they want to make it where people want to come, and they're not going to want to come if they can't have any fun.
Yeah. Yeah, and that explains the no licensing. And I think same thing with fishing. Like you're supposed to have a license if you go fishing, but you can also go with someone who has the license. So if you're on vacation, you can go on a trip, like a group outing, a Groupon, and do that. Like, so there's ways around it that still it's designed to allow the tourism participation, even though there is technically fishing licenses down here. So I think you're right that the legislation wants to make sure they don't deter the tourism industry. And where do we draw the line?
Right. Right.
Also, Drama Bree, thank you for being a member 18 months. And yes, the Venmo is Catnap Williams.
I've got to put my do the thing where I turn off the chat.
Oh yeah. Oh my God. Thank you for remembering because I forgot. Oh,
So then
sorry guys. Got to kick you out before we play. It's been great to have you guys for lunch.
Yes, it has.
Thank you guys for
And
participating.
We'll keep an eye out on our Venmos and, you know, read out your comments or questions. Okay, wait. Now I forget how
I
to
feel like
do
I'm
it.
kicking people off my boat. Closing the chat.
Oh, I thought I clicked delete. I was like, oh no.
Delete what?
I like the whole chat. I don't know what I mean the whole stream. I thought I don't know why.
I don't think you can do that in your stream customization.
Okay, good. All right, so I have it. When you're ready, I'll click save.
All right, go ahead. I saved mine already. So long farewell until we meet again, chat. And we'll be back, of course, when court ends or if they take like a long afternoon recess or something. But did you catch that, by the way, that there's like 191 channel markers that are inoperable or need repair?
I mean, that's kind of crazy.
Just like, what are we doing? Sounds like worse than a pothole not being repaired.
And then we just got to switch that court is on lunch. But I guess you can wait to see who the next visit is. I mean, next witness is.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think the chats are done, so we'll take that off, and we'll make it defense case in chief. Because I heard her say real quick that she has something before they bring the jury. Oh, it's not scrolling.
You listen to defense before I bring the jury in. Can I give you a line if we have some other witnesses?
Yes, Judge. Our next witness would be Mrs. Pino. Cecilia Pino.
Okay.
Oh, they are calling her.
That'll take us to the end of the day.
Okay.
I think. Yeah.
What?
Take her to the end of the day?
Tomorrow we would have medical doctor Barrett and Mr. Mescalato, who we didn't examine. There may be a logistical issue with him that we would discuss in terms of whether he can appear remotely. It's a 5-minute examination if he can do it remotely. And there may be additional witnesses, but we expect that we would wrap up tomorrow
as well.
We would wrap up tomorrow.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay then.
Yeah, before the next witness takes the stand, I wanted to bring to the court's attention that I think it was on June the 5th, I had filed a motion for an order in limine regarding some photographs that I had gotten, I think it was the night before or something, and I believe some of those photographs the defense wants to introduce with this witness.
Yes.
I've identified a number of them. The majority of the photos that they have, I'll tell you what, you take your podium, I'll take mine.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay, you're fine. So I can tell the court that they are defense A25, A26, A24, A29, hold on. A30 and A31. These were photographs that were mentioned in the state's motion for an order in limine. I think when they were provided to the state, they were provided with a share file that was listed as something along the lines of quote-unquote context photos.
Okay.
Whether that, I mean, not that that's really relevant, but I think that's what the defense is using them for, and I don't think that they're relevant.
2 of those are day of photos? Did you mean to include those?
No.
The day of, there's 2 there.
No, I didn't.
I'm not sure if you knew that.
That's not the
On
day
so
of.
which one
Those are
do
day
you
of.
have an objection to?
This is the day of?
If so, yeah.
Or the same picture? You want two of the same?
They're a little different. That's okay. Might not be. And then that one. The last one with the crown.
Oh, yeah.
So these, I don't think you meant these.
Let me just double check.
Because they're a bathing suit.
Yep, yep, yep. Judge, the two that I would object to actually are defense A25 and defense A24 and defense A26.
So there's three of them that
Yes,
you have
Judge.
an objection to?
Yes.
They're not on the
All right, so A25, A24, excuse me.
I have to, can I see it? Yes. Judge, these photos, these three particular photos are context.
Go ahead, Allie.
I just think it's ridiculous that she's objecting to certain photos of the day of, the boat, the like whatever. Like all of the objections that were made to her photos, like gruesome, disgusting, pointless, doesn't matter. And the judge let them in. And now she seems like she's going to take this serious instead of just flipping through them and saying, what's your issue, state? These are pictures from the day. Like, who cares? They're pictures of the kids. There's they're pictures of the boat. Let's just let it roll.
Photos in the sense that testimony has already come out in this case about the relationship between the Pinos and the girls that were on the boat, and the Pinos and the Fernandezes. And these photos just corroborate that testimony, just like the state, through their witnesses, introduced photographs that corroborated testimony of their witnesses and videos that corroborated testimony of their witnesses. These are a limited amount of photos. We're not bringing a cavalry of 100 photos that show how close the families are. It's 3 photos, and it just corroborates that testimony that's already out in the trial and that we presume will come out through Mrs. Pino. That's it. And go ahead, sorry. Well, I'll let you go, but and the relevance of it is the Miller case. I'm assuming that Your Honor wants the relevance of it. In the Miller versus State case, in looking at the mens rea element, the people on the boat, the relationship between Mr. Pino and his family and the people on the boat is relevant for the jury to consider in determining how he acted, what was in his mind that day. For example, in Miller, the court said, how could it be logically inferred that I have the direct quote right here, actually. Let me just read you from the case.
Could you tell us the site, please?
Yeah. Miller versus State, this was cited in our motion to dismiss. It's 75 Southern 2nd, 312, Florida Supreme Court, 1954. I'll just read it to you. Can it logically be argued that with the defendant's wife and baby sitting in the front seat by him, that his act in pulling out of the line of traffic was gross and flagrant and evinced a reckless disregard of human life? If any inference may be drawn from the conduct, it must be an inference that the act was the result of a momentary lapse of memory, inattention, or mistake of judgment, for the simple reason the defendant knew that such an act would place in jeopardy not only his life, but the life of his wife and his own flesh and blood sitting beside him on the front seat. This is not the kind of situation where the alleged gross and flagrant act endangers only the life or safety of another, and where the actor and his loved ones would remain unscathed, such as would be the case of firing a gun indiscriminately down a busy street, as suggested in the state's argument. When considered in the light of every fact which was before the jury, the inferences attempted to be drawn by the state, and upon which their entire argument for affirmance rests are unreasonable, illogical, and do not naturally flow from such evidence. That's it.
Pretty good.
The point is that
Pretty good.
the relationship, who these people were on this boat, Mr. Pino's actions that day, in the context of who the people are on the boat, is important for the jury to know and to understand how close these families were.
Yep.
That's why it's relevant. Go ahead.
Thank you. The state introduced photographs to corroborate information that was part of the elements of the offense. The defense hasn't really explained, other than to say that these are photographs that show that there was a close relationship. I don't see how the close relationship has any bearing on the elements of this offense.
What occurred that day?
Mhm.
I'm trying to understand what relationship do these photographs have to corroborate the testimony about what happened that day?
Well, it corroborates Mr. Fernandez's own testimony that he's known Ceci Pino his whole life, right? And it gives the jury an image of how close these families were. And all of the girls on the boat, Mrs. Pino's on the boat. George is driving the boat. Mr. Pino is driving the boat. So
you don't prevent
knowing
the defense from putting on evidence unless there's a damn good reason. Like that, you just don't. Like I don't even understand why she's entertaining this and why he spoke. He cited a case. He explained perfectly well why their relationship is important and why how close he is to these kids is important. And then I don't know why she said the defense is putting in evidence to corroborate elements of the offense, which almost I thought she was saying, wait, what? Is she trying to say the defense put in evidence that hurt the defendant and helped the prosecution? And then the judge asks the question, how do these, did she say corroborate testimony, or did the judge say corroborate elements of the offense?
I heard elements. But I think they're contesting. The defense is trying to contest what Mr. Fernandez said when he was on the stand, when he was like, no, they didn't help us raise Lucy. And like try to push back and push away, create distance between this level of relationship that the Pinos would have had with the Fernandez daughter.
Right.
Like,
I mean, I think he pretty much said they were family, but I don't think that the defense should ever be prevented during its case in chief to accentuate that, you know, to highlight that, to bring it out more so that the, you know, jury can decide whether it's more, you know, whether they can believe beyond a reasonable doubt that he would have put his wife, his child, and all of these girls who he has known, you know, since they were young. I mean, because look, kids can have friends since they were young that did very little with each other's families, but that's not what we're hearing here. We're hearing how active the Pinos and George were with all of these kids, and the families were together. They, you know, so I don't really get why she's doing this, and you better pause and think before you prevent the defense from, you know, admitting evidence during its case in chief, especially something like this, which, you know, at the end of the day, maybe an appellate court would be like, she shouldn't have done it, harmless error. Jury knows, the jury heard how close these families were, blah, 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 but she shouldn't be doing this, in my opinion.
I'm also adding, it's Ed Armelino, for guys wondering if anyone wants to know this attorney's name, because he hasn't popped up too much, but that's who we're hearing argue for the defense right now, is Edward Armelino. Get that banner fixed. And thank you for that breakdown. I'll have to see. Maybe the judge has asked questions and then changed her mind. We saw her reverse on an objection after a break.
Yeah. Maybe one of the other judges is watching live and they're like, dude, what's wrong with you?
Yeah. Or she said during an Antonio Brown hearing that after this trial she's handling in another matter, and she was referring to this trial, that she might need a break before she does a stand your ground hearing in that case. But maybe we're seeing that come to fruition where she just needs like a
yeah.
Who all those people are is a factor, and their relationship to Mr. Pino is a factor that the jury should consider when they're assessing, did he intentionally, consciously disregard a danger that he knew existed? Would he do that? Is that something that he would do, considering the relationship between the girls on the boat and him? Is that something that that is something that the jury should consider, and they should have that for context?
I would just say, Judge, that once again, it feels like the defense is defending against charges that are not filed against Mr. Pino. There's no allegation he deliberately ran into the
That's not what I
channel
heard you
marker.
say yesterday.
The allegations are that he took a course of action intentionally, that the ultimate result was unintentional, but he intentionally was the one who was navigating the vessel, choosing what speed at which to operate that vessel. So I don't understand how this relates to an argument that, well, he wouldn't intentionally try to harm his
Consciously
family
disregard.
or his friends or children of his friends.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it with these photos.
But what is the reason to exclude it? She's trying to say it's not relevant at all. You need to put out your reasons. And this prosecutor is talking out of both sides of her mouth. We heard what she said yesterday, and it has to be that he acted in a way with a conscious disregard to the fact that it would hurt someone else. So the question becomes exactly what the defense said. Would he have acted in a way that consciously disregards such an extreme risk to his loved ones and the loved ones of him and his family? And I just don't, it looked like pictures of kids on a boat. Like, I don't understand why the judge is not allowing him to explore this, but whatever.
I think it comes down to if it was the other way around, even though there's additional rules for character, for propensity, if there was something out there that showed that the Pinos, George Pino specifically, was constantly picking on Lucy, throwing water balloons at her, always trying to mess with her, they would argue to bring that in, and they would argue it shows that, oh, she's sitting on the starboard, he's going to try to veer real close to that channel marker, try to give her a scare for good fun, but that's negligent. And like, here they are, the reason they want to show this stuff is, why would I intentionally do something to put not just my friends at risk, these kids that I've known forever, these kids that are good friends with my own daughter, who my daughter would probably hate me for the rest of my life if I ruined something, maybe, and my own family members being on board, let alone myself being on board. So
And
I think it's very relevant.
Right. I would ask for a clear ruling that says, I would like to know what your ruling is as to why you are excluding this. On what rule of evidence are you excluding this, for the record and for the opportunity to give one more response? Because, I mean, maybe she's about to say, I see it's not relevant at all. And if he can show that there's any relevance, she has to show that somehow it's more prejudicial than probative. But
or confusing or something, or
I don't know how it would confuse anyone, though.
Yeah, I don't know. But the state would argue it would be confusing.
See the connection to either corroborating, testimony at that time. I mean, you have a photograph here. I don't know who all these people are. Is it the Fernandez family, the Pino family in the photo?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
That's right.
Why not clean it up on cross and be like, people take pictures with each other all the time, right?
And I would also point out that if they were to introduce those photos, it may open up a door to me bringing out some information about how the Fernandez family feels about the Pino family at this point in time.
No, that's
why
not
that
relevant.
photograph is no longer an accurate depiction of their feelings toward the Pinos. So
Doesn't matter.
there's that.
Isn't the exact relevance that before this accident occurred, this is how George Pino would have felt about these people that were on the boat with him?
Yes. And the judge seemed like she was going to be like, what about that? Hello, or how come we're the only people, and I'm sure the chat's saying the same thing, that seem to have any common sense? This is insane to me. He literally read her a case that says why his feelings towards the girls on that boat, how close they were, how whether they should be considered like family, is relevant. And he explained a conscious disregard for the health. Would he have acted in a way that consciously disregarded a severe risk of injury to these people? And I think your point's well taken. If she had some evidence that he stuck the people on the front of the boat that he cared less about. Be trying to
Put
get
them on
that
the
in.
starboard and knew
But
he was gonna veer.
but
Well,
how
so
does she even make that argument about, well, it's just gonna open the door about how they feel now? It's so obvious that that's the stupidest thing you've ever said. I wish the judge would bite back. And does
I
she
would be
say it because
petty.
she's stupid, or does she say it because she's just trying to put it in? I think she's saying it because she's daft.
I would be
She's like,
petty. I would say, look, the state's position, as they
daft.
clearly articulated yesterday, was that you have a certain duty of care when you're transporting precious cargo. And these are photos that go to show that he would have seen these individuals as someone he cares about, someone that he would not want to see hurt, not want to see fall off of a boat and deal with serious injuries because a boat ends up capsizing after alighting with this marker. Like, I would use her dumb egg carton thing from yesterday to my advantage here.
Yeah, keep shoving it right back up her butt. See, I would have responded right then to that ridiculous thing she said.
Instead of the
Have you
silence.
considered?
Look,
well, our position would be that it wouldn't open the door to that because
Never.
what's relevant is what's in Mr. Pino's mind.
We don't know what's in Mr. Pino's mind.
But the jury has to determine that, right? Because there's a mens rea to this. So the jury's sitting there and they have to look at the evidence, judge, and determine what was in his mind. This gives them the context.
At the time of the
Yeah,
events.
exactly.
Right.
So
Not
anything
later.
after that, how
thank you.
people
Pat,
feel about
can you
him
go
now or
write
anything.
this guy notes? I think you need to be behind him writing his notes,
Post-its.
because how his first answer was, what's important is what's in this guy's mind, instead of the status of their relationship after the boat has impact is completely like, why that's not the first words he spoke. And then the judge kind of like, I guess it kind of comes to her like, oh, I guess he means it's, I guess it's not really relevant from the time. But it's like, she actually asked the question. Oh, what do you have to say about that great point the prosecution just made? Unless she just
I think she might have been asking that to, like, when an attorney is, like, kind of, like, coaching or trying to lead an attorney. I mean,
right,
when a
like
judge
if
is
she
trying
was
to lead an attorney to, like, address the correct issue, she might have been doing a little bit of that
she
because it was
she
silent.
might have. She might have.
So, well, let's see if she thinks this is satisfactory in what she says.
Like that wouldn't help the jury decide what was in Mr. Pino's mind that day.
I'm still having trouble with the connection. So I'm gonna 824 and 826 deny. I'll think about an 825. I'll think about it. I'll
All right, this
reserve
is
an
two family
825.
photos.
Your Honor, when Your Honor is saying denied, does that mean that this court is going to sustain the state's objection to them being
Yes.
admitted?
Yes, they're not gonna be admitted because they're on a motion in the.
Or what?
I'll reserve right now.
They're on a motion
They're
in
on a
limine.
motion in limine. Yes, they're not gonna be admitted because they're on a motion in limine.
I think
I'll
she said
reserve
June
right
5th
now.
she filed it.
I wanna hear the testimony.
Judge, just to be clear, I'm sorry, 824 is just a picture of a previous boat trip with some of the girls on the boat. Your Honor is not allowing that in?
No.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I inquire which exhibit number is the one you're holding, please?
This is 825. I'll reserve on 825.
Wait, so she's reserving the one of the family, or she said yes to the one of the family, and there's one more she's reserving?
When we get towards the end
I
of
think
the
all of
testimony,
the-
then
I'll write
we'll
back.
address it inside. 825.
Everything is always like
Exhibit
addressed
number is the
later at
one you're
sidebar.
holding? Your Honor, may I inquire which exhibit number is the one you're holding, please?
This is 825. I'll reserve on 825.
That's the kind of thing would scare me into
When we
thinking
get towards
that.
the end of the testimony, then we'll readdress it inside.
Well, I would get into that earlier, I think.
Excuse me?
I was going to get into that earlier in the testimony. I could wait till the end.
As like this judge doesn't get it. She made a couple of comments during
From the
the
state,
motion for judgment of acquittal that seemed like she was getting it, but I just read this language from a case and it was like went up against a brick wall.
I also can't find the motion in limine. I see 2 others, but they don't seem to have specific requests relating to photos of family members. And I also tried searching for like an order because the state, the way Laura Adams said it, it seemed like she submitted it as like a tentative order, like so the judge could just sign off on it. And I don't really see that either.
Right. Oh, I thought
but sometimes it doesn't make it to the docket.
I think I saw a Venmo question. Oh, no, never mind.
Yeah, so it looks like we're going to be revisiting another issue when we have a witness on the bench. So we're going to have Mrs. Pino, George's wife, back on the stand, and the defense thinks that she'll be on the stand the rest of the day. So at some point, maybe we'll be revisiting.
I mean, they've got to make time
issue.
for the jury charge conference, so.
Yeah.
And probably bloop bloop till the jury's back in.
Oh, true.
Everyone please be seated. Thank you. All right, defense. Next witness, please.
Defense calls Cecilia Pino.
Please be sworn. Please have a seat. Thank you. And keep your voice nice and low to the microphone. You can know it's in one direction and the jury's in the other direction. Okay.
Can I move this together?
So you don't unplug anything.
No, we're good. Okay.
Very good.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Pino.
Good afternoon.
My name is Ed Armelino. I represent your husband, George Pino. You've met me before?
Yes.
We've discussed this case before?
Yes.
Last week, you testified in front of the jury, correct?
Yes.
Was that the first time that you've ever testified in a trial?
Yes.
Is it safe to say you're nervous?
Yes.
So let's start easy. Can you please turn to the jury and tell them your name?
My name is Cecilia Pino.
And how old are you?
I am 51.
How long have you been married?
We've been married for 25 years.
And who are you married to?
George Pino.
Can you point to George in the courtroom and identify him by an article of clothing?
He's wearing a black suit and a white shirt and blue tie.
Do you need water or tissue?
No.
Okay. What do you do for work?
I work at my husband's company. I'm in charge of marketing and social media and event planning.
So what's the name of your husband's company?
State Street Realty.
Did you go to college?
I did.
Where'd you go?
I went to the University of Florida and I graduated with a marketing degree.
And do you do marketing now for your husband's company?
Yes.
Prior to working for your husband's company, did you have other jobs?
I did. I worked in retail. I worked in public relations in a public relations company. I worked in pharmaceutical sales.
And then eventually, how did you come to work for his company?
When he started the company, I wanted to help him, and I had a public relations and marketing background, so that is what I do for the company. I send out press releases, work on Instagram and social media and marketing, and any events I help coordinate.
Do you and George have any children?
We do. We have 2 daughters,
And what are their names?
Carolina and Cecilia.
And when were they born?
Carolina was born in 2003, and Ceci was born in 2004.
When they were born, did you take any time off work or did you work through that? How did that work?
I did. I was in pharmaceutical sales at the time, and my husband and I decided that I would stay home and raise my girls.
Did you, as they grew up, were you involved heavily in the schools?
Yes. Both my girls went to Epiphany School, which is also where George and I went. And I was very involved in the school. I've always been involved in their schools, whether it's as a room mom, the mom when they play soccer, like in charge of the team mom.
eventually went to a different school, and I was a mentor liaison there, which coordinated when new families would come. I would help connect those families to existing families, and I was involved there and in their extracurricular that they did for the school. I helped. They called me there the soccer mom as well.
You said you were a room mom. What does that mean?
Room mom is like when each class has a parent, a room parent. It can be a dad as well, and you help the teacher coordinate if there's activities, or you're the liaison between the teacher and the parent.
So as a room mom, did you become familiar with any of the students that were in the class?
Yes.
And were any of those students friendly with your daughter?
Yes.
Do you remember at Epiphany any of the girls who you were a room mom for that class?
Yes. My girls have had a lot of their friends have been lifelong friends from their days at Epiphany and high school too.
And we'll get there, but eventually on September 4th, 2022, there was a boating accident, right?
Yes.
And there were, how many girls were on the boat that were friends with your daughter?
There were 11 girls on the boat. And so Ceci has had a relationship, my daughters from Epiphany, when they started in pre-K4 with most of these girls. Cathy, Claudia, Lucy, Nati, Carolina, they all went to Epiphany together.
And when they went to Epiphany from that young age, did they come over your house a lot too?
Yes.
And when they would come over, would Mr. Pino be there too?
Yes.
Did Mr. Pino know those girls?
Yes, we have known those girls, and we've loved those girls since they were little.
And let's talk about your husband a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
You said you were married for 25 years.
Yes.
So when you, where did he go to college?
George went to FIU.
And what did he do after that?
He...
Judge relevance, Your Honor.
George has always had, he's always worked, and after college he got into property management, and property management is, you have like a big business park commercial. He worked for a company and he was a property manager for that company, so he was in charge of making sure the landscape was maintained, the buildings were maintained, making sure the tenants were happy. If they needed the building painted, they would let him know, so he was very good at building relationships with people. Eventually, that company had a real estate division, and people saw him, and they kind of brought him over to the real estate division, and that is how he got involved in commercial real estate. And he's loved that job. He's very good at it. He's a people person and a very hard worker. And he opened up his company in 2011.
So he opened that company up after he learned the ropes first through
Yes.
the years?
Yes.
Okay. On September 4th, 2022, were you and your family members of the Ocean Reef Club?
Yes, we were.
And how long were you members of Ocean Reef Club?
We've been members of the Ocean Reef Club since 2004.
You were what's called social members, right?
Yes, we were social members, and we would spend a lot of our summers there. We would go there. We actually found, George found a house that they rented to us for, I think it was like $1,000 a month, and we would go there for, it started first just going weekends, and then we eventually started going, we'd rent for like 3 months. And George would commute back and forth, because the commute wasn't even it was sometimes better than our Kendall home too.
Let me stop you.
Okay.
So you said George, meaning Mr. Pino, would commute to Ocean Reef Club and then back to your home?
Yes.
And your home was in Miami-Dade?
Yes.
And was Mr. Pino working through the summer while that was happening?
Yes, what I meant is he would sometimes commute, like while the girls and I, if we were there in Ocean Reef, he would commute from Ocean Reef sometimes to work, because the traffic is sometimes better, that was faster that way than from our Kendall home to Girard.
Okay, so depending on where he was going then?
Yes, but we would spend the summers there, and, my friends would laugh because he would, when he would take off time, it would be, they would call it Camp George, and he's always been very active, very involved with the kids. He loved to plan, today we're gonna wake up and we're gonna play pickleball and tennis, and we're gonna go on the boat, and we're gonna go snorkeling, and I'm more, like, I like to just relax and read a book or something, and he's always been very active and loved to do any activities that were going on.
So you mentioned a boat. The blue boat, big one. It's not it? Okay. Showing the witness, what's been marked as for ID, as Exhibit 1H. Just for reference, this boat is the boat that was in the accident on September 4th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay, so prior to this boat, did you and your family own another boat?
Yes, we did. It was a yellow boat.
No, just demonstrative. The other boat that you owned previously, what kind of boat was it?
It was a yellow robot as well.
Showing the witness what's been marked for ID as Exhibit A22. Well, showing, oh, the state, yes. Showing the state. Now showing the witness what's been marked as A22. Mrs. Pino, take a look at that. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is our yellow boat.
Is that the boat that you previously owned to the blue boat?
Yes.
And you've seen this picture before?
Yes.
So to offer A22 into evidence?
No objection.
A22, mark for identification, defense exhibit S.
Can the witness step down?
Sure.
Mrs. Pino, can you join me over here?
Just listen to this.
Okay, thank you. So I'm publishing Exhibit S now. For the jurors, Ms. Pino, you can kind of step here so you can see. Do you see numbers here on the engine?
Yes.
What are the numbers there?
225.
Do you know what that means?
The motors have 225 horsepower.
Okay. Thank you. So as members of Ocean Reef Club, you had that boat at Ocean Reef Club?
Yes.
As members there, did you oftentimes vacation with some of your friends?
Yes,
Like who?
we had a lot of friends that were members, and Andy and Melissa were members, and we would see them there in the summers a lot, and that's really where the girls hung out a lot. And we would always take friends. We always had girls with us, and a lot of the parents of the girls would also attend Ocean Reef, and we'd see them there and hang out with them there.
Okay, and for clarity, when you say Andy and Melissa, you mean Andy and Melissa Fernandez?
Correct.
And when you say the girls, who are you referring to? Are they kids, adults?
Lucy, Ceci, Gabby, Coco would come with us. All the girls we've taken there before.
Okay, and on any of these trips, is this where it would be kind of like Camp George, like you said?
Yes.
So, how long have you personally known Andy Fernandez?
Andy and I were friends since Epiphany, and when we both attended.
I know, but I couldn't hear you. I don't know.
I'm sorry. He and I went to elementary school together in Epiphany.
In Epiphany, right?
Yes, Epiphany School.
And how would you characterize your friendship from that point forward?
He was my best friend.
Did he know Mr. Pino that long?
No.
When did he meet Mr. Pino?
I believe Andy and George got to know each other after I started dating George. Some of the other boys that I was friends with knew George from family. They had known each other since they were little.
And were your families close, meaning your family and the Fernandez family, when you were little?
Well, my mother was the secretary at Epiphany School, so his parents knew my parents like that.
What about through high school and college? You guys remained friends?
We were very close through high school, all through college. Andy read at my wedding. We were always very close friends.
Your families would vacation together, correct?
We would see.
Would your families vacation together?
We would see each other at Ocean Reef in the summers and hang out together.
Okay. I'm going to fast forward a little bit now.
Mm-hmm.
To the weekend of Labor Day in 2022, okay? You remember that weekend?
Yes.
So what was the plan for the weekend?
We were celebrating my daughter's birthday, and we were going to have some girls. We had rented a house, and they were going to stay with us, and we were going to go have a day of activities, and then end it with a party, a dinner, at a place called the Pump.
Before that, though, on On Saturday, did you host any kind of party or dinner at your house?
Saturday, the girls had the night before, they were at a Columbus Beach Bash party. So I drove from Ocean Reef because I was there. I drove down, I met them at my house. We drove to Ocean Reef. And then that night, we went to, I had made lasagna and we had a dinner party at my house with the girls and the boys.
And how many people attended the party?
Around 20.
You cooked for everybody?
Yes, yes.
So in the house that you rented for that weekend, you had girls staying there?
Yes.
How many girls do you remember?
Saturday night, there was about, it was 9 girls stayed at the house because one of the girls stayed with her parents that evening and 2 of the girls showed up on Sunday.
So you had, how many girls did you say?
9.
9 girls, and you and Mr. Pino, that's 11, right?
Yes.
So how did you get to 20 people at the party?
We had the boys, the group of boys, it was about 6 or 7 boys that came, and there was 2 other couples with us.
Okay, and they were there that weekend as well to
Yes.
celebrate?
Yes.
So let's turn now to Sunday. How did the day start?
We woke up and we watched a virtual mass, and with whoever woke up, and we went to play pickleball. George had arranged like a little pickleball tournament with the girls and the boys and the adults.
Well, let me stop you. You said you had a virtual mass. What does that mean?
You watch mass on the computer versus going out to Key Largo.
And who watched it?
I believe it was George and myself, Ceci, Sarah and Andrea had already gotten there. I think Claudia and Paul.
So a few of the people there?
Yes, yes.
And then after that ended, what did you guys do?
We went to the pickleball courts and George had arranged a pickleball tournament with the boys and some of the parents as well.
So the pickleball tournament you said with the boys, do you mean including the boys or only the boys?
Including the boys. It was the girls, the boys, they all played.
And some of the adults were there?
Yes.
Okay, so right now we know pickleball tournament happens. Was that successful?
Yeah.
Everyone had fun?
Yes.
And after that, what happened next?
Then we went back to the house, everyone changed, and we had lunch and we left on the boat.
Now, was the plan that the girls would go with George on the boat?
Yes.
Were there enough seats on the boat for every girl to sit?
Yes.
Did you, do you know where you guys were intending to go?
Elliott Key,
And what were you going to do there?
anchor, hang out.
When you say anchor, you mean like at a sandbar or something
Yes,
like that?
yes.
And did you prepare anything to bring to the sandbar?
I always make sandwiches and I take chips.
Did you pack any drinks?
I did not pack any drinks.
But there were drinks on the boat?
Yes.
And
yes.
do you know who packed the drinks?
I believe George and his friend.
And those drinks included alcoholic drinks?
Yes,
And you knew that everyone there at the sandbar was going to share a few drinks or whatever, right?
yes, yes.
Now, do you know how many people in total were at the sandbar?
36, I believe.
Did you actually prepare a list of the people you recall being there?
Yes.
Judge, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing the witness what's marked
I don't
as...
object it being admitted, Judge.
No object? Okay. Offer defense 821 into evidence.
821, marked by D, now becomes Defense Exhibit T.
I'm showing the witness defense exhibit T. Mrs. Pino, is this the list that was prepared of the people at the sandbar?
Yes.
And how many girls were there at the sandbar?
13.
And how many boys?
8.
And the, when we say girls and boys, what do you mean by that? Like non-adults?
The teenagers, yes.
Or under 21?
Yes.
Okay, and then where it says adults, how many people were at the sandbar?
15.
And were all, to your knowledge, these people sharing in alcoholic beverages at the sandbar?
Yes.
Good, I'm just gonna publish this quickly. Let me see this list. The 15 adults included you and George, correct?
Correct.
So it wasn't 15 plus you two, it included you?
Right.
Okay, it also included Andy and Melissa were there?
Correct.
Now, at the sandbar, you testified, I think last week you had 1 to 2 Prosecco's and, how do you say it?
Chambord.
Chambord. What is that?
A liqueur.
Like a flavor?
Yes.
So when you had those 1 to 2 drinks, did you yourself feel impaired?
No.
Did you feel like you were buzzed?
No.
How long were you there at the sandbar?
2 or 3 hours.
Now, at the sandbar, do you know if Mr. Pino was drinking alcohol?
I didn't see him.
Why didn't you see him?
I just didn't, when we were there and I was hanging out mostly with the wives, I didn't notice if he was or wasn't having. I honestly don't remember. I didn't see him.
All right, so when you say you didn't see him, did you physically see him?
Yes, he was there. Everybody was together. It wasn't, I know he was there, I just don't.
And let's go back to the list. Of the 15 adults approaching a witness with defense exhibit T, when you say you was talking to the wives, how many wives are there that you were hanging out with?
5, 6 women.
Okay, can you say their names?
Yes. Lourdes, Margie, Tiffany, Melissa, Kelly, and Kelly's friend.
You and George would go to sandbars often?
Yes.
And when you would go, would this be common for you to hang out with the wives and George to hang out elsewhere?
Yes.
But you know now that Mr. Pino told the police that he had 2 beers after this accident occurred, right?
Yes.
Would that be something that would be common for him to do at a sandbar?
Yes.
And you've been married to him for 25 years?
Yes.
You've observed him have 2 beers over a couple of hours?
Yes.
When he does that, does Mr. Pino seem drunk to you?
No.
Does he seem buzzed?
No.
Before leaving the sandbar, you both got on the same boat, correct?
Yes.
And you actually, did you sit next to him?
Yes, I did.
I don't object to this, please, Judge. Okay.
No objection, Judge. I'll offer 827 and 828 into evidence.
827, mark for identification. Now defense exhibit U. 828, defense exhibit V, as in picture.
So I'm showing you U and V, defense exhibit U and defense exhibit V. But are these the same exact photo?
Yes.
What's the difference between the two? Why are they 2 different exhibits?
This one looks like if it's from the phone, and this one is just zoomed in.
What do you mean this one is from the phone?
This one has the date and the time.
Why don't we go and show the jury if that's okay with you? Sure. Thank you. So I'm going to sit so I can get closer. You kind of. Okay, so you got 2 photos here. Are they the same photo? Okay, so why are they 2 separate exhibits? What is that?
I need you to keep your voice up. I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
This one has the date and time. Here, and that one is just going to show you.
So that time on exhibit U on the top left there, what does that time say?
80.
What does that time reflect? The screenshot?
Yes.
Okay, and then what is this date here? September 4, 2022?
Correct.
What is that?
The date.
Is that the date the picture was taken?
Yes.
And then what about that gray time there underneath that? What number does that say?
6:30. It says 1831. It's not, but it's 6:31.
That would be 6:31 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And you can sit. Mrs. Pino, that's you on the left there?
Correct.
And the person there with the white hat, who's that?
That's George.
That's George. So you were sitting right next to Mr. Pino on the boat, right?
Yes.
So before you left the sandbar, what did you do?
I got on the boat and I was cleaning up.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Try to speak into the mic.
I got on the boat and I was cleaning up the boat. I was picking up the trash, the chips, the cans, and putting them away.
When you say the cans and stuff, you mean the empties that were on the boat?
Yes.
And that's before Mr. Pino actually drove away from the sandbar?
Yes, that's correct.
So at some point, did Mr. Pino come onto the boat?
Yes,
And when he did, before you guys sat in your seat, did you interact with him?
yes.
And you observed him up close?
Yes,
And did you believe that he was impaired by alcohol?
no,
And if you did believe that, would you have let him drive the boat?
no, I would never have.
Why not?
Because I would never put myself or any of those girls at risk.
And one moment. Judge, I believe there's no objection. I'm going to offer out of order A29, A30, A31, A32, and A33 into evidence.
Without objection?
It was remarked as A29 becomes defense exhibit W. A30 defense exhibit X. A31 defense exhibit Y. A32 defense exhibit Z. A33 defense exhibit 2A.
Okay, Mrs. Pino, I'll go through these with you. Defense Exhibit W. Do you recognize who's in this photograph?
Yes,
Who is it?
Cami, Ceci, and George.
Wait, your name's Ceci. When you say Ceci, you mean your daughter?
Yes,
And do you know when this photo was taken?
the day of the accident.
Is this at Billy's Point at the sandbar?
Yes,
In the public check? Showing Defense Exhibit X. Do you recognize the people in this picture?
yes, yes.
Who are they?
Carolina, Lucy, Coco, Claudia, and Ceci, and George.
And where's George?
He was doing compartment stuff.
Okay. And was this taken on September 4th, 2022?
Yes, it was.
Was this before you left Billy's Point to head back to Ocean Reef?
Yes, it was.
That's X. Give me a second. Okay, I'm trying to do these faster so we can just, okay. This is defense Y, defense Z already in evidence, and defense 2A. Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes,
And were they all taken on September 4th, 2022?
yes.
Were they all taken at the sandbar?
This one was not.
Where was this one taken?
We were leaving out of Ocean Reef because you could see the house or condo there.
Okay, so the boat's idling here?
Yes.
Okay. The public judge?
Yes.
Now, Mrs. Pino, just going back a second. When you testified earlier that you were cleaning up the boat, picking up empties, were there a lot of empties on your boat?
Yes, there were.
And why?
When the kids were mostly hanging around the boys and girls and whoever is around the boat, usually they just throw whatever you're drinking on that boat because you're not going to hold the whole time. So we had whoever was hanging around the boat would throw it. Adults.
Did you observe that?
Yes.
Now, on the way back to Ocean Reef, you said you were sitting next to Mr. Pino?
Yes.
What were you doing?
I was sending a text to the moms of right before we left, the girls were all dancing and singing. And I was videotaping them and I was sending the video to the moms. And the little blue line wasn't going through.
And Defense Exhibit B, You want a tissue?
I'm fine.
This one, this is the picture of George driving the boat and you're
Yes.
sitting next to him?
Yes.
You're kind of looking down, right?
Yes,
Is that you on your phone there trying to send a message?
yes.
And you know who took this picture?
Mia.
Now,
And that's good time.
you're
picture.
trying to send this message and it's not going through. Did you get messages through though? You were sending some pictures or no?
The video went through later.
It went through later. Okay.
Yes.
What's the next thing you remember?
The next thing I remember is being on the side of the boat. Being on the side of the boat, and there were a couple girls in front of me, and I told them to jump because water was coming on the boat. So I told them to jump. And then I remember coming out of the water, like getting my head out of the water and seeing Mia and Cami. And I grabbed Mia. And Mia's she's bigger than me, she's taller than me, so it was hard for me. And there was a cushion floating. And Cami was there, and I asked Cami to give me the cushion so I could hold Mia. And I was holding the cushion and leaning Mia on me. And I remember just turning around and seeing some of the girls and saying, "Who's missing? Who's missing?" And I heard a name, and I just remember seeing a boat, some boats coming, a big gray boat, and I told the girls, "Swim to the boat, swim to the boat." The girl swam to the boat, and again I said, "Who is missing?" And that's when I heard that it was Lucy missing. And I was just in the water, and another boat came and grabbed Mia from me. And they took me into the big boat, and I was just trying to find Lucy in the water. And then that little boat came and got me on the boat. And then
So let me stop. Okay. Let me take you back. Take a sip of water. So, you're trying to send a video, right?
Yes.
Next thing you know, you said you were straddling the side of the boat.
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 11. You recognize this?
Yes.
Is this the Robalo?
Yes.
Do you see here in pink where it says Mrs. Pino?
Yes.
I have a blue pen here. If you can just mark down like, kind of where you ended up. The next thing you remember, you said straddling the side of the boat, just write your name. Okay. You put a blue circle with a C in little Mrs. Pino. Here.
So she's saying she was straddling the starboard side.
You wanted the girls to jump out of the boat?
Yes.
Is that because it was sinking?
Yes.
Now, at this time you're in the water, what are you feeling? Chaos?
Yes, we were in the water. I had Mia and Cami, and I just remember turning around and seeing some of the girls and just, you know, I knew I had to get them. I didn't see anything near us, and I knew I had to get them to somewhere. So I remember just seeing a big gray boat coming towards us and going like this, and that's when I told the girls, swim to the boat, swim to the boat. And they swam towards the boat, and that's when I remember asking again, who is missing, who is missing? And that's when they told me that.
Were you rescued by that little gray boat?
No.
Which boat rescued you?
Yeah, a little boat. The gray boat was a big boat where the girls were, and there was a little boat that came and grabbed me up from me, took me up to the big boat, and then came to get Cami and I.
When you were on that boat, did you see Mr. Pino?
When I was on that boat is when I finally saw George by the boat, by our boat.
The whole time you're in the water, do you even think about Mr. Pino?
No. No, I didn't. I was just thinking of the girls.
And when you first saw him, what did you see?
He was just a little head bobbing by the boat. And he just looked, you know, like he was just shocked, and I just saw him sit on it.
After the accident, did you suffer any injuries?
I did. I had a gash in the front of my head.
Were you taken from the scene?
Yes, I was taken from the little boat. They took me to, I don't forget where, but I was airlifted by helicopter to Jackson South.
And while this is going on, did you see your husband at all?
No.
So did you have any idea what was going on at the scene at this time? You're no longer there?
No.
When's the next time you saw Mr. Pino?
I saw him the next day. I checked myself out of the hospital, and I got home and I saw him at home.
And do you know if he went to the hospital?
Yes, he did.
Did you observe that he had any injuries?
Yes, when I saw him, he had staples in his head. His teeth were fractured. His elbow had stitches. He had a gash on his leg.
Showing the witness was marked as A23 for identification. Mrs. Pino, have you ever seen this picture?
Yes.
What is it a picture of?
My husband's teeth.
How do you know that?
Because it's my husband.
And does it fairly and accurately depict what his teeth looked like after this accident?
Yes.
Judge, I'd offer A23 into evidence.
No, Judge. A23, mark for identification, now defense exhibit 2B.
Tipped up.
After the accident, did Mr. Pino go back to work immediately?
No.
Did he take some time off?
Yes.
Do you remember how much?
It's his company, so it probably took him months, and his partner would come. George, after the accident, was very different. He would just stay in bed. He was very depressed and anxious, and he would sleep, and it took him a long time before he could get to work, and even to this day, he's not completely...
Objection relevant, Judge.
It took him a while before he could go.
Sorry. Good question, sorry. A moment. Judge, can we have a 5-minute recess?
You have more questions?
Just a few, but
Well, we're going to take just a couple of moments. Actually, can I have the jury go into the jury room?
Sure.
Sorry. Please leave your notepads at your seats if you would. Step into the jury room. Do not discuss the case.
Yes, they're going to talk about that photo. Oh, are we not going to hear it? Okay. Never mind. We are all the way forward. All right, so they are taking their little breaky break. I don't think this will be a long one. Otherwise, I'd say let's bring the chat back. But so far, I mean, hey, Allie. Just a lot of re-going through the steps of this event, going through the motions of, just like we heard from other witnesses, they didn't see alcohol in George Pino's hands at the sandbar, which suggests that even if he had 2 beers, you know, there isn't evidence on the record that the state can work with to say, you know, he piled down more and his intoxication actually went up right before this accident occurred. And yes, I expect Laura Adams will get up there and say something to the effect, just like she did with all the other witnesses, you know, but you weren't watching him the whole time to know for sure. And, you know, to me, that's kind of,
I mean, she was probably interacting with him more than the kids were. Yeah. And so it's very unusual to ask for a break in the middle of your witness's examination. So this clearly has to do with the question that was asked, the objection that was raised, and how they're going to go about, I think, addressing it. So maybe if we play back that last, where the objection came. it seems to be about like when his mental state.
Sorry. A long time before he could get to work. And to this day, he's not completely.
Objection relevant, Judge.
It took him a while before he could go.
Sorry. Question, sorry. A moment.
So objection relevance on, so go back to the first question that he asked before she starts answering.
Taking
Okay,
time
there
off
you
for
go.
work.
Did you take some time off?
Yes.
Do you remember how much?
It's his company, so it probably took him months, and his partner would come. George, after the accident, was very different. He would just stay in bed. He was very depressed and anxious, and he would sleep, and it took him a long time before he could get to work, and even to this day, he's not completely.
Objection relevant, Judge.
So she waits until
It
she's
took him
like
a while before he
answering
could
the question. So maybe that's not why they needed the break. Oh, it could be just he's asking for that break because it's time he wants to start showing those pictures.
That's what I was thinking, but then they
she
didn't let
said
us
do it
watch
as a
anything.
sidebar, didn't she?
Well, she deferred to later, but maybe they're actually taking a quick break, but then they're going to argue before the jury comes back in, like when they do like
He
those
said he was
everybody
saving
take a
it-
5.
He was saving it till the end, so maybe he's almost done. But it's just it is like very unusual. But maybe it wasn't directly related to this question because they've got room to ask other questions about, did he say things that made sense the first day? Did he have to sit in a dark room? Like things about a concussion. And so I don't know. Let's bloop and see if they maybe they did bring us back to it.
Well, and right at the end here, he only says like,
No, I mean like maybe for some reason we're back in the courtroom now.
yeah,
And no.
no.
Damn it.
How did he ask to send them out though? Oh, this is way far
Said,
back.
"Can
It
we have
gets
a
so hard
break?"
to scrub at the end. Yeah,
Yeah,
he said
no,
send the jury to the room. 5
can we have
minute.
a short break? Yeah.
Maybe for the so she can pull it together a little.
She seems all right here.
Yeah.
You could go.
Sorry. Question, sorry. A moment.
It sounds like he might be like speaking with the defense table. Like,
Yes, he's
when you can hear
absolutely
that
doing
they,
that right now. He's definitely talking to them right now, and must be whatever they're saying to them, they need a longer discussion that can take place right here, right now. Still unusual.
Yeah, and like sometimes I wish like as much as I love to zoom in on people's pores, sometimes I wish I could see a little more of what was going on in the court.
Judge, can we have a 5-minute recess?
Then they ask.
You have more questions?
Just a few, but
Well, we're gonna take just a couple of moments, actually, can I
Maybe
have
they
the
are gonna get into
jury
the
go
photo
into
thing
jury
now,
room?
'cause it's-
Couple minutes? All right. Please leave your notepads at your seats if you would. Step into the
Maybe he's speaking like, oh, there we go.
Can we stop?
We're not gonna be able to listen. Maybe he wanted to speak with counsel. Maybe he wanted to speak with his co-counsel before winging this argument, because maybe he's not sure why it wasn't granted in the first place.
You're talking about the pictures, or you're talking about the relevance of her testimony?
The pictures where the judge was like the 1 or 2 pictures that address it when you're about to bring them in.
And they also need to because she was like, let's see how the testimony comes together, so that they might be needing to prepare how, like, I can't imagine what she would need to see, so if he's asking, and I don't know what one picture of the families together does anyway, but
I don't know, maybe it's something that even if it's not allowed in now, after a cross, maybe it'll be allowed on redirect. thought they were coming back because the camera was shaking, but nope. I think we are real time again. Yeah, unfortunately, no clue. Yeah, maybe the camera guy's just walking around and knocking into the camera.
Right.
So I had an article up. Maybe it was like real quick, the relevant part of it. And then I closed the article. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick while they're on a sidebar. Again, going back to that, the frequently asked question of like, oh, you know, was there a civil suit? So we've discussed the Puigs a little bit here, but I did see an article saying that the Fernandez family did not file a lawsuit against Pino, but in a deposition done in preparation of Pino's criminal trial, Melissa Fernandez, so Lucy's mom, disclosed that a settlement was reached with Pino, quote, outside of any court system.
And I think we talked about this on another, like earlier in the trial, but that's completely normal. I mean, someone loses their life on on your vessel and the one that you're captaining.
Yes, sir. Okay.
There's where you can argue res ipsa loquitur and say, we don't need to prove what happened. This kind of thing doesn't happen unless you were distracted. Like clearly ordinary negligence kind of thing. So that's like not surprising at all. And I suspect they tried to settle with the other children as well, and that they probably, and this is all supposition, I'm just supposing here, that the other parent, I don't know if it's one other family suing or more than one, didn't want the settlement and wants to run this thing for all it's worth.
Yeah, but since the Fernandezes are really like where the criminal charges would apply, it seems like they settled something without court action. But it's my read that Laura Adams is very close with the Fernandez family, and that's where some of her advocacy is sourcing from.
Right. When you
Like
say
she's
outside
become
of
intermeshed.
court, that's like between the insurance companies, So, and could be over and above the insurance company as well, like depending on what his policy limits were. I mean, I guess it could be that he just said, I'm going to pay for all of this and do X, Y, and Z, and maybe didn't even go through insurance, but that would kind of be silly because then he could have given more, like the insurance could have given everything they give, and then he could have given anything he wanted to give on top. So I'm just going to assume it's outside of court, meaning that they started a claim through insurance and they settled and it didn't have to be litigated.
Yeah, and there could be reasons why both parties don't want that information in, because it could look like an admission of guilt if you bring it in as a defense.
They could never get that in the criminal case.
Yep.
No. Like that's why there was one of the trials we were watching where they wanted to get in like what the defendant said in a pleading. Was that this one?
The interrogatories and then the pleading difference. Remember, there were two issues, so it was this one.
Right. So typically you shouldn't be getting into the fact that there's a civil case, pending. I think there's very little prejudice here because obviously there'd be a corresponding civil case when something like this happens, but they had a reason because they were going into an admission of fact, a statement that he made in that. I might have argued, I mean, I guess, like I said, it doesn't really matter because people will think there's a corresponding civil case. And you also might want them to know it's not like this guy got off scot-free, that, there's been it's been handled civilly as well. Like for the jurors.
Yeah, and I mean, I see a lot of commentary like, well, he needs to take accountability. But to me, that type of analysis is maybe those people making the comments aren't aware of the other actions. I guess I don't know if I can call the Fernandez stuff an action if it was outside of court. But that would also mean the jury might not know. So who knows?
I think people want him to be criminally accountable.
Oh no, this is dangerous to be zooming in on the jury chairs.
You know,
All right, counsel, you can continue.
thank you, Judge. Mrs. Pino, only a few more questions for you. I want to show you what's already in evidence as State's Exhibit 13. These are answers to interrogatories that you signed in a civil matter.
Yes.
Now, on the last page, which is page, are there page numbers? Okay, well, the last page, is that your signature there?
Yes.
And the date is what?
October 19, 2023.
Now, does it say, "I declare under penalty of perjury under the laws of the United States"? You see that paragraph?
Yes.
What does the last part of that sentence say? Can you read it?
Foregoing interrogatories are true and correct to the best of my knowledge.
And at the time that you signed this document, were all the answers in this true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And why, how can you answer questions if you don't have a recollection of how the accident occurred?
Because that is how I understood the accident occurred, because that's what my husband told me.
And did you have any reason at the time to doubt that?
No.
Nothing further. Thank you, Mrs. Smith.
So let's just pause right there. I'm sure they're going to get into it, but you do not answer an interrogatory that's on personal knowledge and belief based on something someone told you. Right. It's supposed to be.
I'm surprised. He could have answered, I know what the cross-examination question would be, but couldn't he have said, "And you're not a lawyer, are you?" And then the prosecutor would get up and be like, "You work in real estate, so you're not like dumb
and they don't
on
let
common sense
recross
stuff."
So maybe this will be one of those times they actually exercise their redirect if they needed to.
True, yeah.
And sometimes the interrogatories do ask anybody else's version of events you've heard, so it just depends on the question,
Mrs. Pino, you signed a document under the penalty of perjury that the crash happened because of the wake of another vessel, correct?
Correct.
You didn't answer saying, "My husband told me that this is what happened," did you?
No, but the question doesn't say that I saw anything.
If it says, "What is your understanding?" then that doesn't necessarily mean, "What did you see?" because they can ask that in an interrogatory. But I guess she's going to read it out right what the question was.
If there was a distinction, I would save that for redirect if I was.
Describe in detail, this is from State's Exhibit number 13 in evidence. Describe in detail how the incident described in the complaint, meaning the accusation, happened, including all actions taken by you to prevent the incident. Your answer was, while returning to Ocean Reef, a vessel passed heading in the opposite direction. The vessel caused a wake, and then the accident occurred. That's what your answer was, wasn't it?
Yes.
And then you were asked, describe in detail each act or omission on the part of any party to this lawsuit that you contend constituted negligence that was a contributing legal cause of the incident in question. And your answer was, the wake of the unidentified vessel headed northbound was a contributing legal cause of the incident in question. That was your answer, wasn't it?
Yes.
Right, so on redirect, who's going to get into everything you just
Now,
said.
obviously, you've been married to the defendant for a long time, correct?
Yes.
And it seems pretty clear you love your husband.
Yes.
That you would lie for him.
You have 2 children together, although they're now adults, right?
Yes.
But growing up, your husband was a good father to them, wouldn't you agree?
Amazing.
And in fact, he was active in raising them, right?
Yes.
He helped pay for them to get a good education, correct?
Yes.
Some of the best private schools in Miami, right?
Yes.
And you and your husband raised them to honor the church, right?
Yes.
And to be religious.
Yes.
And that meant teaching them right from wrong, correct?
Yes.
And it also meant teaching them things like taking responsibility for your actions.
Objection.
Correct?
Yes.
And it also meant teaching your children that
Look at her.
actions have consequences, didn't it?
Yes.
But your husband isn't just your husband and the father of your children, he's also your business partner, isn't he?
I work for him.
And certainly with him being the chief executive officer at State Street Realty with $1.75 billion in sales, certainly you would agree that he's in a better financial position to make money than you are, correct?
He's the breadwinner.
Okay.
Coercive power structure, is that what we're
And-
getting into? She'd lie because she...
Throughout your
She
marriage,
wants
you all
money.
have enjoyed a
She lied.
robust social life, haven't you?
We're social, yes.
And you have many friends that you've socialized with,
Yes.
correct? Gone to parties,
Yes.
played pickleball,
Yes.
played tennis,
Yes.
group gatherings,
Yes.
boating trips together,
Yes.
membership at Ocean Reef Club.
Yes.
Your husband, in fact, was even on the Orange Bowl committee here in Miami, right?
Yes.
Now, on the day that his boat crashed into that channel marker, you've already explained to us in your testimony that you had 1 to 2 Yetis with Prosecco and a splash of Chambord, correct?
Correct.
Are we getting into a deposition?
But in your interrogatory that you answered under oath, you indicated that you had 2 servings of Prosecco, each with a splash of Chambord, not 1 to 2. You answered 2, correct?
If that's what it says there.
Do you want to look at it?
Sure.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Someone was trying to lie in an okay, they're saying that she was reducing it in front
So
of the
you
jury.
said in your interrogatory that it was 2 servings, not 1 to 2, correct?
Yes.
Servings and Yetis is different, though. I feel like a Yeti would be more servings.
Now, your life has changed immensely since your husband crashed into that channel marker, hasn't it?
Yes.
Showing counsel states 5W and 5X.
Judge, me this number?
Hold on, let me see what you.
5-bar request. You're gonna let her bring these pictures in.
All right, come on over here for a moment.
All right, we're back in the sidebar. We have some time to skip. Took about 3 minutes.
See if she picks up at the same, looks like it.
Mrs. Pino, I'm showing you State's Exhibits 5X and 5W.
Yes.
Have you seen these images before?
Yes, I have.
Are these photographs that were taken in December of 2022?
Yes.
Of you, your husband, and your 2 daughters?
Traveling.
Yes.
I move States 5X and 5W for identification and evidence.
Over objection.
It's so noted, and you will objection.
5W, micro ID, now states exhibit 117, 5X, 118.
I'm sorry, 17 and
117, 118. 18.
These are the images of your grieving husband and just a couple of months after this horrific crash, correct?
Objection, Judge.
Can I explain? That was,
I didn't have any questions for her.
The question
she
was,
wants to explain her response, counsel.
Okay, I understand if I can just get back to the podium first.
Wait, what? She gets to answer.
Crash, correct?
Objection, Judge.
can I explain? That was,
I didn't have any questions for her.
Yes, you did.
the question
She
was,
wants to explain her response, counsel.
Okay, I understand if I can just get back to the podium first.
Did you make out what she said?
Make out what who said?
The state's attorney.
Oh, she started to say that she didn't have a question, then asked if she could finish and wait until she gets
Right.
back to the podium.
Oh, wait until she gets back to the podium. Well, she
Yeah,
gets
and
to answer the question. You don't get to change your question. You just showed
we'll
the
see if she
picture.
tries to change it at the podium. Do you hear like someone say something in the gallery too? After
that
the defense
was,
attorney objects?
I didn't have any questions for her.
the question
She
was,
wants to explain her response, counsel.
Okay, I understand if I can just get back to the podium first.
I feel like it's picking up on Janelle Gomez speaking, which is risky of having the camera right next to the defense table.
What's your explanation?
so the first picture, there was one picture that was taken when we went to get away. For the past 8 years or so, my family, along with Gogo's family, and actually the Fernandezes have gone before, and so have the Puigs. We would go to the Panhandle and vacation there. And this particular year, in 2022, of course, we didn't want to go. The families encouraged us to go, and we went because it was good for the girls and to get away from all the noise, and so we did. And my girls needed that, and my husband, being the incredible father that he is,
Objections to narrative.
we went, and we went, and he stayed indoors most of the time. And that particular picture was taken when you go to the Panhandle. There's little towns. We stayed in Seaside, and you can drive to Rosemary Beach, and that's where that picture was taken. We went with Claudia's family as well that day. And my eldest posted that picture because it was probably one of the first times she had seen her father smile in a long time.
Okay.
And she posted that picture.
Thank you, Judge. Now, when
Can
you
I
were...
explain the second picture?
Go ahead.
The second picture is my girls' high school that they go to. Their senior year, their senior pictures are not traditional pictures where you have the gown that you wear and you pose. You take family photos, so you go to the school and you take a family photo. And my eldest was home from college, and we had to take the picture in December because it's when she was home. And our family got together and we took that picture. That picture was actually posted in March when her best friend's family sued our family. And the motto, she puts in the comment, "Love conquers all," which is their school motto. Love conquers all.
Now, I noticed that when the defense attorney was asking a lot of questions, you were crying quite a bit. Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Your daughter, little Ceci, your namesake, she wasn't badly injured in this crash, was she?
No.
It was not your daughter that was very physically injured in this crash, right?
Right.
And it wasn't your daughter who died as a result of this crash, was it?
No.
It was Lucy's family who lost a child, not yours.
Are we Vanna Whiting?
Correct?
Correct.
Nothing else.
Councilor Direct?
Just briefly.
Sure.
The lawyer answer is probably going to start
Briefly.
with,
Oh,
unless
yeah.
it goes backwards.
Mrs. Pino, did you love Lucy?
Yes,
Can I ask you a question about the interrogatories?
yes.
See, I think he
Approaching
could have
the
used that
witness.
as his opportunity to get all those pictures in. It wasn't your family that lost somebody. It was their family. And if those pictures also include, I don't know if they include Lucy though. I know it included some of the girls, but I think that it was. And I think that would have been a perfect opportunity to say, well, they opened the door and now we get to explore how they were like family.
Yep, and your loss. So just because it wasn't your daughter doesn't mean that you didn't suffer harm from this accident. I'm sure they use the language accident because here you are, they were part of your family. Blood or blood related or not. And then here's we could Vanna White the family photos.
Right.
With what's in evidence as State's Exhibit 13. See how it's some of there's a number and it's bold and then it's kind of like an answer that's not bold?
Yes.
Okay. Did you type any of these?
No.
Did you write any of these?
No.
How did these get presented to you?
My lawyer prepared it.
So the words, for example, in the answer to number 5, in the non-bold, was that written by you?
No.
Who wrote that?
My lawyer.
And if this was reversed, the prosecutor would ask the same questions if a witness that the defense had asked, they would say, well, you're not a lawyer, you don't know the difference on what you were signing.
Correct.
Just for a moment, I want to take a look.
Alright, so they're going to approach, I don't think we have much skip time. And I think that was the last witness of the day.
Yep. That's what they said.
They're showing the gallery. Oh, the lady's unhappy.
Do we know which side? Oh, that's the brother, right? Or
Well, it's got to be on, there's all the blue pins, so that makes me think of for Lucy, the blue for Lucy.
right.
Which I'm actually surprised, like it'd be one thing to wear a blue shirt, but I'm surprised we can wear something with a decal, like a pin or whatever that is.
Right.
But maybe no one can see it. Because the cameraman was zoomed all the way in for us to see it. Okay, and that's it. We're real time with that. So we're all the way forward. Let's just see how court plays out. I don't know if they're going to continue doing like arguments over these instructions, maybe when the
they're going
jury's
to have
done.
to talk about when they're going to be doing the jury conference charge, when they're going to go over jury instructions. Because what you don't want to happen is that there's a long delay after the close of evidence. But this is going to be a very complicated jury instruction conference because
She has a hearing in the morning. She rescheduled the Antonio Brown hearing for tomorrow morning, so it eats in some of the morning time that could be outside the jury presence.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're going to end for today. Looking at the clock, I'm trying to coordinate things, but I know we do have some coffee for you, so maybe like as an exit, they can get their coffee and their snacks. In any event, please put your notepads inside your envelopes. I'm going to ask you please to be here tomorrow at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. tomorrow, okay? And I'll be going over the schedule as we are progressing. Since we do not have court on Friday, court is closed. As we're scheduling this, there are additional witnesses we hear from. I may be rolling the case for closing arguments to Monday the 22nd. Okay, I wanted to give you that information now. rather than perhaps putting too much pressure on coming to conclusions by the end of the day Thursday. Just, we're kind of in a weird spot because there is no court on Friday. Okay? In any event, that's why I'd like you to come back tomorrow, if you would, at 10 o'clock. Please don't discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please don't conduct an independent investigation or research to try to gather any information. You can only rely on evidence which is presented in this courtroom from the witness standing under oath and the law that I will ultimately instruct you on in reaching your decision. Okay? You see any of us outside of the courtroom, we're going to continue to ignore you. Make sure your juror badges are always well displayed, and when you're around the courthouse, even during lunch breaks or whatever, please wear your badges when you are going, walking around the courthouse. When you report, go to the 7th floor, as you have been, jury room. Please wait for Renee in the jury room, and he'll get you and bring you in when we're ready to proceed. And if you see anything in the news you think is about this case, ignore it. Don't listen to it, don't watch it, don't read it. Please, we don't want you to be impacted by anything outside of this courtroom and possibly taint your decision making. Okay, so please avoid that at all costs. Also, social media. Please don't go to social media and don't post anything or read anything or look to read anything on social media. Okay. All right, so take your notepads with you if you would. Renee, we'll take them out. And we'll see you tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Thank you.
We're all the way, right?
Seated. So tomorrow, defense will present any additional witnesses that you have, and then we'll know whether there's going to be any additional state witnesses. We may be taking as well Thursday, rather than start closing arguments, because we're going to need probably most of the day for closing arguments. So closing arguments would be on one day, and then I would instruct the jury the following morning. And we'll have our charge conference, I would think, sometime on Thursday if they're able to complete everything tomorrow. If not, we'll go into Thursday with testimony and then conduct our charge conference on Thursday as well.
Would we be able to accommodate Mr. Mescalato by Zoom? He has a vessel inspection tomorrow morning till about the earliest he can get here, he said, is 2, but he'd make himself available by Zoom if that would be acceptable to the state of the court. Of course, the state put him on as a witness, so the jury's met him already. And so,
if parties would agree to that, but when would he be available, did you say?
by Zoom, he can do it in the morning,
Right.
in person at 2 o'clock.
Okay. Well, let's play it by ear there. I'm good either way. I don't think there would be any objection for him to be on Zoom, but.
I'll discuss it with counsel, we'll let you know.
And then we'll have to set up a Zoom link for him that you were going to need as a witness, because my Zoom is.
We'll take care of it.
Okay. All right. Nothing further. See you all tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
Thank you.
All right, so we chat. We're going to bring you back. Everybody had an early day.
I know that's right. I'm out.
Pointing at someone saying, hey. I want to hear this conversation so badly. I think this is a legal assistant or a lawyer. She was sitting, there's a few people that are part of the team that were sitting in the row right behind the defense table, but I saw her handing a laptop to the attorneys yesterday, so I think she's part of the team. She's dressed for it too. then the camera's cutting us out, and that's probably it.
Okay.
All right, so let's chat. It is time to come back in. Remember, if you have issues seeing the chat in a second when...
Just close it and restart it. I think that, like, close your
Yep.
YouTube or stop the stream, refresh, and start the stream.
Yeah, and like for whatever reason, sometimes you can't just back out and then go back into the same video. Sometimes you have to load a different video. I don't know why, but that's what it does on my phone when it wants to be silly. But yeah,
So I'm confused. They're calling another one of the state witnesses
back.
But they're also calling their own expert, or they had their expert in the room. Did they say when they're calling him?
I don't know. And Mescalado, by the way, was the maritime attorney. That's who Mescalado was. He was retained. That's where like the interrogatories are coming from. So they're calling him back in. He said that I think this is the same one that they said it would be about 5 minutes, because 2 breaks ago, like right before lunch, maybe when they discussed some scheduling, I think when they initially asked the Zoom question, they said it would only be for like 5 minutes anyway. So if this is also the would-be Zoom witness, they just have a couple questions. It's probably going to be, you prepared these interrogatories, right? You wrote these. You wrote these. You were the lawyer.
I mean, that...
And then
it's got to
they
be
have their
something
own
other than
medical
that.
person. They have their own medical person, I believe, was another witness that they said they wanted to call.
Right.
And I don't think I don't think they're going to dispute anything with Lucy, although maybe they will. I think it's did you examine George Pino? Does he have traumatic brain injury? Did he suffer a concussion? I think they need to get that on the record, because so far it's just been Bruto's testimony that I was concerned he may have a concussion, and they don't actually have anything more solid, more tangible than that.
I mean,
let me get the chat on the screen.
You would think that they would have to... I don't see anything yet. I sent this test trying to make it like go through.
Do the
but
things.
Yeah.
Yeah, who knows? Sometimes it's very quick pulling the chats, and other times we sit here like talking to ourselves, waiting for you guys for like what feels like an hour.
Right. But no, I forgot what I was gonna say.
Okay, so they're witness scheduling. I think, were you getting at witness scheduling, or either who you think they still need to call? Because you started off by saying like, wait, so are they gonna, and I think you said, are they gonna call an expert?
Yeah. And then I can't remember what I was thinking after that. I gotta turn off my camera a sec. But
Okay.
I just think that it's got to be something more than like, you wrote these. Oh, I remember what I was gonna say. We were talking about his injuries. Like, I'm just surprised we didn't hear anything from the wife about, did he have to sit in a dark room? You know, what changes did he make afterwards? Things that people know are like concussion related, you know, but maybe it's because they have another witness that's going to get into all that.
Yeah, I believe they're gonna call someone medical, as they said earlier. But as far as an expert for some of the boat, I thought maybe they'd have their own boat person, and to me it kind of just seems like they've just got these 2 other witnesses. Maybe.
But they said they had their expert in the room. Now that might have been to help them with cross-examination, and not because
That's
they're calling
true.
him.
Good point.
But I'd be surprised that they're not calling him, because there was a lot of things. But the way they called the state's expert back to have him basically impeach himself, I guess does make you think, are they calling their own expert? Like at the time, I just thought, well, they want to get him to even admit he's wrong, so it's not a battle of the experts, and then their expert's going to come on and agree with that, and then say why this guy's whole shit is flawed because he used the wrong, level.
Yeah, and I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if like the state wants to put on rebuttal. I think it would be to get the last word more so than because there's specifically something to rebut that hasn't been hashed out already. But I can't imagine how long that would take when the defense's case is very short. And the scheduling seems like Thursday, we're already going to be moving into charging conference. Maybe they don't even bring the jury in on Thursday, right? It seems like the judges
seem like maybe
wants
she
to
was
give them the
saying.
long weekend.
That's a really long weekend.
And, I think I keep mentioning the Antonio Brown case, but I think from the start it's been very relevant, because before this trial started, the state asked for a week continuance because I believe it's because of the medical report from the defense's medical expert. It could have been for another reason, but they were contesting because of a disclosure of something from one of the witnesses from the defense, and they wanted more time to prepare. So the state asked for a week continuance, and the judge is like, no, I have other matters pending. My calendar is full. We're taking this to trial. And the state was asking to do a Richardson violation against the defense, which allows, like, if there's late disclosure by a party, you can sanction up to excluding that evidence and or that witness. And the judge was like, look, I do find that they disclosed this witness late, but I'm not excluding it. And the state was very aware. They said, you know, it would be reversible error if you excluded this witness and you didn't let the defense bring this person on, whoever it was. But her calendar has been tight because she has this Antonio Brown proceeding that's supposed to go to a stand your ground hearing on the 23rd, which this morning, when court started late for Pino, is because she was hearing her calendar, including for Antonio Brown. And she kind of lost her mind over there. She's like, look, you guys still haven't deposed the accuser because the accuser missed he was a no-show for a scheduled deposition. He just did not show up. Then he came back and his attorney said, oh, can you move the stand your ground hearing? This was a few weeks ago already. Can you move the stand your ground hearing because I'm not going to be available for it? The accuser's attorney. And Judge Tinkler-Mendez was like, I'm not aware of any case law that says I need to move a stand your ground hearing just because an attorney for a non-party is not going to be available.
Right.
And if you want to find me case
Fifth
law,
Amendment right?
yeah, like, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I think that's going to be so messy, you guys. I think that's one to watch. But she was like, at the end, she's like, I'm not moving this hearing because of this deposition. Figure out when you can make it happen. And if you have case law, show me. But other than that, I don't think I have to move it. But then she said at the end of that hearing, if this trial I'm handling right now runs too long, it goes longer than expected. It's supposed to be 8 to 9 days. If it goes longer than expected, we'll move the stand your ground hearing. But it'd be because of the court's scheduling and court's availability and not because somebody's not going to be available to represent a non-party. And so that ended. And then right on the cusp of that is when we had the sounding for this trial where the attorney's asking for a continuance. And she's like, no, because I'm trying to keep another calendar thing on track. So I think that's where we see the relief coming from at the end of the day here. You know what? Let's just move the calendar to, we're going to do closing arguments on Monday. We're not going to start closing arguments on Thursday and then risk having you guys have a 3-day weekend where you've gotten to heard one party's closing and we have to give you guys a 3-day break. We're going to set for the 22nd because now that stand your ground hearing that was scheduled for the 23rd, she took off the table today and said they're having a hearing in the morning to pick a new date for the stand your ground proceeding.
All right.
So that's how we untangled that calendar web.
That was good intel. And I'm wondering if Factual Lie is here today because the first one back today was Gina McManus. Hello again, Kat, Allie, and Chat. And every time I've looked, it's been Factual Lie.
Oh no, we're gonna have to pass the crown. Yes, and Friday is Juneteenth. So in effect, if they can get the witness or the presentation of evidence done by the end of day tomorrow, the judge doesn't need the jury to come back in on Thursday. They can just be gone until the 22nd on Monday.
And we've got a question from Gabby for Justice. In a super, I have been wondering, how was the state able to call Mrs. Pino last week? Isn't there spousal privilege? So the spousal privilege in Florida is not like you can't force a spouse to testify against another spouse. It's just you can't get into spousal discussions. So you can't make her testify about things he said to her. And you didn't see them ask any questions about that, although it came out today with regards to that's how I
what
knew
she understood.
Right.
Could that
But
also have
they couldn't
been
force her. She still could have.
Could that also have been ascertained, not necessarily just through their private communications, but hearing what he was saying during interviews with law enforcement or reading what was stated to law enforcement? Because she only said that she came aware of it because of how he said the accident occurred, which could be both, but it could also be from things other than a private conversation. Because he did tell others that there was this wake caused by another vessel.
And thanks, Gabby, for justice.
Yeah, shout out to Gabby. Also, Factual Lie said Factual Lie was first in my chat, so still got the crown. We got a winner in one chat and a winner in another first back. So that's 3 days in a row. Factual lie. You know what? Factual lies in the UK, so maybe it's like YouTube's quicker, like reloading the feature.
Oh, she's trying to take something away from you, factual
No, no,
lie.
no.
Oh, man.
The champion, the champion. And then Gabby also says, thank you. That makes sense. Never seen that done before. And other states do have spousal privilege that works in a different way. Here, again, it's something that the spouse would have to assert. And then I'm sure if it got into arguments, there could be like, well, hey, it wasn't actually an expectation of privacy. You know, you said this at a dinner table or whatever. So
It's not really an expectation of privacy. It's to maintain the like relationship of a spouse. A spouse is just like your priest. Like spouses should be able to say whatever they can to each other without any risk that they're going to be forced to rat the other one out, for lack of a better word. Because
as
the
compared to a
history of
duty to report.
our country and the sanctity of marriage, so because there was so much put on that sanctity of marriage, that's where that thing came about.
And I was going to say also, notice who we didn't have called? Because I don't
Who?
see how they'd be a rebuttal witness.
The guy that claims he smelled the
firefighter.
alcohol. But
Yeah.
the defense also did not ask, and I was noting this, did you smell alcohol on his breath?
To Cecilia?
Yeah, to anybody. But yeah, especially to his wife who was sitting right next to him. And that could have been why.
Yeah, that's true. Because then it would be something that could
Be rebutted.
counteract.
Right.
Yeah,
And there was no
nobody
need
asked
to,
about
because
bloodshot eyes.
Right. True.
Although I think we did when it was the state's case in chief, but not for, if I'm right. Because I'm
Well,
trying
he
to say,
was
like, I remember it, but it wasn't for the defense. So maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe they did ask a question for the defense, but I don't think so. Because we only
But
had the teenage girls that
if
were
he was in
17
the
at the time.
ocean, I mean, that's a whole different. I don't remember if he was swimming at any point, but you're going to get some bloodshot eyes.
Well, and this for the firefighter, for Matthew Smiley specifically, there would be no way for him to observe bloodshot eyes before the accident occurred, which we know that George Pino went underwater before he got up and was clinging to the side
That's
of the
true.
boat.
Theory,
There
he
was
would
a
have
point
been
in time where
looking
he was
under the water with his eyes open.
Yeah, so there was
Right.
already an opportunity for any bloodshot eyes to be caused by either impacts to the head or being underwater and maybe having eyes open. So, but yeah, what do you think of this? What's going on with the positioning where George is on the boat? And it seems like the defense was starting to have their witnesses elicit, we went over here, and Cecilia says, well, I told the girls to go swim to the boat, getting further away, and I only saw George's little head. I think Cecilia was picking up on the importance of the distance, and the state, I'm assuming she probably said something similar in a deposition, and the state maybe wanted to pick up on that and say, well, look, since he's the only one that's close to the boat, it's his duty to look under the boat and think, oh, I should look under the boat, right? Because there's multiple steps there. It's, you need to realize there's someone missing, realize, hey, maybe if I look under the boat, I'll see that person that's missing. And then 3, make the dive under the boat to look and pull someone out, right? It's not like an instantaneous, it can be a gut instinct
Right,
to just go
especially
under
if you're
there.
not injured. If you haven't just been injured, like I think obviously you're going to do things a lot faster.
Yeah, or just in shock, because I would say even someone who's not injured, who didn't bump their head, who might not have submerged all the
Right.
way under the water,
No,
maybe they just don't even think of it because you're paying attention to the other people who are swimming and trying to get to the boat.
Right, for sure.
So, but yeah.
So when are we going to come back tomorrow then?
So they're coming back in at 10. I mean, I could give you an indicator, or we'll have the chat live, and I'll let you guys know if Marissa Tinkler Mendez is stuck in her calendar call tomorrow, just like she got stuck today. I think she's set for 10 because she was aware the same thing would happen today. Because she's probably got other cases already that she'll hear very quickly,
Right.
but then has to rehear this matter that was set on her calendar today for Antonio Brown. So she said 10 a.m. Eastern for the jury to be back. So we could start up at 10 a.m. and this
Get
morning
some
with
looping
Bob.
time with the chat.
Yeah, I was like a little off because like Bob asked me a question. He was like, "And what do you think, Kat?" And I'm like, "I don't know. I'm also listening to this hearing over here. Sorry," because I had them both in my ears. So,
Oh my
it,
goodness.
yeah,
Both in your ears?
yeah.
Wow.
So I had Bob on one side and Judge Tinkler Mendez in the other side, both whispering sweet nothings.
Oh, I thought you were listening to both streams at the same time. I'm like, that's like if you're actually hearing the courtroom in the courtroom.
It
But
was because we were watching the directed verdict. I mean, the JOA with on this stream this morning when I was also listening to the the calendar call.
all
So
right.
it was
So
a
we'll
lot.
plan for
So
10, you're saying.
yep, yep.
Okay.
So, but just so you guys know, maybe the judge will be late again. Who knows? But we'll start up and we can get Bob's. We can recap Bob and then see what he thinks about what we recap him on.
I'm sure he's probably either listening or will listen anyway between now and then. So he'll be up to speed.
Yeah, I think the chat's gonna start giving him a list of things to pick up while he's out. Get from Costco. So with that being said, guys, early day for everybody today because the judge sent everybody home. I added a bunch of links in the description that link to the request for special jury instructions from both parties and the defense's response to the state's request for jury instructions. One interesting thing of note about that is they reattached Paul Alber's report. We've looked at some of that in previous streams. It's where all of this stuff came from, like all of these things. And then also it contains his deposition testimony. So if you guys are interested in checking out Paul Alber's deposition testimony, that's the tall guy that got called back today. That is attached at the end of the defense's response to the state's request for jury instructions. So there you go. Some stuff to check out overnight, and maybe we'll talk about it in the morning if we have late court. Allie, any final closing words for today?
Nope, nothing from me.
All right. I've got nothing either. I think I tried to sleep last night. I'm still tired. I'm real tired from driving
Nap
yesterday.
time.
So yeah, early night for me. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Thank you guys for coming back in when we do re-enable the chat. I know it's annoying. And Allie, thank you for...
Somebody sent a Venmo. Let's see if we've got it before.
Encore. And a big shout out to the mods, especially holding it down across
all
two
the
different
mods.
chats.
I'm not seeing it yet. Are you? Do you have one on your end, maybe?
I don't think so. Venmo's kind of odd with the refreshing.
Because I'm not, I like it's Bob's actual Venmo, but I get like the email notification.
Oh, I do. Now that I
Okay,
pulled
good.
it down and dragged again. So
Okay.
you rely on emails for the notification? I should do that. Because I
Yeah, 'cause
think the app is slow.
Yeah, it's his Venmo, so I don't see it.
I'm going to do that instead. Plus, then I can do it from my computer. So Kaylee, thank you, says, as a mom, I think about being a juror. Lucy's parents at the sandbar is compelling evidence to me. If I had thought that my kid was in danger, I wouldn't have left her. Or in reckless hands. Danger or reckless hands, I wouldn't have left her. I don't think they would have either. It's tragic, but I just don't see criminal negligence. Yeah, I mean, I'm with you on that. The distinction between is this culpable negligence? And to me, it's a very different question. Like, he did something wrong, he needs to pay. I think that's still a valid question, but I think the question at the heart of this trial is, this is what the state is charging, these are the required elements for those charges, and has the state met their burden to prove each of those elements of those charges beyond a reasonable doubt? Very different question.
I'd be paying very close attention if the person driving my child, I mean, I'll just say in a car, because I haven't had the experience where I'm, watching people who are about to get in a boat with my child, but I'd be like clocking any drinking and, when the last drink was. I would not be letting my kid get into a car with someone who's been drinking, just no matter what. But it would draw my attention and it would cause me to pay attention. Or if it's my friend, just be like, what time do you guys plan to leave here? Are you good to drive? Maybe so-and-so should drive. Or when's the last time you're going to have a drink before we leave?
Like, put the hint out there, like, I'm judging you, putting something fresh in your mind. And
right. I'm not going to let you drive if, We'll meet you. We've got our own boat. We'll drop our daughter off at the whatever that next location was. That's what I would have done.
I think this is a great exercise because it shows you it's retrospective, right? Like everybody wishes they could go back and do something different. And when is that armchair quarterbacking? When does it become something that that the government should prosecute as a criminal offense?
Right.
Is it just something that we wish we had done differently, or is it something that you should have absolutely known better, and you were reckless and or culpably negligent, depending on which count you're looking at, in allowing all of these different things to happen?
Yep. All right. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks, everybody.
Bye, guys. Thank you so much.
Bye, Kat.
See ya.